Hey, hello. Hello, people. Hello. Hello, world. Oh, finally. You know, finally, I can do this stream. This stream I've been planning to do for the past week and a half. I say week and a half, even because it was supposed to be released a fucking week ago. But then, no, Mr. Pyrocycle said not done yet, sorry. Whoopsie. Makes a confirmed date, lies about it. Yeah, very good. Good job, Pyro. Good job, Pyro. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, though, it's finally out. And I finally had the time to watch it. Finally. No work. No more chores. I got everything I needed to. You know, I may or may not have ruined multiple friendships in the process today. But, you know, that's just how it is when you're trying to watch an 8-hour video and then literally everybody's like, yo, hey, can you do this for me? Yo, you're really good at this. I'm not to be mean. It's more like it's just a bad, crazy coincidence more than anything. Because it's just like that. Because it was just like that. I had a plan today, and then everything was gonna be coming in between me and the plan of being a React Andy. It's fun. It sounds so funny to call myself to call this a stupid React Andy stream, but come on, it really is. What else am I gonna do? I could actually open up my what's it called? I could show off my drawing tablet and me drawing on there. Maybe later. I don't know. As of right now, I'm like too hyped and too focused onto watching the darkwood video. This video is 8 hours and 26 minutes long. I was expecting this to be a 10-hour video. If it actually was a 10-hour video, it would be borderline impossible to do this in one stream, unless I was somehow confirmed that I would not have work the next day. Like if I was somehow worked one day, got all my chores done from work, then the next day then the next day I would pretty much either, you know, I would have like the entire time to stream it. Oh, but I'm under the pretense that I work every other day. Fact is, I don't know, because my boss sucks and he just never tells me until 1 hour before I go to sleep. Tells me at 8 p.m. Very helpful, very thankful. Thank you, bro. Very cool. It helps me make schedules. Can't make a schedule if you're only notified if you're working or not, like an hour. But hey, that's just jobs nowadays. I swear, it seems like jobs nowadays, they don't even schedules are worth nothing now. Because it seems like they edit the schedule every week, and then people call you into work anyway because somebody else is taking the day off. So yeah, I pretty much I ignored my friends. I ignored hanging out with them, and then I didn't tell them why. And so now we're here. I used to talk a lot. How you doing? Doing well. I don't know. I thought about having the chat open, but I mean, I didn't think the chat while like trying to be React Andy. I'm already gonna be like taking up a good 20% of the screen myself. I don't know how much I'm gonna need. Slightly under average. That's a mood, but honestly, fair. Me too. I was rushing to get chores done. It took me like I spent like 30 seconds vacuuming. Well, I spent 30 seconds. I spent like 10 minutes vacuuming. It usually takes me around like 20. I sped run so hard that I was getting golfer's elbow, and it was my elbow was aching. No, it's golfer's. Yeah, it's golfer's elbow, or is it golfer's shoulder? Same difference. So yeah, we'll see how the video is gonna go, because I have no idea. I have nothing. I have no preconception of the Pyrocynical video. All I know about darkwood. I know a bit about darkwood, but I'm interested to see Mr. You know, furry inflation man's take on it. Oh, and I don't know. Who knows what to say. I might share my drawing if that's slightly under average. That I meant under average. Mood. That's a mood. I'm doing stuff and I'll have it on my phone. No worries, Tara. Thank you for coming around. I appreciate it. We're gonna be React Andy to Pyrocynical in a minute. So yeah, maybe, well, depending on how the video goes, depending on how it looks, I may or may not just bring up what I'm trying to draw. Did you just say furry inflation guy? Yes, Pyrocynical, the furry inflation guy. Pyrocynical is the funny British man who is openly into furries and inflation and combined as well. Bro used to have Foxy the Pirate as his like profile picture on YouTube for 4 or 5 years before he finally made his own OC. But I mean, his own OC is just Foxy the Pirate anyways once he takes the helmet off. Yeah, react anytime, react anytime. Should I get react anytime? I don't know. So should I get react anytime? Good English, Vermire. Very good English. Yes. Yes, indeed. So yeah, let's hop into it. Where I'm winning. Let's see how it goes. Almost. Let me know if you need me to boost the audio up or not. From what I know, I can tell it's good.
It came to me when we were walking through the tunnels. You're like a disease.
He's not like a disease.
You wake up alone in a forest. You don't remember what happened or how you're here. You feel the insides of your coat pockets, mostly empty, apart from a big metal.
This is animated just like Man in Cave, nice.
It's the only way out. Before you can even begin to contemplate how you ended up here, you hear the thick grass being split apart by footsteps. A man stands before you. Before you can make out his face, he lifts you onto his back. You don't know his intentions, but you don't have any energy to ask questions or fight back. You lose consciousness. The infinite void of blackness is almost soothing. Imagine never having to wake up and face the absolute hell ahead of you. Sadly, the man who rescued you has other ideas.
Show me where.
It's hard to make out what he's saying, but he's demanding for a way out of the forest and believes the key you had in your pocket is imperative to that. He's right, but you're not going to tell him that. After all, it's your only way of getting out.
Bro,
you fall to the ground unconscious again. With the
Rig the stranger.
The doctor cursing you out, saying he'll kill you like a dog if he has to.
All right, high budget stuff. Pyrocynical furry inflation man! Oh, and there he is!
Is the introduction to Darkwood. One of
there
my
he is,
favorite
furry inflation man,
games,
there he is.
And I still cannot think of a better way to open a game.
And because no one wanted to sponsor us, we're selling Darkwood merch. With permission from the creators, you can buy 2 different designs. One of them has characters you can meet across the game, including the protagonist, looking edgy. And the other one looks like a Saturday morning cartoon, because, as we all know, Darkwood is a family-friendly game. Available now at pyrocynical.store, link down below. Seriously, I know I pump out lots of slop, but this video really put me in the red, so buying a shirt helps me make more videos like this. Please, thank you for big purchase of Darkwood shirt.
Oh, feet. I will never understand though people that will like go into the red for like a personal project. Yo, Pyro really spent 50,000 like Rebalze. Oh, I'm sure this is copyrighted. Oh no. All his openings are copywritten. Bro, yeah, the funny thing with UMG, he has to pay $50,000 to pretty much have the rights of a 5-minute song. And then even after that, he is forced to take down the video in a couple years anyway. I don't understand like I don't understand why nobody decides to fight against UMG at all, even if it's just to make a statement. Like, there's plenty of people that do have the currency to fight up against, like, UMG and their, like, cringy ideas. Huh. You know, why these guys in the yellow suits, they look like Among Us. Pretty sus. Oh. $21. It's too bad. It's too bad they chose the number 21 for the door, the most memed number ever. But you know, I guess they're trying to transform the meme into not a meme anymore. I'm really surprised this is considered a like copyrighted song. Then again, though, most copyrighted songs are hella mid. That's just how it is.
Now, I've begun so many videos by saying I hate horror games, and especially I hate jump scares, but Darkwood is one of my favorite games because despite being a horror game, it has 0 jump scares.
I've always hated jump scares because it's a cheap tactic to scare people. Have a scary image appear on screen with a loud noise. Rinse and repeat, and now you have an entire franchise based around a cheap trick.
Why don't her pants fall down?
But Darkwood scares me in a completely unique
Real.
way, because instead of worrying about a PNG appearing on my screen and losing 6 minutes of progress, instead I'll lose a valuable extra life with only a finite amount of them being in the game. Or I might lose that pistol I spent all my currency to get, that fully upgraded shovel I spent the best part of the game searching in car wrecks, haggling with traders, and killing enemies to get the parts of. Or I might even get a full game over, being forced to restart the game after sinking half a dozen hours or so.
There's no... I died. Why did I not switch?
Cry about it. I feel happy. Sorry. Get a packet of Smiths to calm down.
Shut up!
Many games don't punish you for wasting time or resources. Standing in one place, swinging a weapon, or shooting a gun will have no consequence, apart from maybe slightly emptying your ammo pool of hundreds of bullets, or alerting enemies to your presence, or giving you a wanted rating in most open world games. But in Darkwood, if you stood in the same area firing your gun, you're wasting incredibly rare and expensive ammo, given how the woods are cut off from the rest of the world. And even if you acquired enough influence to buy ammo from traders, you'll still
I've seen a couple of times people say Cyberpunk is one of the best RPGs in like modern history.
Well, okay.
I've seen that come from like 10 different people.
Nails in the air aimlessly.
10 too many.
Damage because you're not hitting anything.
It ain't that. It's not that good. It's like all right, but it's not worth being called the best game ever.
Now you just wasted the day because it's night and you've gathered no resources to fortify your hideout, no traps to ward off intruders,
idly ho, neighborino,
no fuel to keep the lights on at night, and now the scary floor gore is chasing you because you forgot to even turn the oven on. Something you can't outrun, and once it catches up to you, will slowly drain your health until it kills you. Even time itself is an extremely valuable resource.
I manage my time very carefully, Mr. Alderson. Each beep indicates 1 minute of my time that has passed. I have allotted you no more than 3 minutes.
She's trolling me.
Now, if you couldn't tell, Darkwood is a very hard game. So hard, in fact, that less than 10% of people that bought the game actually have the achievement for reaching only the 2nd chapter in the game.
It gives you 3 difficulties upon starting up a run: normal, hard, and nightmare. Normal is the forgiving mode, as in when you die, you'll drop part of your equipment and respawn at your hideout, where you'll have to go back and get it yourself. A bit annoying, but nothing you can't recover from. Hard mode puts a spin on this, because you spawn with skull icons next to your health. These are your lives, and once you run out of them, the save file is deleted and you're bumped back to the main menu. And nightmare, where the same applies, but you only have 1 single life.
And if you decide to play the game on Nightmare, obviously whatever trauma you endured as a child clearly wasn't enough, because it is one of the hardest difficulties imaginable, and anytime you die, you'll totally feel like it's out of your control, despite it probably just being that you didn't prepare enough.
Darkwood was developed and published by Acid Wizard Studios, except if you played it on the Switch, which was done by Crunching Koalas. And funnily enough, is probably one of the few Switch games to not run like a PowerPoint slideshow. They were an incredibly small team with only 3 employees. Programmer, and I'm gonna butcher this now, Gustav Fucking hell.
Gustav Stachaszewski.
Artists are to
Gustav Stachecki.
Cook, with Jakub
Du schaffst
also
es,
doubling
Stecki,
up
these
as the
nuts.
game's music composer. If you couldn't tell, but the names being completely incomprehensible to read, they're a Polish team, meaning they already had a lot of experience with living in desolate wastelands prior to making Darkwood. The company was originally founded on March the 1st,
Polish moment.
2013. You can even find some pre-alpha gameplay from that year on their YouTube channel looking very different to the final product, but the foundations are still there. Wait, is that the painting of the soy face man? That's not in the final release. Originally, Darkwood was funded as an Indiegogo campaign, the website that iDubbbz made a series on over 8 years ago. You've now just been reminded how old you are. The campaign was a success, getting $57,000 of their $40,000 goal, which is 143% of the goal for the cool math people, minus Indiegogo's 5% cut, and they're still well into the green of their initial goal. They also had a stretch goal for a new game plus, 2 additional translations, and multiplayer. But unfortunately, the goal wasn't met, so these were cast into the void. July 24th, 2014, Darkwood entered Steam Greenlight and finally came out as a full release on August 17th, 2017. Acid Wizard said themselves they played hundreds of video games and tried to analyze what would make the perfect game.
They play games all the time of every age, platform, and type.
I also found this from a video that they made for their Indiegogo campaign where they're all dressed up as wizards in some random Polish forest.
What are your names and how were you involved in the
Let's go, we interview them!
And I am Jacob. There's also Arthur, who is not...
Bro has a nice beard.
I've been responsible for most...
Honestly, I wouldn't mind sucking on his beard and seeing if it, like, grows milk.
And story and... a little bit of story and stuff.
I was mainly responsible for the animation in the game. Darkwood was made early by 3 of us when talking about the lore and design also.
And Arthur was responsible for pretty much all of the art and music and most of the story.
So what makes Darkwood so good? Well, if you go onto the frequently asked questions part of the game, the devs give a brief summary that it's a horror game with elements of black comedy. And I can confirm...
What Saber, how you doing? You're doing well. We're reacting to
Darkwood.
Darkwood.
Games I've talked about, like Cruelty Squad and more recently Lethal Company, it never holds your hand. You'll be given
Inflation
brief
Company.
tips on gameplay elements, but most of these are done diegetically, like the protagonist muttering to himself that he needs to get back to his hideout before nightfall, because being outside at night is a death sentence.
Would you do that? Would?
It'll warn you that you're playing a challenging and unforgiving game. You will not be led by the hand. But if you respect the woods and be patient, focus, there might be a chance for you to survive. It's a game that forces you to experiment with items and how they interact with the world.
You can also find bottles of alcohol lying around in the woods, because of course.
Even in the face of an apocalypse, Polish people will still be making moonshine. You could drink said alcohol to get a decent health boost, a great substitute if you don't have any medical equipment on you, but because it's Polish vodka, which is over 100% proof, it'll impact your field of view, speed, and vision for about 30 seconds, making you pretty much useless in combat.
Oh, sliver bits. It's Polish. It'll make us go blind.
But let's say you're a teetotal like PewDiePie. You can instead wet some bandages, giving you bandages with alcohol that gives you a much more potent healing item that'll continuously heal even when you're taking damage, making pre-medding a very viable strategy, just like that other Eastern European survival game. Or you can stick a rag inside a bottle and light it with a match, and now you have a Molotov cocktail, which is great for setting up areas of denial and choke points. Or you can add a wooden plank, and now you have a torch, a decent melee weapon that can also light the way in darker areas. That's just a single item in the game, and you already have a multitude of uses for it. But let's say you're cosplaying the average beer-drunker, parking lot-dwelling Polish citizen, and you drank the bottle anyway. Well, now your bottle's empty, but it is still incredibly useful. You can now throw it on the floor to create a broken glass trap that'll deal damage and alert you to enemies. Or you could even fill it with rotten mushrooms native to the Darkwood and create a gas trap, which deals low damage because the farts aren't very potent, but you can also ignite the gas to create a huge explosion. You can even make a
My house
lantern by
.wad.
combining it with fuel and rags, a much more powerful light source than the torch. Again, you've got so many options from literally a single item you find in the forest. And keep in mind, there are over 200 items across the entire game. You'll notice that you have a cone of vision wherever you're looking. Places you aren't currently looking at will still be present, but will be purposely obscured. Things like important objects, key items, and of course, enemies.
You want to have sex?
It's almost like the player has a mental image of how the area would look like in their head. You can still see big objects like tables being moved around or doors opening. This can be terrifying for combat encounters, because although you'll be able to hear an enemy at all times, you won't be able to see them unless you're looking directly at them, or relying on your pathetically small 360 cone of vision, which will only show you the enemy when they're already chomping on your flesh, which usually means a stun lock until you die. It means certain strategies are way harder to pull off, like baiting enemies, as you don't
Bro
actually
already
know
did
how
a
far away
Breaking
they
Bad
are,
reference.
apart
It's
from
not
their
even been
sound.
20 minutes. When is
According to the
Pyro
devs
gonna do a
themselves,
Breaking
they were
Bad
inspired by the
retrospective? That's
works
the
of
real
David
question.
Lynch, most known for Twin Peaks, the show where if you watch it with the knowledge that everyone is deeply mentally ill, it actually starts to make sense. But also science fiction writers like Stanisław Lem and the Strugatsky brothers, who are most known nowadays for writing Roadside Picnic, the book that directly influenced the Stalker franchise. But as much as it sounds like it, this game isn't just a top-down Stalker, even though both have RPG elements, looting, merchants, and quests. Look, Stalker doesn't have a woman that you can hit with a shovel, so this clearly isn't some poor imitation. Funnily enough, whenever I see a top-down perspective game, I let out a comedically loud yawn and then just turn the game off. I usually gravitate to first-person games for the best immersion and maybe compromise with a third-person game. But top-down, it has to be really, really good to keep my attention, and Darkwood does exactly that. I have well over 100 hours on this game and would happily do another run right after I upload this Beginning the game, we're playing as someone who knows the situation is dire. If the intro text and him waking up from a drunken stupor doesn't convey that, you can see that this man is on at least stage 6 of male pattern baldness.
Pity you won't live long enough to see it.
This intro is mainly used to teach mechanics to the player and give some world building. You'll notice that you have a cursor that you can use to interact with objects, like open doors and drag furniture. But if you move your cursor too far from the player, it will black out as if you couldn't reach it in the real world, making it so you can't even see if an object is interactable. Food seems to be a real scarcity here, with some of the last edible food left being basic potatoes. I mean, of course, this is Poland, after all.
The only edible thing growing on this land. I still have some left.
The man also seems to have barricaded his house to keep intruders out. Being in such a dangerous area, the game doesn't even let you dismantle them.
Dismantling this now would be suicide.
This will be a vital mechanic once the game begins proper. Shit! Walking into the lobby of the house, you can see rusty cages, and investigating a drawer, we can finally learn a bit about who we're playing as.
My tools. They haven't been sterilized for years. The local patients can't be helped anyways.
We can assume this is the local doctor, though it seems like he hasn't practiced proper medicine in quite some time. Next to the drawer is a bag with a photo of what looks like to be some kind of human, with the date marked 12th of June 1985. A medical bag with
some kind of human. That bro, that don't even look like anything. You can't even see what that is.
Camera which was in production since the 1950s. By now, we know two things. There's some kind of outbreak or infection to the point that normal medical tools don't work, and the game takes place somewhere in 1980s Poland. There's a good chance this takes place within the PPR, and one of the main players of the Warsaw Pact Alliance. You know, one of the teams you can pick in COD Warzone? Yeah, those people. You don't need to read into it anymore.
The holiday time when we were kids looked
Summertime,
like
yeah.
summertime
in the rural areas.
So we visited our grandparents, for example. And it looked like this, like it's like village. And we wanted to make it like it from our experience. We didn't want to place Darkwood in some places.
We want to make Darkwood look like our real life, depressing.
People's Republic, but it stopped being a thing when we were like 2 or 3. We didn't really experience this time. But our parents used to tell us a lot of stories about this time. It was a crazy time, like totally different from what we have now. And I think all of those stories kind of kept this crazy image in our heads of how that time looked like. This very kind of surreal even time. I don't think it was a very deliberate choice about the setting. I think it was just what we found was cool, and then it kind of went on from that.
We also know the Doctor has taken drastic measures to try and treat the people in the village.
Cages. This time they're empty.
And next to it, a locked metal door.
I would rather not open it. I spent too much time to lock him in there.
For the last 800 hours, I've been non-stop gooning.
Finding the Doctor's medical book, there's some vague
Well, stop
outline of how
gooning
the
then,
infection
bro.
works, with different stages of the illness progressing. He's been obsessing over these notes to the point where if you interact with any of these scribblings on the floor, he'll simply say this.
I know these notes by heart. I don't want to read them now.
Obviously, all the studying and research has yielded little helpful results. One very important item is a radio in the middle of the room.
The radio's been silent for years. Although, sometimes I think I can hear voices through the static.
This seems like a throwaway line, but it will play into the story very heavily, especially later on. Exploring outside the Doctor's house, you can find his wrecked car, a Polish Fiat 125P, which was a real car produced from 1967 to 1991.
How does he know what kind of brand car it is, bro?
But instead of being made by Fiat, it was manufactured by the Fabryka Samodov Ozabawi.
I'll kill you for what you've done!
Or passenger car factory in English, because it was the only passenger car manufacturer in socialist Poland. Still an icon for the Polish people, as you can find them on online marketplaces where they'll usually be bought or sold by collectors or patriotic boomers trying to relive the old days when the one.
I mean, £7,000 for a collector's car is pretty cheap.
Have been devoured by the woods. It became a useless pile of trash.
How closely would you say that Darkwood encapsulates average Polish life?
Bruh.
Or it's like a meme thing. The reviews are telling that, oh, it's my average day in Poland.
I think there's a bit of this like Slavic kind of misery theme that is sprinkled across the game. But obviously the things that happen in the game are completely not real and not based on real events.
They're real. It's less than a few minutes into the game when Darkwood presents you with
They're lying to you.
Choice. There are dozens
The CIA invented caffeine.
And some of them even ripple across your playthrough that grant you access or block you off from certain items, characters, or even entire areas. It's basically impossible to experience everything the game has to offer in a single playthrough. But here, your first choice, with seemingly minimal consequences, is the Doctor's dog.
My dog. I don't think he's gonna make it. I should end his suffering.
The dog only takes up a few dozen pixels on the screen, but thanks to the superb animation and audio design, you can hear it writhing in pain. You can choose to put the dog out of its misery or leave it to suffer. No choice feels like the right one here. Do you try to let the animal live despite its immense pain? Or do you put it out of its misery, removing any chance that it might recover? You're presented with so many choices like this across the game. And another game that I love that had much fewer but similar choices, Soma.
Yeah, Soma? Oh, bro, he's bringing up Soma?
I do want to do a video on Soma at some point. And
Bro's bringing up Soma? Bro's actually bringing up Soma. I'm surprised. Dude, no one talked about Soma enough. Soma's based. I feel like, what's it called? I remember, I only know about it because Bed Bananas played it and he made a funny haha video all about the beginning area where it just flushed everything down the toilet. But I think I see what he's going for though, because Soma also has that where they give you a lot of choices that don't impact the ending of the game. So they're kind of meaningless choices, but they make you feel power of the world.
And I don't want you guys to skim through that video because I've already spoiled it. But there's a scenario in the game where you have a choice to terminate a character in the game. It's totally optional, and unlike Darkwood, doesn't really impact the story. But it's still a choice that'll linger on you for the rest of your playthrough, you know, if you made the right decision. And that's why Darkwood is a game that no matter what choice you make, you always feel like you've made the wrong one. Most games have a good and a bad choice, with the good choice usually taking more effort to achieve.
I've got nothing more to say to you.
Tricking players into thinking they're good people because they went the extra mile to get a good outcome. But here in the woods, there's no time for that because every second counts.
Bro
Games
is
can also just go
referencing
down the
every
Fallout
single
3
game.
route where you have the obviously good don't kill people choice and the one that blows up an entire town. Wow. What an engaging moral dilemma. In Darkwood, though, the choices are never that simple. Outcomes usually just being a slightly different shade of grey, which makes the game feel so much more personal. Almost like it's asking you personally, what would you do in this situation?
Do you like
So
gooning
how hard
other
was it to plan
people?
for like all the choices in the game?
It was really hard, both in terms of game design, because like the game started off as a roguelike and then kind of evolved into not roguelike. It was hard to design all of this during the transition, and on top of that you have kind of all the technical stuff like random generation and procedural generation, and also kind of how it impacts the story and stuff like that. So I don't even know how we did that, honestly. It was just so fucking hard.
After finding an axe and cutting down part of a fallen tree, you're probably wondering, well, if the situation is so dire in the woods, why don't they just cut all the trees down, Lamau? Look, it's like Minecraft, guys. If you punch the tree long enough, it'll lose a block. Maybe you can make a crafting table and cut down the trees faster. Well, the doctor acknowledges how this was never a permanent solution.
These trees are growing too fast. Soon I won't be able to cut them down fast enough.
You can even see the remnants of a road, something incredibly rare in the forest, but both sides have been consumed by the tree line.
The woods have been devoured. All the roads that connect us to the outside world, no one is able to pass through the thicket.
Coming across an abandoned house, we can see the body of someone that's fused into a tree.
In a few days, it'll be completely absorbed.
This gives us some indication that the plague is associated with the woods, with bodies being
Bozo.
absorbed into the tree, presumably for sustenance, which could also be what the grainy photograph the doctor picked up shows. Past the house, the doctor stumbles onto an unconscious man, wearing a long, damaged coat, and a rather large rimmed hat. Whoa! With a blood trail behind him, it seems that he barely escaped whatever was chasing
Brim
him.
with no Yankee.
Still breathing.
Searching the man's pockets, the doctor finds a large metal key with the item description.
If there is an exit out of these woods, this key will surely open it. He's unconscious. I've never seen him around before.
I think it's kind of funny that Pyro made like the animation for Darkwood where everyone looks like normal and pretty human, while like everyone in Darkwood in the game just looks like a monster and should put out their misery.
Of course he would help me voluntarily. But that is of no importance.
Oh no, he's gonna put the needle in his eye, no!
When the cutscene ends, you're no longer playing as the doctor, but the man
Dead
you found
Space
in the
moment.
woods, with your health bar practically empty and having nothing in your inventory. The doctor might have saved you from bleeding out in the woods, but it was for purely selfish reasons.
I need to get out of this accursed forest. You hear me, rat? Show me how and I will let you go.
After the doctor searches you for a second time for any clues to escaping the forest or supplies, he takes a moment, simply staring into a corner of the empty room.
He's calling me to return home.
You pass out again, but when you wake up, your character is tied to a chair while the doctor begins interrogating you.
Where is the exit? Where? Show me where! I'll kill you like
BDSM.
a dog if I have to.
Ironic words depending on the choice you made as the doctor minutes prior. Eventually, the doctor will leave, letting you free yourself from the restraints and getting back on your feet, with the first words of your character saying, "That fucker stole my key." Keep in mind that these subtitles appear at the bottom of the screen, not in-game like when the doctor was shouting at you. These are your inner thoughts and not actual dialogue said out loud, which will make a lot of sense much later on. Already, it's acknowledged how important that key is, with the man completely focused on how it was taken from him despite being beaten half to death and everything else that's happened to him. The door the doctor left you in is locked, so you'll have to improvise, with the game giving you an incredibly brief example of the game's crafting system. By searching the doctor's jacket he left behind, you can tear some of it off to make some rags and find some wire in his pockets, with the game diegetically telling the player how to craft. I'm hurt. I could use these rags to craft.
Hi, Hoyes.
some
How you doing?
bandages
We're doing
and heal
well.
myself. Locked. I could open it with a lockpick. After healing our wounds with the bandage and opening the chest with a lockpick, we can find a flashlight and a shovel, with the latter letting us break down the door, which completely breaks the already weary shovel. But at least now we're out.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
But Now we have another problem. The power to the house has died, which is indirectly your
I
fault.
love
because the entire point of
Italian
playing as the
actors.
doctor was to refuel the generator, and instead he had to bring your fat ass all the way back to the house.
All we had to do was
fill up the generator.
CJ.
Before the power goes out, you can briefly see the doctor standing in front of you before disappearing. If we were playing any other game, there'd probably be a loud jump scare.
I'm doing well myself. We finally have the ability to react Andy to the pyrocynical video after he delayed it for another week, and then I was busy for 2 days after released. Now we're here though. What a great time stop. It's I show speed and Fat Nikava Arakavo screening. Hi man, I hope you're doing well. How you doing?
Screen, you get scared more often by the characters disappearing once you.
No, not Germa! No!
So what was your policy on jump scares? Because obviously Darkwood, I feel, kind of has a reputation for being a game without jump scares. Like the only one personally I can think of is like if one of the Banshee enemies spots you, like, you know, a little JPEG appears on the screen, but it's not really a jump scare. But what was your policy around that of like trying to make a game with atmosphere, but not relying on jump scares?
It was very important for us to not make, not rely on the jump scares because we didn't enjoy it. Also, we don't enjoy it in horror movies, and we also said many times that Darkwood is a horror game made by people who don't like horror genre, like maybe not at all, but especially the jump scare part of the.
I'm happy to hear you're doing good.
Jump scares, like you go to a cinema and you just hate it.
Yeah,
I can't stand it.
Yeah.
That's why I never see horror films in a cinema, because I feel like it's so predictable, but it kind of plays on that fight or flight in your brain. So it's almost like you watch any horror film ever. It's like when they get ready for a jump scare, all the music dies down, the audio dies down. It's like someone walking through a corridor really slowly. And I swear, I am like a child. I will actually do this in the cinema. Like put my fingers in my ears because I know the jump scare's coming. I know it's coming, but it's still gonna scare me because it's just such a loud, sudden noise. But yeah, I think it's really good that you guys didn't really kind of rely on that. It does make the game very refreshing, definitely.
I think we found it a little bit cheap. I mean, I know the people enjoy it because of the adrenaline or something, you know, like really hits you, and I respect that, but I don't really enjoy it, and I find it a little bit cheap.
Yeah, I agree. We actually were, when we were talking about inspirations of how we want to make horror, I think a lot of the inspirations were completely outside of the horror genre. You remember the first UFO games?
Yes.
And stuff like that, where we remember from the childhood, and we like the idea that you have to kind of, the horror plays in your mind, not exactly in what you see, but what you hear and what you don't hear and see kind of makes this a bigger impact on you than just a jump scare, right?
Your imagination kind of filling in the blanks.
Imagination!
We like that, and I think it's played really well in Darkwood.
We're now exploring the Doctor's house, but without the knowledge of the Doctor, so everything is alien to us. The door that was best to not open will now present us with a combination that we don't know the code to, and we can see more of the Doctor's experiments. A metal table with leather belts strapped on. Inside another chest is a half-empty can of gasoline and a table leg, which we can use as a melee weapon. It's very apparent the Doctor wanted to forget about this room because it was blocked off by a wooden shelf. And there's also gasoline that he could have used earlier instead of having to scavenge. Pouring the gasoline in and turning on the generator, the seemingly useless radio in the middle of the room has now been replaced by something else entirely. The corpse has 2 dials instead of eyes. His mouth is wide open, and I hear a distorted voice, barely distinguishable from the radio static. The corpse also tells us a code. Now, this set piece can seem creepy just for the sake of it, something that's either never explained or resolved with it all being in left.
Define brother.
For once, it's none of those. Darkwood is a game
the Fine Bros? Define brother?
It just takes a while for it to slowly reveal its full hand.
Listen, Diak, I'll have you fucking know. Listen, Diak, I'll have you fucking know. It has been 7 months since the last pyrocynical video. And he's been hyping up this video for the last 5 months. And he even delayed it for a week too. All right, I don't care if I'm being a React Andy. I am being a React Andy. I know it. At least I'm not doing an X. At least I'm not like, what's his name? Nuts Taku. Watch it in 2 times speed? No. No. I'm trying to I actually want to enjoy the video. Listen, if you really want me to, I was considering, but if you really want, I can bring up what I am trying to draw right now. No, I'm not gonna put on 1.5 times. Listen, I mean, if I rewatch it, if I ever rewatch it, maybe. But first watch, no, we're watching it like normal. Happy first of fall? Hey, let's go. First day of fall. First day that you're gonna have to, the day where the leaves become trees off and then you have to rape them. This is indeed a long video.
Using the code to open the door, and with the hindsight of playing as the Doctor, we know that someone is trapped in this room.
Help me.
After turning a corner, the man brutally attacks you, probably mistaking you for the Doctor, taking all his aggression of being imprisoned out on you. He says no more dialogue and can't be reasoned with. He'll just keep blindly attacking you until he kills you, or you beat him to death with the table leg. Searching his body, you can find a small plastic chick.
Are you going to finish it? Yes, that is the plan.
You think you can manage all by yourself?
Suddenly,
bro, you're dead, you can't talk.
Can be heard outside the Doctor's house.
Bro, you're supposed to be dead, you're not supposed to be able to talk. That's the plan. I waited for the day. I waited to have a day where I don't work. And I have all my chores done to actually watch. You know what? Respect the dedication. Thank you.
No one is. But maybe it's not over yet. The blood-soaked screen fades to a washed-out grey. You make out the figure of someone in the distance behind the woods who recognizes you. He reaches his hand out to you, unlike the Doctor who forced you onto his back. It looks like he really does mean to help you. Maybe you'll just make it after all. When you wake up, you're not in the Doctor's cabin anymore, but a dilapidated house, with the man who seemingly rescued you nowhere to be found. The first thing you'll probably notice is a new buff that's been added above your health bar called Night Protection, explaining that you're in a hideout and under the influence of its protective substance, which will help you survive the night.
Why are you under the influence of the protective substance?
And that's all thanks to the oven you wake up next to.
Yeah, this is gonna help big time with the protective substance.
Interacting with it, you can see what was originally a basic stone oven used by someone here, probably used to cook pierogi or some other traditional Polish slop, but with various mechanical and organic and growth spewing from
pierogi reference.
Like a makeshift lab, if anything. So yeah, the average Slavic kitchen. You then have the option of examining the oven, which gives you the first hint of who your character is and why he's even here. When I arrived here a couple days ago, the oven was basically prepared. I just needed to light it up to ensure my safety at night. This cottage must have been one of our hideouts. The inhabitants of these woods don't need to inhale this revolting gas. The second option the oven gives you is to examine a strange bottle. The label on the bottle says, staying out of the reach of the protective substance after nightfall results in a...
I did, and I won the bet. That's what matters.
Cases. It is advised to evenly spread the gas inside the sleeping area. Warning, even a properly prepared substance does not guarantee 100% safety. Remain vigilant. It is recommended to stay in well-lit indoor areas in order to minimize the risk. The way the oven is set up and the way the character speaks, it seems that both people have tried to set up camps inside the woods, and also the person you're playing as is some kind of outsider with external knowledge. They're not a random villager that got lost, but someone with real experience, especially the way he says, a pleasant warmth is emanating from the oven. I can sense a strange yet familiar scent. It's the smell of the protective substance which gives me relative safety after dark. The vapors rising from the huge cauldron are distributed all over the house via long pipes. As long as I remain inside my hideout, I have a chance of surviving the night. And how he mentions that he and the other people he's with...
Hi, Gloomin. How you doing well?
Because people here are so acclimated to the situation, they don't need the protective gas that's produced from the oven. The oven itself acts as a safe zone for the player. If you're anywhere at night, the unkillable floor gore that I mentioned earlier...
Quit being a hater, bro. This is literally a like 8.5 hour video essay. Of course he's gonna go over literally everything about the game from like the smallest detail. It's an 8.5 hour video, bro. What do you expect?
will start to chase you and chop away your health until you die. Inside a hideout with the oven turned on, the makeshift gases that cover the entire house will actually repel it. But like the instructions said, it isn't guaranteed safety and you should always be on your guard. Also, the fact that our protagonist can breathe in what's described as revolting gas with no issues could point to him being from Krakow, as anyone living in that city has long progressed beyond the need for
only 8 hours. Yeah, exactly. Only 8.5 hours for a video game essay.
Gonna be a lot more.
I think like the second longest Darkwood video is like 4.5, and that was made like a year or two ago.
More option unlocked with the oven to look inside the pot. Pressing the cook option shows the player holding an empty syringe with probably the crustiest fingernails imaginable.
Brother,
You'll see the oven's efficiency, how many doses.
Imagine not clipping your nails in the apocalypse.
Which I'll come back to later. You'll notice how the protagonist, which I guess is what we're calling him now since the doctor is long gone, mentions how he has no thirst or hunger since the accident. Despite Darkwood being a survival game, there's no thirst or hunger mechanics. That's actually kind of uncommon for modern survival games, since the genre tends to crutch onto them as something to make you leave the safety of your base.
Oh, fuck.
Drink will usually heal you or give differing effects. If you find common loot like bread, eggs, or potatoes, they'll briefly give you the endurance stat, which
I can't believe Pyro exposed himself with the pyro inflation momento.
Anymore, they do still have a use as basically stimulants. They also have another important use, which I'll come back to later. I know I'm saying I'll come back later a lot. That there are a lot of mechanics. The protagonist also has a journal which you can access at any time. Here, he'll write down his thoughts and characters he's interacted with. Opening the journal, you'll see that pages are missing, ripped out with a doctor in the prologue, finishing with a sentence that's missing context.
He ruined my dream journal! I did not!
Into these damn savages. Everything should go smoothly.
The next entry will always be entered as soon as you wake up in the hideout for the first time, giving us a direct time and date that the game is set in.
12th of September, 1987. I don't remember anything since the attack on our camp. Somehow I'm wearing a coat. I must have changed my clothes on the way here. I don't recognize myself anymore. I can barely hold this pencil. Has my body changed? I no longer feel hunger or thirst. What has happened to me?
Much like Arthur and John in Red Dead 2, he'll also draw in his journal while explaining events he's witnessed and what he has to do next.
I remember his face. The face of the man who saved me, then held me captive. I don't know how I managed to escape his hut and end up here. What I do know is that the insane fucker took my key, my only chance to get out of the woods. He also tore out all the pages of my journal. I doubt that he was able to learn the location of the underground passage, though. I should check if the door is still locked, just to be sure. I must find him.
Ah!
I don't think he still lives in the same place.
Why are you hitting me with shit?
Makes no difference.
What?
I have no idea how to get back to that vile place.
Ah!
Exploring the rest of the cottage, you'll see a top
Why?
of the wardrobe that was used.
Ah! Please stop! 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 Megan Fox! Stop! Nabu, hi. How you doing, Nabu? Hope you're doing well. What? Why are you angry? What is it? I hope you're having a good day so far. Why are you hitting me with shit? I was just what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Being a meanie head. I'm sorry. Ow. Listen, alright, listen, I was a little bit of a meanie head, okay? I had plans this morning, and then, a lot of things came up while I was doing things for the plans this morning. This was the plans. Hi, long time no see, how you been? But hey, I'm finally here, we're finally doing the Darkwood. I hope you're having a good day so far. I'm surprised you're already awake. You said you stayed up for like 24 hours and you only got like 8 hours of sleep. Spinning clay to be hard. Spinning clay be hard to mold. Oh yeah, I can tell you in a few pottery classes that is true. Thanks for the stretch. I've been to hydrate. Oh, I should probably go like take a dump. I need to take a dump. Yes, but we winning. Let's go. Let's go. Work on your emotes today. I hope you can get your you should work on your emotes today and see if you can get them done.
There's a barricade to keep something out before it broke inside. Searching it, you'll find various crafting items, but also a photo of a road. Inspecting the photo, it's renamed to the road home, with a highway
Been up since 6,
either side,
bruh.
seemingly at the end, a way out of the
You only got 9 hours of sleep.
Waiting for you in woods,
You need more sleep,
it's pretty
man.
obvious that you or someone you are with set up this hideout, but in another diegetic tutorial on how to survive, your protagonist will just say this outright. Yesterday, I barricaded one of the windows. If I want to stay here for some time, I should do the same with the other windows. Barricading is one of your first lines of defense in your hideout. It can really help delay enemy attacks.
Sounds like someone breaking in.
Yes, just like in Siege, even though I hate
I'm
to
a
make that
workaholic.
comparison. Keep in mind though, I said
Me
delay,
too.
not deter, because once an
Me
enemy
too.
starts
I always have to be doing something. I don't understand anybody that can like watch stuff now by itself. I've been trying to draw this entire time. Trying as in, well, trying. Attempting to make something I like while also struggling to make it at all. The usual. But hey, we doing.
Breaking down one of your barricades, they usually won't stop until they break through, or you go outside and stop them, which also puts you at a huge risk of exposure. But
definitely
also, at
a
the same
mood.
time, the barricades can actually end up trapping you, because while you can vault over regular windows to get some space from enemies or bait them into vaulting themselves, you can't do that if the window is barricaded, closing you off from potential escape routes. One thing you might notice during multiple playthroughs of Darkwood is the hideout you spawn in after the prologue, despite having the same general layout, could be differently shaped or have an entirely different orientation. This is because every Darkwood game is randomly generated. Opening your map, you'll always have the same 3 general regions in Darkwood, with you starting off in the dry meadow. The way to progress to each region is usually the same, but the shape.
So Nemo, are you excited to play this game on stream? Look how exciting this game is. It's gonna be great to watch you play.
To reach a location to progress the story, it might be right next to the hideout or on the complete opposite side of the region.
You always start in the dry meadow, but like the orientation and like where locations are randomly generated.
It's random generation and part procedural generation.
Yeah, because the progression's always the same. The areas you go through are the same,
Yes.
but like where
Nah, it'll be
locations
great.
are-
in different places. Right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
That's the random generation, because the locations themselves are mostly the same. The loot is distributed among the biomes. The orientation is different, but the forest itself, between those locations, is procedurally generated. But it doesn't really, I think, impact the game like in a meaningful way.
Now, each hideout will always have the same objects for you to survive in the forest, that being the cooker I mentioned earlier, but also a generator, wood chipper, well, and a workbench. The generator is filled with gasoline that you can find in the forest. This is a very valuable item as you can't craft it, so you'll have to rely on finding it as loot while exploring the woods. The game is forgiving enough to already have the generator filled up to survive at least the first night, with a full night's fuel cost being indicated by the notches on
We'll
the
get
bar when you examine
murdered.
it. But after that,
Yeah, but
it's
that's the
up to
fun
you to
part,
keep it
though.
filled. Generators help a lot
In it?
because without them, you're basically fighting in complete darkness. And also, certain events during the night require you to stay near a light source, or you'll be forced to experience what Polish people have to go through when they run out of alcohol. Next up, the wood chipper. Now, this thing is a gasoline guzzler because wood is.
Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? No, I told you, Darkwood. It's a top-down horror game. This is what the top-down horror game looks like. There's actually no jump scares whatsoever. There's no jump scares whatsoever. All the horror is, I don't know, kind of up to the idea of losing progress, but it's not like an Outlast annoying way.
In this game for barricades and also many other items. You'll also want to keep some planks handy.
Now, you're probably wondering, in a game called Darkwood, which takes place pretty much entirely in the woods, why is it so hard to get wood? Well, like the doctor explained in the prologue, the woods are expanding at such a fast rate that no one can control them. and normal tools aren't able to cut them down.
So unfortunately, this isn't like Minecraft where you can just hit a tree until it turns into a block of wood. In the intro, he was able to cut down some branches with his fire axe, but it was basically a twig, and secondly, you don't have an axe. You can find planks out in the world, but very infrequently. But what you will find in abundance are logging areas where people were harvesting trees, probably before the outbreak. You'll get a few of these in each area, and looting the logs, you'll be able to collect the wood, among other important loot like nails and stones.
What was, no, I saw you put something in your pocket. What was that? What did you put in there?
The logs are useless on their own, but by sticking them in a wood chipper, you can turn them into planks, with each log taking up an entire chunk of the wood chipper's fuel. You'll need around 2 to 3 gasoline canisters to completely top up the wood chipper, and carrying an entire stack of logs will use up pretty much all of that fuel. So, in my opinion, always prioritize the generator, then if you've got anything to spare, stick it in the wood chipper. The well is located right outside any hideout. They always spawn broken, but can be repaired with just 4 boards. Afterwards, you can drink from them once a day to quickly and fully restore your health. Now, this is a great option when you're out of healing items when trying to survive the night, or to save up using any healing items when going out to explore. Despite rain actually being very common in the game, it doesn't actually fill up the well, so it's apparent that the benefits you're getting are much deeper in the earth. There's also a cut mechanic related to the well. In early builds of the game, you'd actually get a debuff called Thirst in the evening, forcing you to either drink from the well or continue taking damage throughout the night. Apparently, it was supposed to be caused by the plague's influence, but probably more likely the protagonist suffering with alcohol withdrawal. I mean, it's never marked what the alcohol is you find in the game, so it's probably just pure ethanol. I assume it was a way to force the protagonist outside at uncomfortable times, but obviously, as I talked about earlier, there's no thirst, there's no hunger. They're not mechanics in this survival game. There's also the workbench, an essential tool of any hideout. In it, you're able to store any excess loot that you find, because your inventory in Darkwood is completely small to begin with. And it actually kind of makes sense, because you have no backpack, and you're probably just sticking everything in your coat pockets. Again, I don't really understand how you could fit an entire wooden log or a car battery in a coat pocket, but video games. But it also doubles up as a crafting bench. You can only craft smaller items on your person, like bandages, torches, and lockpicks. You'll be crafting anything more advanced at your hideout workbench. To start off with, your workbench will always be level 1, and the items you craft are pretty limited. You'll be able to craft a chain trap. This costs 2 scrap metal, an incredibly rare and important resource, especially late game.
The most common way to find them is by scavenging bear traps left around the forest, which people were probably using to catch the last remnants of food here. I don't have a bear trap for this video, so I just bought a mouse trap.
You can interact with it where your character dismantles it. Luckily for you, there's already a bear trap set up inside your hideout.
Bro goes across the world to interview people and can't even afford a bear trap.
Looks like this night was exceptionally uneventful. Unlike bear traps, the chain trap doesn't actually do any damage when stepping on it. Instead, enemies that step on it will be stuck onto a chain for 30 seconds, giving you the opportunity to get some cheap hits in. The only problem is, unlike the bear trap, it's single use, and there won't be any salvageable metal once it's used up. But you can pick it up to get the scrap metal back if you want to place an unused one in a better location. Both of these traps are great to place at choke points like doors and windows, as enemies are never actually smart enough to do a Dark Souls iframe to dodge the traps, and will just take the fastest option to get towards you. Next up in the crafting is the antidote. Now this thing costs 1 mushroom, something I'll get into later. It'll cure any poisoning the player gets and gives you immunity from any other poison for about 30 seconds. Thankfully in Darkwood, and I do want to say thankfully for how unforgiving this game is, no enemies actually deal poison damage. But what you'll come across, especially in later areas, are patches of poisonous mushrooms randomly scattered across the map. These skinny, pale mushrooms will poison the player when stepped on. Now usually if you step on one for the first time, you'll panic, and then you'll probably start running around, probably onto other mushrooms. And the thing is with poison, it stacks. So if you step on too many, you'll just end up dead on the ground. I found this out the hard way when I was streaming the game and had to give $100 to chat every single time I died.
Okay, I'm losing health very quickly. No, it was a bit. I'm not giving $100 for a bit. It was a bit. Please don't die for fuck's sake.
Best thing to do when standing on poisonous mushrooms is to remain calm and wait the poison out if you don't have an antidote on you. Because with the screen effects, sound effects, and the literal skull emoji appearing on your HUD, it's easy to lose track and end up dead. A single poison effect doesn't even do too much damage. It's mostly just keeping you on edge psychologically. But you wouldn't think that with all the on-screen information you're being given. The next next item is the first melee weapon the protagonist can make for himself, the board with nails, made with planks and nails. It's why finding logging sites is your first priority, because despite that guy in the prologue wailing on you with his sucker punches, there's no way for you to actually use your fists in darkwood. It's a great melee weapon that you'll rely on for most of the early game. Like most melee weapons, it has two attacks. A charged up attack that uses less stamina but slows you down before you swing, and also leaves you open to being stun locked when out of the charge animation. And also a quick jab, with the trade-off being it uses up a huge chunk of stamina. The reason why I mentioned planks with nails being so important is because melee weapons have durability, and once they break, you can't use them again until you repair them at a workbench. And the board with nails has the durability of a YouTuber in a social situation. So by the time you kill 2 to 3 lesser enemies, the thing will break. Thankfully, the workbench has another trick up its sleeve: weapon upgrades. You can upgrade most melee weapons in the game, with the board being able to get durability, damage output, and stamina drain upgrades. The problem is, once you upgrade it one time, you'll be locked out of any further upgrades until you upgrade the workbench.
All right, most of this is not like even story related. So hold on, I need to take a shit real quick. I think I might get some snacks while I'm at it, and then I'll go ahead and I'll display what I'm trying to work on as well. Hi Lag, how you doing? I'm sorry to say I need to take a pull up real quick. We are react-anding watching the Darkwood video. When I come back, I'm gonna I am drawing as well, so I'll show off what I'm drawing while we're watching this, because most of this as of right now, like 30 minutes worth of the content is Pyrocynical explaining how to play the video game. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Hello, Sarah. Hi, Georgie. Hi, I'm sorry. Hi, Tara. Welcome back.
Bench itself, having to upgrade it twice
I
before
thought I
applying
unmuted.
a
All right, there we
second
go.
upgrade. And
Got
a
it
third
set up
upgrade,
right
you
there.
upgrade it
The
another
left
2
side
more
of the screen's
times,
important
and
for
so
the
on.
video.
First workbench upgrade only costs more boards and nails. Again, pretty easy to come by. But after that, you'll need a toolbox, and that's a good while away. My advice is to upgrade the damage of the board with nails, and always carry 2 in case you're deep into exploring and one of them breaks. Now, let's say you've already got enough wood and nails to upgrade your workbench to level 2. You won't be able to add a second upgrade to your board, but now you'll have 4 more.
I'm happy you're happy about my progress. I think I'm doing okay.
Trap and gas bottle. The latter I talked about earlier.
It's been taking a while though. I don't think people usually take 30 minutes just to line out the head.
Game, I'm a kleptomaniac and try to loot every single item
I could probably be a lot faster.
That's the main reason why I only got around 2 hours into Starfield, because once I became over encumbered, I finally realized how mid the game was. The hotbar upgrade will give you an additional slot in your quick selection, and the inventory upgrade will give you 2 slots in your pockets. Sounds like a no-brainer upgrading your inventory, but any item you want to use in-game will have to be in your hotbar, unless you want to rummage around in your pockets in the middle of a fight. On top of that, certain items like weapons have to be in the hotbar to even be usable. Another big thing is that on normal or hard difficulties, you don't lose items in your hotbar when you die, meaning you can use it as storage for any valuables that you're terrified of losing. Both the inventory and the hotbar can be upgraded 3 times. You'll start off with 12 inventory, which can be upgraded to 18, and then you start off with 3 hotbar slots that can be upgraded to 6. And even with a fully upgraded capacity,
you'd be surprised.
You'll still be deciding what loot is more important to take with you.
I swear, I see people complete commissions in like 3 days.
I'll come back to that
later. I'm like, wow, man, you're so good.
Items to upgrade.
You're so fast. And like, oh, that's just how fast I go. I'm like, oh.
As you can probably expect, are incredibly rare, usually being found at preset areas in the game. Ropes being found mostly.
Some people just be goated.
And fabric being found on specific loot containers. This is another reason why it's so important to do multiple runs of Darkwood, because even if the map is slightly different each time, you'll be able to recall placements of important loot.
Thank you for the brush though, Nemu. This brush is really helpful.
It's a direct upgrade of the chain trap.
Maybe it's the brush or maybe it's the canvas size. Maybe it's both. Either way, thank you
It only works
for the help.
for half the time of the chain trap, but will deal heavy damage as a compensation. You can also harvest them after they've been stepped on. Just make sure to never step on your own bear trap, because you'd have no idea how easy it is to do that. You know, like if you place one inside your house to stop enemies from using the windows, and then you use the same window to get in because you completely forgot about the bear trap. Looking around the rest of the hideout, in a drawer, you can find a book talking about mushroom-related culinary called... Oh my god.
This guy sounds like off-brand Dan TDM. Bruh.
It's not fucking real.
This is actually a real book written in 1928 by Joseph.
Pirates and Uncle actually used to do like a funny deepfake voice where he would sound like this, guys. Like Pirates and Uncle used to sound like Moist Critical and be like, hey guys, massive legend here. So guys, we did it. We reached 200,000. Bro used to sound like Moist Critical because he just wanted to deepfake his voice.
Swoboda. You can even read it online, listing what mushrooms can and can't be eaten and how to even prepare them. More on the mushrooms, you might have noticed near the generator there's a growth of pulsating mushrooms.
Mushroom! Enough about the mushrooms. We all know it's a mushroom. We get it.
Like the poisonous ones, they will still damage you when you step on them, but if you keep your distance, you can actually harvest them for a single odd-looking mushroom. Now this sounds weird, but this is essentially your XP, because you can use them in the cooker to fill up the needle, probably by making mushroom pierogi, the Polish equivalent to
mushroom.
Mushrooms always
Survey
locations like houses and camps, never as loot, but can also appear as clusters in mushroom fields, a minor location in the game which will be marked on your map when exploring. Now remember how bad I said the poisonous mushrooms are? Well, now you'll have to wade through a field of them, because at the center are 3 of these invaluable mushrooms. It's a great way to level up early, but that being said, get ready to count the literal pixels on your screen trying to shimmy through all the white mushrooms. If you do step on one on accident, like I said earlier, don't freak out. Stand still, don't move. Maybe even open TikTok for a couple of minutes to feed your Zoomer brain and everything will be okay. That is until later areas where a man made out of fucking mushrooms climbs out of the ground, chasing you while laughing, knowing how fucked you are, only to explode when he knows that he can't get to you. Like I said, the game is pretty unforgiving. Oh, and if that wasn't difficult enough, any mushroom you do harvest will immediately begin rotting. So you'll have to run back to the cooker to turn it into essence before it fully rots. After it rots, it can only be used in a gas bottle that I mentioned earlier. Because of this, it's probably better to wait picking them until you know you're about to head back. But let's say you harvested all the mushrooms you can find, and you did manage to fill up the needle. Before injecting yourself, as any normal person would do with an unwashed old syringe, you're presented with a skill tree of perks to pick, with each syringe being filled unlocking another tier of perks, probably an STD or two as well, and costing more and more essence with each level. This isn't mandatory to progress by any means, and you can complete the entire game without leveling up once. But if you choose to, each tier will give you a positive perk to choose from and a negative perk. Only in Darkwood would you willingly spend time harvesting XP just to directly downgrade your character. The first tier will give you the positive options of Eagle Eye, Moth, Navigator, and Mushroom Healing. Filling up the syringe a second time will let you pick a second perk from this tree before moving on to the next one, and also locking all the previous options out. Eagle Eye lets you see farther ahead.
Bye, Brian.
Now this sounds like a must, you know, to see loot in situations farther away, but it's only about a 15% increase, which is basically nothing. Despite knowing that, I still pick this perk for every run. Moth is an active ability, meaning you have to voluntarily activate it in the perk selection screen. All of the active perks can only be used once a day, while passive perks will last your entire playthrough. When you use Moth, any light source you're next to will buzz, giving you an incredibly slow healing boost. It seems useless, but it's a great perk when you're low on health during the night and you don't have any healing items on hand. Navigator is a mostly useless perk. As mentioned in the prologue, if you're not at a key location in the game, you won't show up on the map. Navigator, when activated, will drop a part of your body onto the map, which can be used as a marker. But surprisingly, it can also be used as bait for some enemies. The reason why it's useless is because in each region, you're usually 20 or so seconds away from a location that's marked on your map, letting you know where you are.
Now, you might
can
find it
drop a
weird
part
how
of your
protagonists
body.
can drop infinite body parts and never seem to run out of them. But if you remember near the start of the game, he purposely wrote down in his journal that he doesn't feel the need to eat anymore and he's not thirsty anymore. Something has changed. And this explains why, in a gameplay and a lore sense, that you can be bit by dogs, hit with big sticks, or even shot with real bullets from a real gun, and you can heal with just bandages and pills over and over. Something has changed and you're really not human anymore.
One thing that's interesting though, once you drop a body part onto the map and it's eaten by, let's say, a wild dog, killing the dog, you'll find a partly digested finger, nose, or ear, with the description being the remains of my finger. A very deadpan description for finding a part of your body.
How are you doing? You're doing well.
Animal. The final tier 1 positive perk is Mushroom Healing, which gives you the ability to restore health by eating any mushroom
Or
that you harvest.
react
Honestly,
Andy
the most
to pyrocynical darkwood.
Score any mushrooms you find.
We're
in the
doing
cooker
alright.
to
We're
convert it
doing
into
alright.
essence to level up. You could argue that late game, once you're at your max
Although
level, you could use
Pyrocynical's
it
been
as a
yapping
cheap
about
health
mechanics
source,
for the
but
video
they feel
game, but you know,
worse than the
it's
basic
somehow, but you know, he
bandages
makes it
in the
funny
game.
anyway, so
This
it
was the
works.
Cruelty Squad
It
video,
just
I'd be
works.
putting them in F tier. Now,
Funny
anytime you pick
Pyrocynical
a
yap
perk in a
moment.
tier, you'll also be forced to pick a negative perk, and I do mean forced, because believe me, I tried to back out the menu after picking a good perk, and it straight up won't let you. Shadows is the only negative perk in tier 1, with a vague description saying, staying in dark areas at night can be dangerous to me. With picking this perk, you're now forced to make sure the generator
Darkwood may be about mushrooms, just a little.
Spawned in a new
You know,
night event.
using the mushroom to get, you know, to get you know, the big
When night falls,
boost.
You're forced to retreat back into your hideout and wait until the morning. This is when night
Maybe
events
just a
kick in,
whittle.
and are arguably one of the reasons why Darkwood is so talked about. Nights last between 8 PM and 8 AM, but during this, the clock will advance at double its speed. Probably because if the clock advanced at the same speed it did during the day, that being 1 real-life second is a minute, no one would be able to get past the first night. There are 28 unique events that can occur each night, and these all depend on which hideout you're staying at, and this doesn't even include all the normal monsters that try to break in each night. A few are beneficial, but most will make surviving even harder. But as a reward, you'll get a shiny stone. These are items that are intrinsic to the lore of understanding the Darkwood. But for
Darkwood's so
now,
talked
they're
about, I've never heard this
incredibly
game
rare
until
item that you can't
recently.
craft, but can be sold to certain individuals.
I think it's like more talked about. If you were into horror games, you probably may have heard of it. If you're into horror games, because Darkwood is like the only game in recent times where the horror is not lay jump scare, lay JPEG, attack you, or lay jump scare, lay game end you. There isn't really any jump scares. It's also top down horror. How many games can you think of that are top down and horror? And it also has a pretty good, it has a really good story and a lot. There's a lot to it. I think you might be able to tell there's a lot to the game based upon a guy making an 8.5-hour video on it.
Visuals for a hefty amount, and again, I'll talk about that later. You can even find randomly appearing glowing mushrooms that, if you're brave enough, you can run outside to harvest for a unique glowing mushroom that gives you double the essence of a standard mushroom.
Yo, let's go!
You might even notice during the night that someone is watching you, usually dropping a flare in the process, but if you approach them, they'll quickly run away into the forest. They appear human, at least. Someone who's obviously lived in the forest for so long, and they've adapted to the night, unlike you.
Who am I drawing?
Night events are also when the amazing
I plan on drawing Lizabelle. As of right now, though, I don't really have any distinct parts of their face.
Slowly be mimicked.
Let me see. I think I can add it pretty easily.
With you. Are the
Close enough.
In the room with us right now? A more obvious event might spawn a poltergeist in the room, an unkillable entity that you can't see, can't damage.
We're drawing
you,
her.
Will throw around prop objects like wardrobes and lights, purposely messing up your plans of placing objects.
I've watched her for a while. She's like one of the very few VTubers that I started out with
visual events
that is still around.
Can confuse you during a fight, like how a large number of bugs might infest your hideout, or you might hear a faint heartbeat during the night. And when you investigate outside, you'll see how all the trees and grass are replaced with pulsating flesh, hinting that the forest is more alive than it seems. Earthquakes are also a common occurrence, with the shockwaves kicking up dust, massively affecting visibility and even temporarily killing all the power to your hideout you've spent precious gasoline to keep running. Remember that negative perk you were forced to pick earlier? Now, randomly at night, shadows will invade the hideout, killing all light sources except a single random lamp that you'll have to hug to avoid taking damage, drastically reducing your options.
Thank you, Pyrocynical, for adding the mosquito sound effect. Not like I have PTSD with that or anything.
Negative perk in the game, since that effectively baits every new player into picking it, forcing a trial by fire if you're lucky enough to get it early on, and basically teaching you that you should always try and stay near the light. Also, I found this out. Apparently, if you never leveled up the entire game and you never pick the shadows perk, it'll still be applied later on in the game anyway. The protagonist will also make a note of the encounter in his journal, accompanied with a vague drawing. It was a rotten.
Bruh. Even if you never level up, you'll still have to deal with this feature anyways, Lamau.
Strange night. Shadowy silhouettes emerged from the corners of my hideout. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark, but I'm certain I've seen something. If they come back, I should keep close to the light. There's also a unique night event to this specific hideout. There's a bed in the hideout that can't be moved or searched, and on a random night, you'll see a man sat on the bed, wishing to go home and saying, "We need to move on." He'll sit there the entire night until dawn arrives, or if you hit him. Which, if you do, will make him disappear, and you'll end up taking damage. Look, I promise, this entire game isn't all in the head. Please just stick with me here.
All in the head momento.
If you somehow manage to survive the night, you'll notice how the hideout is covered in grey roots and growths wherever you're not looking, and you'll have a new buff called Time Freeze. This is one of the very few forgiving elements the devs added.
Is that a JoJo's reference?
The won't activate until you leave the hideout, giving you time to organize your inventory and board up any barricades that were destroyed. But on top of that, there's someone here to greet you next to the cooker. He has a backpack and a hood, but interacting with him, you realize what he truly is.
He's a furry! Oh, it's furry!
Even from afar, I can smell your putrid stench. Be glad I don't have an appetite for carcasses. Meat.
He hides his face under the hood. It smells of it.
No! He made the Russian badger the hound? He made the Russian badger the hound. Bro made the guacamole gamer fart 9000. Hold on. Bro made the guy who made guacamole gamer fart 9000 into the hound. Where's the video?
This video is sponsored by Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000, my very own gamer subs flavor that's the greatest liquid ever to grace this barren earth.
He made this guy the living meme into the Hound. You'll understand if you don't know. You'll understand why. This does not work. Knowing the Russian Badger and then knowing the character of the Hound, the voice actor work is just such a contrast. It's so hard to take it serious.
Wet soil and fur.
I know what you're after. I can help you reclaim what you've lost, if you help me attend to a certain matter. What do you say, comrade?
As he leans towards me, I hear him giggling under his hood.
I knew it would interest you. Before we make a deal, you need to prove that you can do the job. I've got no time for weaklings. Meat? You follow? Show me what you're made of. Get through the silent forest. You think it's so easy? If I were you, I would prepare myself well before setting out. When you get there, you will find me in this spot. Remember it.
The wolf grabs my map and scribbles something on it.
The likes of you always crawl back to me.
This is the Wolfman, and to be fair, it does look like someone's furry self-insert into the game.
Is that your fucking persona? That's cringe.
Bug infestation.
But somehow, completely makes sense as to why a literal furry would exist in Darkwood. He wears a long coat with a single bullet hole while carrying an assault rifle on his back, an incredibly rare weapon in the woods. It's obvious he knows that you've lost your key and he wants to help you get it back, but only if he gets something in return. You have two options here. Try to progress to the next area, the Silent Forest, and meet him at his camp to progress the story. Or if you really, really hate furries, which I hope is most of you, you can go outside the hideout, go up to this locker that you don't know.
It is
what
the
code
Russian
is, as
Badger,
it's meant to be
yes.
exclusively for early backers. The code is, by the way. Take out the explosive barrel inside, single shot pistol, place the barrel next to him, and then blow him up. To which he'll probably still kill you anyway.
Honestly, like, Colossal is crazy. I'm surprised you did not go with Colossal is crazy for the Hound. Because the Hound is kind of like, he's like both your friend and also you're an asshole at the same time.
Because he has insane health. But if you do manage to kill him, you're still allowed to progress the story as normal. You probably just have no idea where to go now.
What the heck is this?
If you don't want to kill him, that locker does still have some really good early items, like nails and boards and items to make a single inventory or hotbar upgrade. There's even a knife in there, which as a British man, I can always appreciate. If you hear the Wolfman out, which to be fair, he doesn't give you much of a choice not to, you'll be presented with three options, which many other characters you meet also share. To show him an item, to trade, or gossip. Gossip is usually just lore dumping, like a character giving context to the woods or talking about themselves. The Wolfman on the first encounter will only give you 3 pieces of incredibly basic advice.
I wouldn't recommend wandering around these woods at night. It would mean certain death for you, meat. Better hide out in that hideout of yours before dark and pray for morning light. If I were you, I wouldn't venture too far from here, unless you got bored of your lousy life, meat. Only a few returned from the dense woods, and those who made it back were not happy to share their stories. I'd avoid getting into trouble if I were you, meat, or at least until you get a decent weapon.
You can also show him some key items that you found. So far, most players will only have the road home photo they found in the hideout.
What's that you got there?
The wolf snatches the photograph from my hand and studies it carefully. Finally, he snorts, his thick yellow spit landing on the photo.
This road doesn't exist anymore, overgrown with trees, like all the other ones.
The wolf throws the photo to the ground.
Better forget about the road home, meat. Around here, all roads lead to nowhere.
And the plastic chick on the body of the man that attacked you in the prologue.
Beautiful item, perfect for a church fair.
On a rare occasion, during one of the nights, you might actually hear a knocking.
Beautiful, bro. That is the most sarcastic shit ever. Oh, that rubber ducky. Wow, it's so cute. Beautiful item. Beautiful item. Perfect for a church fair.
And the plastic chick on the body of the man that attacked.
Beautiful item. Perfect for a church fair. Wait, church fair? Do those exist? I know of church sales, but church fairs? I've never heard of a church fair before. Is that real?
You in the prologue.
Beautiful item. Perfect for a church fair.
On a rare occasion, during one of the nights, you might
I think
actually
he's
hear a
being
knocking on the
satire there,
door.
but with Russian Battery, he just says it so
Answering the door,
plainly.
you'll see an invitation left for you on the floor, inviting you
Like
to a
it's actually, like he's
celebration and
actually
giving
being
you a
honest.
randomly generated code to get in. If you've already had this event happen, you can show this invitation to the Wolfman.
Excellent meat. An invitation to a wedding party.
The wolf snorts with laughter, his putrid saliva landing on my face.
It's an invitation to that house in the edge of the dry meadow. The music there has been playing non-stop since I remember. Day and night. A never-ending wedding.
The wolf throws the invitation back at me. It's wet with spit.
Have fun, meat. Just remember to hide that disaster of a face, or it's no dancing for you.
His last words are a clear indicator that the protagonist's disfigured face isn't just what he perceives, it's how others see him as well. There's also one more thing the Wolfman offers. As you might imagine, there are no Zabka stores in the forest, even despite their aggressive expansion, which I'm sure has no problem crossing the boundaries of time by now. So instead, if, like me, you need to buy 3 boxes of LaCroix... Why is that in the script, you dickhead? I don't fucking buy LaCroix, you fucking dickhead. So instead, if you need to buy 3 boxes of sparkling water, you're gonna have to trade. Any real-world money is long useless in the forest. The only way to trade being something akin to basic bartering. Every trader has a reputation value, which works as the game's currency, with it going up if you do something they'd respect you for, like for example, surviving a night or just giving them stuff, which is why it's basically just bartering but with extra steps. Items you have vary in how valuable they are. Like how I mentioned earlier, these shiny stones are useless to you, but valuable to traders. They also give you 100 reputation to start with, so it's a great way to access some of their inventory when you first meet them. Most items can be traded, but depending on who you're talking to, they might not be interested in certain items. Like how the Wolfman has no interest in wood and scrap metal. You can never go into negative reputation with a trader. If you make an offer which puts you in the red, they'll just flat out refuse the entire deal. You'll use them as a great way to stock up on items that you might not be able to easily find yourself. Like how the Wolfman will always sell a toolbox that you need to upgrade your hideout's workbench to get access to better equipment. And also, all that food I mentioned earlier, you can sell it to the Wolfman here to fetch a good amount of reputation, which you can use to buy a random game component you probably won't even be able to.
I always need more
until
social
about 10
credit,
hours
especially
later.
for
Each trader will
what
sell
times
the
they
exact
sell
same stock every
Team and
single
Square.
day, but every one of them has a unique variety of stock. Most
Been
of
pretty
them you
low
won't
ever
even
since
be
I
able to
talked about
afford
it.
until after the first couple of nights. Reputation does stack though, so if you give away half your inventory to a trader, they'll still keep that.
You know what I love seeing? It's really mean, but it's also really funny. I just love it when people are like, yo, I was playing with a guy from China today, and he was like dunking on me in Grand Theft Auto Online. So in game chat, I put, and then they put the date for like Tiananmen Square incident, and it gets them immediately booted. I love it because it's just so unnecessarily mean. It's just needlessly mean. It's like, man, people just need to grow up, but it's also funny that it just gets them booted from the game.
Reputation earned for when the next time you trade with them. But it's also important to keep in mind that all traders are incredibly stingy. Anything you buy from a trader is worth double what you actually get for selling it to them. One item that's always a must from traders early on is the watch. The icon looking like a Casio F91W, which was actually made in the late 80s. Having this anywhere in your inventory will show you the time of day at the top right of the screen, which is a lifesaver in planning your day ahead and not having to rely on the sun setting to let you know it's time to go back home. After talking to the Wolfman, the protagonist makes another entry into his journal, accompanied with a sketch of the Wolfman.
My mind must be going. If I'm not delusional, the man whom I met had the head of a wolf. He told me he will help me get the key back. I just need to get through to the other side of the forest. I am to meet him in the part of the silent forest. I should explore the surroundings before venturing forth. I do not wish to act too hastily.
The dry meadow is the first biome you'll always spawn in no matter which way the map is generated. It's covered in grassland and is the most forgiving biome. That being said, it's still incredibly difficult, especially for new players. The Wolfman also has a camp set up here as well, and you can meet him there to trade.
If you wish to spend some more quality time basking in the striking yet natural beauty of my features before you head off to the Silent Forest, you will find me in my camp in the dry meadow.
The wolf points to a location on my map. The main creatures you'll face here are dogs. They'll roam around and are incredibly territorial. If you get too close to one, they'll bark at you to stay away. And if you don't heed their warning, much like any beloved Rottweiler, they'll charge you, bite into your flesh until you're dead. All while the owner will probably go on an incredibly long rant how their dog is a beautiful princess and wouldn't hurt a fly. Dogs are fairly easy to deal with because of their easily telegraphed single attack of lunging at
people when they go into restaurants with an emotional support animal. It's a fucking German Shepherd that's like the size of the booth
at you. And once you kill one, you'll always find a single piece of meat on its body. This can't be crafted into anything, and selling it to a trader, you get a measly 5 points of reputation. But it can be used to bait and distract any other dogs from attacking you, even mid-combat, as apparently they can't give up a free serving of Rottweiler and will instantly stop attacking you to take the bait. So yes, you technically can do a non-lethal dog run of the game. The only other enemy in Dry Meadow is the elk. These things are terrifying. They have a similar attack pattern of the dog, but instead of being territorial like the dogs, will instantly attack as soon as they spot you, charging straight towards you with a much larger width than the dogs. Thankfully, the game gives you the ability to quickly backstep for a small stamina cost, something Dark Souls would shamelessly steal 3 years earlier. You'll always want to bait an elk into attacking, as there's a brief window to swing at it before it attacks again. Getting too close to it before it attacks will make them swing their antlers around, doing massive damage. It only takes around 2 to 3 hits to kill you. Meanwhile, you'll probably go through 2 boards with nails to kill a single elk, with the reward of making the forest a little bit safer and harvesting its antlers.
I tell you what.
Which again can't be used for crafting, but can be sold to a trader with the same value as a shiny stone. But also, strangely enough, you can actually eat the antlers to give you the biggest health regen in the entire game, although you should always sell it. You'll need the reputation to repair all the weapons that you broke killing it. There's also passive creatures in this part of the forest. Crows, which will fly away whenever you get near, usually feasting on...
How the fuck can bro eat antlers? Like, I get it's in the case is that, you know, the human is not really human anymore because no hunger, no thirst. But how does eating antlers heal you?
On a nearby corpse that you could loot. And rabbits, they always flee when you get near them, but if you're able to kill one, which is usually near impossible because you're such a fat bastard you run out of stamina before being able to catch up to them. Thankfully, rocks are abundant in Darkwood. They're worth absolutely nothing to a trader, actually taking them away for absolutely free. And as a weapon, you'll need to throw about 15,000 to kill a single dog. But because rabbits have 1 HP, if you throw one at a rabbit, you'll actually one-tap it. Finally, all those hours in the long dark paid off.
It's time for the mean course. Let me bite you, please.
And because the world technically functions without your input, there's actually a chance that a rabbit you're chasing might even wander into a random bear trap. The same applies to poison mushrooms, by the way, and is a very viable strat for both catching rabbits and disarming shrooms in dodgy placements.
Lamau!
Looting a rabbit, instead of having meat like a dog, will have odd meat, which you can actually cook in the oven for more essence to level up, if you can score it before it rots, of course. Odd meat can also be eaten, which gives you a stamina buff, but also an armor buff, which halves any damage you take for just under 2 minutes. But again, it's always best to cook this stuff.
Someone cooked here.
Also, the meat actually decays into rotten mushrooms for some reason. I guess the forest is big on plant-based alternatives. You'll also see creatures that resemble humans.
Cook your
Sometimes
meat.
you'll see them praying to a destroyed shrine.
You gotta
most likely
make sure you
Christian.
cook your meat and beat your meat too. It's important to do both, because if you don't beat the meat, sometimes the meat's a little too thick. And then, you know, then you're gonna have like really thick cooked meat, and that's just gonna be super chewy. So somebody's gonna beat that meat with a mallet. Wink, wink.
Poland's current Christian population is 98.5% after all.
Wait, what?
Population is not praying to a destroyed shrine, most likely Christian. Poland's current Christian population is 98.5%.
Damn! 98.5%.
These kinds of roadside shrines are actually very
Oh, my dad heard you. I hope you liked what he heard.
in Poland, especially near small villages, where the locals are usually very religious. You can also find a couple of these creatures at specific markings in the dry meadows. They'll flee as soon as they see you, but the markings they left behind are incredibly strange. Lines and circles drawn with sticks, but if you hang around long enough, you'll start to see visions. Firstly, the key that you lost to the doctor, but also a bunker door with the same number printed on it. Opening your map, you'll always have the location of a huge X. Going towards it, you'll see a ruined house with bear traps covering most of the entryways. Clearly, someone was trying to defend this, much like the hideout. Searching the wardrobe, you'll be able to find a pack of cigarettes, some gasoline, and matchsticks. I've already talked about the importance of gasoline, but it's a great combination with matchsticks.
Father, I crave petroleum.
Dragging the wardrobe
Was that
out
what
the
they were on
way, you'll see a
petroleum
trapdoor,
recently?
which will take you into an old tunnel network. Thankfully, when you're anywhere interior in the darkwood, time will actually freeze until you're outside again. This area is incredibly dark, so you'll need a light source unless you want to hump the walls for the entire game. Going deeper into the tunnels, you can see that there's something above watching you, and up ahead is a bizarre growth, almost like a gaping mouth pulsating.
You got fired, so you drowned your sorrows in booze.
The protagonist won't comment on this, but searching the growth, you'll find some more odd meat that you can cook. You can also find a motorcycle magazine, with the description being from this year, showing a 1975 issue of Czasopismo Motor, a real Polish motor magazine with a Fiat 126 on the cover. Eventually, you can reach the bunker door, heavily rusted and covered with growths and vines. Locked. It's my only way out. I won't be able to open it without my key. You're then given the option to look at the handle. The hatch handle is covered in a thick layer of dust. It hasn't been opened for at least 2 weeks. Next, you can press your ear against the keyhole. I hear a faint voice throughout the howling wind. It sounds familiar. It seems to be coming through the keyhole. Someone is calling me. Finally, you can look through the keyhole. The art changes to show the keyhole with a faint light emanating from the other side. The protagonist doesn't comment on this. You now know where you can escape the woods, but first you need the key that the doctor stole from you. Trying to leave the tunnels the way you came, the power will go out with a sudden cave-in. You can still get out, but now there's something chasing you.
What's the dog
You can
doing?
try to fight it, but with how the tunnels are, it's basically a death sentence, as most of combat is relying on sidestepping enemies and attacking them once they're cooling down. Despite that, I'm such a greaser, I somehow managed to do it first try. This is an important enemy that I'll talk about soon, but for story's sake, let's say you never fought it and you escape back to the surface, after which the protagonist will make another entry in his journal. The armored door in the underground passage is closed. It hasn't been opened in around 2 weeks. The thief who took my key apparently doesn't know how to find the passage. Good. I, on the other hand, have no idea where to find the thief. Not so good. Exploring more of the dry meadow before meeting the Wolfman in the next biome, you can find various locations, like a former hideout that's been totally consumed by the forest, with only small parts of it now accessible. There's a generator here with barely any fuel left, but turning it on, you can see the corpses infused with the tree, writhing in pain before the power dies out. As unforgiving as the forest is, at least you escape this fate. But in true Darkwood fashion, when you go to leave, the game will spawn a dog to attack you. Again, Darkwood moment. Going towards one of the choke points in the map, you can see a burned house, though you're unable to open the door because it's made of metal. Wooden doors can be destroyed with enough force, but metal doors are usually implemented to stop the player from progressing too early until they have the right key, code, or open it from the other side as a shortcut. But what's interesting is you hear shouting from the other side of the door, an evacuation order.
Out! The truck is here! No, please. Get the fuck out!
Maybe you're not completely alone here, and there's still some kind of military presence trying to establish order here. Exploring further, you can find broken tractors heavily overgrown with valuable loot like scrap metal, gasoline, and a battery. It's not used in crafting, and it can't be sold to traders, but you might want to keep hold of something uncommon in the forest. You can find collapsed trees. These can't be harvested for wood, but strangely enough, have bite marks all over them, with the corpse of one of the humanoid creatures underneath it, almost like it was eating it before it collapsed. You can also find crop fields which act as mini mazes to navigate through, usually only having a couple of ways in or out, but your reward for reaching the center is usually worth it, with an untouched crate having great early game loot like a lantern that you probably can't craft yet. Just don't do what I did and get stuck in one when the sun is setting.
Wait!
More on the lantern, it's a great early game way to have a reliable light source. You can only explore during the day, but you'll quickly notice with how numerous the trees are, the forest is incredibly dark. Increased by the common rain that hits the forest, it's really hard to see a few feet in front of you. As long as you have the lantern in your hotbar, it'll emit a glow all around you, giving you a bit more visibility. And unlike other light sources, lets you use another weapon without losing the light source, just as long as it's always kept in your hotbar. It'll last around 20 minutes real time, which is pretty long compared to other light sources. If you explore enough, you might even stumble onto the Wolfman's camp in the dry meadow that I mentioned earlier. He marked his location of the other camp on your map, but you can meet him here and trade in the day in case you want to drop off any loot, with a dark, lingering theme kicking in whenever you approach him. Now, let's say you did a run of darkwood and you met the Wolfman at his camp before the first night arrived. You'd go through the exact same dialogue and nothing would change, except when you went through the first night again. In the morning, you wouldn't be greeted by the Wolfman, but instead, the man who saved you after the doctor, the trader. A man roughly my size is standing before me. I can barely make out his disturbingly familiar features through the matte visor of his helmet. The massive helmet is covered with an old sack and seems to be an integral part of the unnaturally pale body. I remember him. He's the one who rescued me from the doctor's house. The man reaches out to me with his black hand. It's covered in charcoal. There's something written on his worn woolen glove. "We need to stick together, brother." His lips are moving, but all sounds are drowned inside the helmet. He shrugs, then takes the huge sack off his back and drops it on the ground, revealing its contents. Only known as the trader, he's one of the most important characters of the story, despite the fact that he never says a single word to the protagonist apart from the scribblings on his arm. You can tell by his introduction text he has much more selfless intentions than the Wolfman. His mask makes anything he says to be inaudible, but compromised with writing messages on his arm with charcoal. You can't gossip with the trader, but you can show him one specific item: the picture of the road home. He wipes his left glove on his pants, takes out the charcoal from his pocket, and starts scribbling. When he finishes, he lifts his dirty hand. All roads lead deeper into the woods, clearly warning you of what's next to come, that you'll have to crawl through hell to escape the woods. This is someone with experience, someone who's survived here for a while. As kind as the trader seems, he's not running a charity. You'll still need to give him items to earn reputation to gain access to his stock, most likely so he himself can survive the woods at night. The trader will greet you every single morning after you met the Wolfman, either by surviving the first night or by finding the Wolfman first before the first night comes, with the added bonus of earning 100 reputation from him for every night you successfully survive, even giving you unique dialogue for doing so. As I approach him, the man drops a sack from his bag to the floor with a visible relief. I notice a smile on his face through the matte visor of his helmet. The man nods in greeting. Keep in mind, the Wolfman never gives you reputation for surviving the night. However, if you die during the night and spawn at the next day, you won't earn any reputation from him and get a different greeting. The man takes a step in my direction and pats me on the shoulder.
He's obviously someone that cares deeply about your safety, but unfortunately, by giving free handouts, you're not going to learn how to survive the forest. If you're both planning to survive the forest, the first thing you need to learn is selflessness won't get anyone anywhere.
Much like the Wolfman, the trader's inventory will be restocked with the same items every day. He has a much larger inventory than the Wolfman, but he's lacking crucial items like the toolbox needed to upgrade your workbench. He can sell you various items that are great for surviving each excursion into the woods, like for example, a flashlight.
I've mentioned how great the lantern is as a light source, but the flashlight for me is a personal favorite.
It's pretty expensive at 200 rep, but after the watch, it's a must. It'll shine a bright cone wherever the protagonist is looking, which can help with dimly lit areas, but also has the hidden bonus of revealing more shiny stones that you can find in the world. Most of these you'll actually walk over and not even notice, but the refracted light of the flashlight will give it a unique glint, so you can pick them up and get even more reputation. The main downside is they run out of energy very quickly and have to be refilled with 9-volt batteries, which can be bought from either the Wolfman or the trader, or you can find them in the world on random corpses. The thing is, 9 volts can be pretty expensive to buy and pretty rare to find. I say this as I'm sitting on 20 9 volts while recording this. Another downside is you can't use weapons when holding the flashlight, meaning it leaves you open to attack if you don't have a secondary light source on you. The trader will also sell you basic items like nails, boards, gasoline, but you're like 30 minutes into the video. You know how all that works by now. He'll also sell you more advanced but very expensive consumables like the pills.
Pills here!
One run will increase your endurance so you can quickly explore before the stamina drain kicks in. Now, to be fair, this is pretty useless for how expensive it is. And also, don't tell anyone that I told you this, but if you run on the beaten paths around the dry meadow, it'll actually half your stamina drain. And these paths will usually lead you to major points of interest like other houses and key locations. But if you find some, you can sell them for a whole 30 rep. He also has healing pills. These are actually great if you're about to die. But honestly, with the panic that comes with the game, by the time you realize you need to heal, you're probably already dead. But they do have the added bonus of being quick to use, instantly removing any poison that you might be getting from walking on shrooms. But again, like the endurance pills, it's better to sell these whenever you find them. He can also sell you wire, which can be used to make lockpicks. As there are many chests randomly located around the map that are locked, and you need a lockpick to pry them open. It's always good to keep a set of lockpicks on you because the chests always have mid to high range loot. He can even sell you items to use in the cooker, like the glowing mushrooms you can only find yourself during random night events. Further proof that he's so adjusted to life here, the trader is able to actually scavenge at night. Both him and the Wolfman can sell you a red chicken egg. Seemingly corrupted by the forest, it glows a bright red color.
Look at this little fella on it.
And can be used in the cooker. Both traders giving you a daily resource of XP if you have the reputation to trade with them. Moving on to the more advanced items, the trader will also sell components to craft guns, which is something you won't be lucky enough to experience until the mid to late game. He'll sell weapon parts, bolt handles, handgun frames, long barrels, tubular magazines, shotgun shells, small caliber magazines, and medium caliber bullets. All of these look incredibly tempting to buy, but keep in mind they're only as useful as your workbench is. So if you don't have it upgraded, you can't make any of these weapons. But let's say you greased the game and you got a toolbox from the Wolfman. You can now make the single shot pistol, Molotov, and lantern. Now, the single shot pistol is a complete scam. It's the first firearm you'll be able to craft, which will trick you into thinking you've just unlocked easy mode, despite the fact it costs 2 rare scrap metal and the even more rare or expensive metal pipe. The problem is, it's not a single shot pistol, but a single use pistol. You might be tricked into thinking that you can buy bullets from the trader, and this is the ammo to reload the pistol, but nope. You stupid. Once you fire it, it'll break and can't be repaired. This is a last resort weapon that you should only use when you're facing an enemy that you know is going to kill you at close range. Also, when taking aim, like all firearms, it actually takes a few seconds for the protagonist to adjust his sights to narrow the cone of vision, which in turn will narrow your vision of anything coming at your peripherals. But let's say you somehow got another toolbox. Another one. And now your workbench is level 4. You can make the shovel, homemade shotgun, and pistol, and this is where the game really changes.
The shovel is a direct upgrade from the plank with nails and is a must. It has more durability, does more damage, and has a lot more reach. I mean, how does he do it? Again, it's like, literally does it like this.
And yes, this is yet another game where the shovel becomes your main combat workhorse. No game dev can resist the sweet pull of the shovel. The problem is, it's incredibly hard to get in the early game without being a sweat. The shovel blade can be bought from traders for 450 reputation, which, to say the least, is very expensive. It's actually the highest price on any base trader item in the entire game. Other crazy important items like fabric used for inventory upgrades also cost this amount, meaning you have to actively make a choice between getting an important upgrade or a new weapon, versus selling it to buy stuff that you really need at the moment. To make the shovel, you'll also need tape. Now, good luck finding that because it is incredibly rare loot, but the traders do sell it for about 40 rep. Now, my bank account hurts. But the hardest item to get hold of at the minute is the staff to put the shovel together. You usually won't find this until the next biome where enemies start to attack you with sticks, the same guys in the dry meadow that would always run away from you. Now, remember how I said how useless the single shot pistol is? It is, but if you're able to get hold of one, find someone with a large stick in the meadows and creep up on them, and then one-tap them with the pistol, you can now get hold of their staff.
Excellent work, 47.
Once you make the shovel, it is absolutely game-breaking in early stages, as you'll be able to 2-tap or even 1-tap early enemies. It functions the same as the board with nails, having 2 attacks, a charge and a jab, but the charge swing has a much larger radius than the board with nails, meaning you won't even have to go into an enemy's range to hit them with it. And because the workbench is level 4, you're able to give it 2 upgrades out of the possible 4, either less stamina consumption, more damage, more durability, or much more durability. The latter costing a whole new shovel head to upgrade, but it's totally worth it. My pick is to save for another shovel head to get that 70% more durability as opposed to 30% with just the metal pipe, and to also pick more damage, which will sharpen the head of the shovel with stones to give it more of an edge. Finally, stones do have a use apart from throwing them at rabbits. Also, the durability upgrades do stack, so if you value saving resources on fixing rather than damage, that's always an option. There's also
Real
another
PETA
early game
moment.
secret, which I'm only telling you about. Remember that bunker early on that we needed the key for? If you enter the bunker for the very first time with the shovel before the cave-in, you can dig a certain spot that gets blocked off after the chase sequence. It'll waste the shovel's durability, but it'll reveal a corpse holding some amazing loot, like a long barrel and a tubular magazine. Take that, trader. I'll keep my reputation, thank you very much. The only problem is, with a much more advanced melee weapon, you'll need much more advanced resources to maintain it. You'll still need wooden planks, like maintaining the board with nails, but now the nails have been replaced with scrap metal, which can only be found by trading your own reputation or disarming a finite amount of bear traps in the world. Even with the massively upgraded durability, you'll always have to keep a high stock of scrap metal to be able to repair it. Next on the workbench is the homemade shotgun and pistol. The homemade shotgun is the cheaper alternative, not requiring advanced weapon parts, but just 4 scrap metal and 2 metal pipes. That being said, the pipes are still incredibly rare loot and expensive, like I said earlier. But if you manage to make one, you'll have the first firearm that is useless after firing a shot. Oh, for fuck's sake. But don't worry, guys. The devs were actually lying here. The homemade shotgun can actually fire a whole 2 shots before turning into dust in your hands. Does that make it worth it? No. It'll definitely kill anything chasing you, and if you panic and miss a shot, you can rely on the second barrel to finish the job. But even then, it's always better to save your ammo for better shotguns later, and scrap metal to repair the shovel and pipes to upgrade it, because you can't upgrade firearms in this game, only melee weapons. The final unlock on this tier of workbench is the pistol. Now, this isn't easy to make. Even if you use the shovel exploit to get some expensive weapon parts for free, you'll still need that handgun frame, which is pretty expensive. Wrap it all up together with some duct tape, and finally, you have the first firearm in the game that won't actually break after being barely used. And in typical Darkwood fashion, the fully crafted pistol is actually worth less than the individual parts to make it. I hate this game. Thankfully, the good news, the pistol never breaks. Its durability being replaced with an ammo counter. It slowly degrades the more shots you fire and holds 8 rounds a magazine. It uses small caliber magazines that you can find sometimes in the world, with the trader and Wolfman always having a single clip that you can buy at the start of each day. It also has the lowest damage output of any firearm in the game, but with the guarantee that it'll never break.
Keep it up, Tara.
Much like Cry of Fear, when you reload the gun before using all the bullets, you'll dump the mag on the floor, wasting any spare bullets you have. So you'll always have to make the active choice of wasting a few precious bullets so you can guarantee you'll have a full magazine for the next fight.
Through and through, Darkwood will always be a melee focus game. If anything, it's a little bit similar to another game I covered years ago, Condemned Criminal Origins. In that game, you would get ammo, but it would always be incredibly scarce, only holding a certain amount of bullets in each clip. You need to always treat firearms like they're invaluable, because if you go around spraying and praying, you're going to run out incredibly quickly. The Virgin Pistol Abuser and the Chad Shovel User.
You might have also noticed that the trader is selling the parts to make an axe, the same one the doctor used in the prologue. This would seem like the best thing to do, but is a giant scam, because you actually won't be able to make the axe at the workbench until much, much later into the game. And I do mean much later. So hold off on buying it for now. You might remember earlier I mentioned how you can get a letter delivered to you as an invitation to a celebration. You can reach the location where it takes place anytime, but the door will always be locked with a code that's randomly generated on the letter. This is totally optional, and it isn't needed to progress the story. You can completely ignore it, but the side content is some of the best of what Darkwood has to offer. After accepting the invitation and going inside, you'll see a lone woman in a bride outfit dancing. One of the first passive humans we've seen apart from the trader and the Wolfman. There's no way to talk to her though, so I interacted with a woman the only way I know how.
Alright, I'll be honest, you're kind of pissing me off with you dancing a little bit.
Oh, okay, that's kind of funny. Going inside, you can see
this reminds me when I like dude, I was going into a stream. All right, stream just started like 4 minutes, and the first thing I see in the stream, they're playing Dead Rising, the remaster, and it's just this guy laughing at this woman crying over her dead husband, and he's like, "Oh, I wonder, can I kill you?" And he spends 30 seconds hitting her with like a bat, kills her, and immediately reloads after he kills her, not even 2 seconds after.
left of a wedding with candles on tables and another bride quickly running away from you. Probably unrelated to what I did 5 seconds ago. After vaulting over a broken window, you can get into the main room.
Domestic violence.
With flickering lights. You can hear a banging noise. Investigating, you can see a man slamming his head repeatedly on the table.
We've been waiting for you.
Behind the man is an open door with more brides dancing around you, asking to dance with them. You can choose to kill or ignore them. It doesn't change anything, because when you return into the main room, the man is gone and you can see a lamp quickly move, letting you know that there's someone behind the door.
Waiting! It's a Kinoto pet door!
Dance with me!
I feel that Darkwood is designed in such a way that once you take damage, unless you know how to quickly counter or run away, panic sets in with purposely violent screen shakes and red filters until you're pretty much dead anyway.
Yeah, body. You joke. By the body blocked by the fucking lamp, by the way. By the lamp. Prop blocked.
That's why the opening text on the loading screen tells you to be patient. Like the trader said when you showed him the road home, all roads lead deeper into the woods. But you're allowed to spend as much time as you want in the dry meadow before progressing. You might even notice some different night events for staying here so long. Like how a creature you've never seen before will spawn near the hideout at night, but when you go up to it, it'll scream and disappear, only to leave behind an object called...
Huh? What?
Huh? This can be cooked in the oven for essence, but more importantly, in the game's files,
Okay,
it's
then.
called piskel, which is Polish for chick. If you manage to fill up the needle a second time, you'll have one of the first dream sequences in the game. The heavy psychoactive substances you've been injecting into your arms to make yourself stronger will translate into your dreams. Mostly because anything you find that can be cooked has now been tainted with the forest, or is a direct creation from it. So these dreams are almost like the forest is trying to communicate with you. In the first one, you'll wake up with a military flashlight, an incredibly powerful flashlight that even the trader doesn't have access to. You'll run through the underground tunnels again towards the same locked bunker door, but this is different. I can hear a faint voice throughout the howling wind. It sounds familiar. It seems to be coming through the keyhole. Someone is calling me. Looking through the keyhole, instead of a faint light, it's completely blocked by some kind of growth that beckons you forward.
Go on, man, look back at that fucking cringe. That was me.
The door will then swing open, with the environment changing into a vast swamp area, a massive change from the dry meadow. Your only guide here are shiny stones that refract off the military flashlight. You can loot each one individually, like that James Woods bit in Family Guy.
Ooh, shiny stone. Ooh, shiny stone. Ooh, shiny stone.
Or you can keep pressing forward. Eventually, you'll come across what looks like an indoor lamp. Switching it on will replace the swamp with seemingly hundreds of human bodies. Walking over the bodies, the lamp will begin to glow, and returning back to it, you'll see a giant fetus. Turning the light off again will transport you back into the swamp with another trail to follow, which leads you to a bed, giving you the prompt to lie down. If you do, the dream will end, but now you'll have a shiny stone in your pocket. So maybe through your connection to the forest, the dreams do have some kind of interaction in the real world. If you go to investigate the bunker door after this dream, it'll still be locked though. You still need the key from the doctor. Dreams are numerous throughout the game, either through leveling up or story related, and they usually have a win and a fail state. If you do everything you're meant to in the dream, you'll be rewarded with something like loot or an option being given to you that was previously locked. Failing or dying in a dream won't kill you in the real world, but you'll miss out on lots of side content. Like how in the first dream, if you deviate from the path or take too long, you'll be chased by floor gore until it kills you. Waking up and you'll have no shiny stone to trade. At this point, you're probably settled in the dry meadow, and you really can stay here for as long as you want. The nights won't increase in difficulty, but the game will slowly push you towards moving on to the next area. Firstly, if you've cleaned out an entire biome of its loot, they'll never respawn, apart from animals that only drop meat, which is worth next to nothing to a trader. By staying in the dry meadows, you're actually starting to eat into your resources, whether that's boarding up windows, repairing weapons, or buying items from a trader to restock. So eventually you'll be forced to move on to get access to the next biome's loot pool. The only real regenerating resource is the 100 rep you get from a trader, but it's not really enough to work with. On top of that, the hideouts in advanced areas actually offer you more reputation with the trader for surviving them, meaning you'll get access to more of their stock before owing them something. The main reason why you might want to stay is to grind out cookable items to level up your skills. But like the trader's reputation, the oven actually scales depending on what area you're in. The next biome over, where the Wolfman wanted to meet you, has a hideout with an efficiency 4 times higher than the Dry Meadows oven. So eventually you'll want to get going to the next area, even though, like the trader said, all roads just lead deeper into the woods. Once you're ready to get going, you'll see 2 choke points on your map to get out of the dry meadow. The first, like I mentioned before, is...
I'm really surprised you skipped over that wedding scene, because I know in another video I watched, there was like a guy that's like, I love the scene. Dude, this scene was so good. It's the reason why I'm making this video. And then Power was just like, yeah, the wedding scene. Yeah, it exists. I got killed by the lamp because I couldn't go past the lamp.
Blocked by an iron door, but trying the other one, you'll come
a little disappointed. I guess he wasn't really I guess he didn't really like it. He wasn't enamored with it.
Infested with large bugs. If you're quick enough, you can kill some of them and loot their shells, which will be important later. There's also an infestation of worms in the house, a writhing fleshy mass that will hurt you once you touch it. You can tank the damage, but you also won't be able to sprint through them, and you should save as much health as you can. The only similar thing I can compare it to is in System Shock 2, another great game that I will do a video on at some point. I promise. You can go into one of the bathrooms and find this pile of worms. It literally is just a GIF, but standing on them will actually damage you. To get rid of the worms, you'll need fire. You can whack them with a torch, leave a trail of gasoline with a match, or throw a Molotov to burn them all. Past the worms is another iron door with a code, but next to it is a strange growth. Something is floating inside. The skin looks to be quite thin. Maybe I could puncture it or pierce it with something. The loot inside the growth is an embryo. There's only a few of these placed across the whole game in scripted locations, but they have a lot of uses. They can be sold to a trader, cooked in an oven for a huge chunk of XP, but most importantly, if you're playing on hard mode, where you have a finite number of lives, you can eat the embryo to give you an extra life, an extra try to survive the forest. Exploring the rest of the house, you're attacked in the dark by one of the first human enemies, wielding a huge stick. They're called savages. They can't be reasoned with and will keep attacking you until you put them down, not saying anything apart from the occasional grunt or shout. But by game ending one, you can loot its staff, which you can use to finish the shovel, if again you weren't able to catch any running away in the dry meadow. Inside a container next to the savage, you'll be able to find a note to the door.
The code is 3333. It can't get any easier. Remember it. I'm not opening that door after dark anymore. I went to get some gasoline from the pig shed. I'll be back after dark.
After using the code, obviously left for someone else, you can get access to the Silent Forest. But before you can do that, there's the corpse of a man you can search, giving you some shotgun shells and a map, which shows you the location of the hideout in the area, but also another location. But then you quickly realize the man's actually not dead, but sleeping, and despite that, he'll still talk to you.
Hey there, friend. In the last hideout, look for an exit beneath the floor.
For now, it sounds like nonsense, but it will make sense much later.
What a nice guy.
The first thing you want to do is set up base at the Silent Forest hideout. Once you reach it, you'll notice the layout is very different. Instead of a couple of rooms, it's a much larger building having a total of 7 rooms, which gives you more options, but also more ways for enemies to get inside and reach you. The building is in a much worse state than the Dry Meadow hideout, having huge parts of the wall blown out that can't be repaired. You'll need to manually switch on the oven here to start pumping gas around the house and get that added night protection. And you can only have one switched on at any time. So for now, the Dry Meadow hideout has gone dark. The Silent Forest hideout and all future hideouts function mostly the same, having a cooker, generator, and wood chipper. One problem you might find is dragging all the loot you've found between the two hideouts. This can waste an entire day or even more if you've hoarded everything you found, having to drag it back and forth because of your small inventory. But thankfully, the devs did think ahead with this. Investigating the workbench, you might notice that it will be the same level to the previous workbench you
Speaking of the devs, he hasn't really talked to them in a while.
Inside
He hasn't
you'll
brought up
find
clips
a
of him
single
talking
item,
to them in a
bell,
bit.
a rusty bike bell. Someone has attached a note to it. Opening the note is a small message that reads like an advertisement. Ringing the bell, you'll get the notification that something is happening, and eventually a new character will spawn outside the hideout, a man on a bike.
Hey there, boss man. I'll be honest here, boss. I'm real thirsty, you see. If you could share a refreshing beverage with a weird traveler, I'd make it.
How far are we into it? An hour and 41 minutes. Only an hour and 41 minutes. Oh boy. Darkwood is a long game. Oh yeah, by the way, anybody that's interested, if you like the game so far, Darkwood is on sale for $3? So if, yeah, it's like, I think, yeah, $3.75, under $4 US. So if you're interested, get it. I got it. I mean, why not? It's a $4. This is like a 50-hour video game at the very least. It's being sold for $4. I mean, 10 cents for an hour of content is pretty good if you ask me. 10 cents per hour per content. Even if you only play for an hour, it's still 4 hours. That's still like $4 for an hour of entertainment. That's like a movie ticket back in the day. I don't know why I'm shilling so hard, because it's not like I have... I'm not sponsored. I don't know why I'm shilling so hard. I'm not sponsored, nor do I get anything for doing this. But yeah, do it! If you like it so far, buy the video game, guys!
Life's a bitch. Booze is a must.
He doesn't act like a trader. The only option you can do is show him an item. Like most characters, you can show him a picture of the road home.
Beautiful road, Mr. Boss Man. Long and straight. You'll find only twisted paths in these parts, mister.
The man waves his hands sloppily, almost losing his balance.
Let me tell you something, mister. Good liquor straightens out all the bars. Every single one of them.
The other item you can show him is a bottle of alcohol if you have any.
Ah, good vintage. A bottle a day keeps the monsters away. To your help, boss. If you want, boss, I can bring you junk from the other hideout.
This option trades the bottle of alcohol, and in return, he'll travel to any previous hideout and bring all the items you've stored in your workbench. If you choose not to, you can just shake your head and he takes the booze anyway.
Have it your way, boss man. Thanks for the booze. If you can't leave the woods, drink up all the booze.
You might want to kill him for this, but believe me, it is not worth it because he has no loot, and now you've lost the only way to quickly move your gear from each hideout. After he takes off and a couple of in-game hours pass, you'll have a package delivered in front of your workbench. So now you can board up any windows you need, set your traps, refuel your generator, and wood chipper. Basically, doing the exact same thing all over again. Hooray. You know what, to be fair, with every video essay I do, Vars's words just become more and more accurate.
The definition of insanity is insanity.
The Silent Forest is everything you've already learned from the Dry Meadow, but more difficult. The trees are more numerous, making navigation harder. There are new locations, along with making already existing locations more difficult. Mushroom fields will now be in most biomes, giving you access to cookable mushrooms. But now mushroom men have a chance of sprouting from the ground and start chasing you, making navigation incredibly difficult. This is also the first biome where you'll start to see bug nests. There's only one, but in the middle is another coveted embryo to give you an extra life on hard mode. Corpses were dotted around the Dry Meadow, and they were a pretty reliable way to get loot with minimal risk. But now, going ahead, some of these corpses, as soon as you interact with them, will explode, poisoning you. The only telltale sign that a corpse is tainted is every 10 seconds or so, it'll slightly shift around and will usually have unusual growths around it. The best thing to do with these bodies is to ignore them entirely or throw rocks at them, so you don't forget about them and run over them later.
Let's just go back to him. Oh, for fuck's sake!
And for some reason, shooting them does absolutely nothing.
This is what you get. Fucking camping.
Maybe, hey, Pyro, maybe it's because they're lying down. Maybe it's because everything else you're shooting is standing up and these people are lying down. I I wonder if your character is just shooting directly in front of him and not aiming lower.
What? Try again. What? What? I will waste a bullet on you happily. I give up, bro. This is where the enemies also become much more vicious.
You're not you when you're hungry.
The Rottweilers of the dry meadows have been mostly
A Zin
replaced with
Peppermint?
huge dogs, mutated by the plague, so now they have much more health and deal more damage. They attack in mostly the same way, and if you kill one instead of
What is
dropping
a
all their
Zin
meat,
Peppermint? You can't just show that and then have me not
enemies
ask.
also become much more vicious.
You're not you when you're hungry.
What is a Zin? Oh, Zin Peppermint nicotine pouch? They make peppermint nicotine? What? Why? Oh man, I'm really craving my nicotine. I'm so hungry. Oh, but man, I'm so bored of the taste. It tastes like a towel that, you know, was used to pick up dog shit and it's covered in like in dirt and grass. Oh, peppermint! Yes, peppermint my nicotine. Oh, yes. Oh, Zin Peppermint. fucking peppermint nicotine. Okay then.
The Rottweilers of the dry meadows have been mostly replaced with huge dogs.
Might as well
mutated by the
smoke a
plague, so now they have
mint
much more
ciggy.
health and deal more damage. They attack in mostly the same way, and if you kill one instead of dropping,
Might as well get a
meat, they'll
vape
drop
that
vitamins
tastes
you
like
can cook.
mint.
Further proof how the forest changes whatever stays there too long. The second are the savages.
You're feeling every question the things you say.
Biomes, but
Tara, of course they hear everything I say. Do they question it? Of course they do. Now, do they ever bring it up to me? No, I'm just very good at eavesdropping. They worry for my health. They think I'm chronically insane, and they're probably right.
now they'll work in groups. They seem to be humans so affected by the forest that they've been reduced to a tribal nature, covering themselves in mud and twigs, resembling a Wendigo from the Great Plains folklore. No, not Wendigoon. This isn't an iceberg video. First type will attack you with just his fists. Not too much of a problem because
how did man way to disappoint Eris Econis him.
Again, they'll always work in groups. The next is the same
she
kind of
loves the
savage that
Wendigoon
attacked us in the
iceberg.
house. They have huge staffs that have insane range. They'll swap between a long slam of the staff, which leaves them open for attacks, but also a swinging motion like you with the shovel. They can also randomly follow up their swing with another swing, so you should never get too greedy with these guys and only get close when you know they're on cooldown. Also, these guys will always drop their stick on death, so while it was kind of rare to find one in the dry meadow, starting from the Solemn Forest, you'll basically be drowning in them.
The final savage will throw rocks at you. Turn that with a rock. And even though this doesn't do a lot of damage, they'll purposely be placed at the back of a group to basically poke you from a distance and just be an overall nuisance.
And unlike most stealth games where rocks are used to distract enemies while you sneak past, these are exclusively used to poke you from a distance. The rocks themselves don't do a lot of damage, but they'll usually do it to suppress you, as the stones can interrupt your charged attacks while their friends move in to deal the actual damage. They should be your priority because they have the least amount of health and usually
Wonder
die
Egg
in
priority?
1 to 2 swings. All of this, combined with the low visibility during the night, they make a formidable pack that you'll need to prepare for, either by setting up traps or camping open windows, because it takes them the same time to vault through one. Like most wildlife in Darkwood, they act as a group, friendly to each other but will be hostile to others and vice versa. So occasionally you'll see them get into fights with dogs, usually losing, apart from this one clip I found of a single savage somehow downing an entire elk. That being said, they can still accidentally attack each other, like this one time they threw a rock at their mate.
Of course. Oh, he hit his mate. That's hilarious.
To compensate the harder nights against the packs of savages is this hideout. Surviving a night in the Silent Forest now grants you 150 trader rep, letting you buy more useful items to help defend yourself for the next night. Also, interacting with the trader the first time after you make it to this hideout, he'll try to communicate with you more. The man stands before me, motionless. I can only see my own faint reflection in the semi-transparent visor of his helmet. Suddenly, he starts to move quicker, as if looking for something in his pockets. He takes out a piece of charcoal and starts writing on his palm. There's no way out of here, brother. He shows me what is written, then wipes it with his sleeve and continues scribbling. We're stuck with each other. After making sure I've read the second sentence, the man takes out a full tank of gasoline from his sack. He places it on the floor next to me. He's warning you that there's no way out, but we know for sure that the bunker door is an exit. All we need is to get that key. What most players will likely do by now is try to reach the Wolfman's second camp he marked for you near the beginning of the game. Before you talk to him, you might see 2 crates behind him, locked with a code. This code is randomly generated and can't be found anywhere in the game. So if you want to open them, you either have to brute force the combination or worm your way into the game files to find it. Inside the first one, you can find some ammo for all kinds of weapons. Pretty useful if you already have a firearm. Meanwhile, inside the second one, you find the average American's weapon locker, complete with parts for melee weapons, 2 shotguns, an assault rifle, and 2 guns that you cannot otherwise obtain in-game: the submachine gun and the pellet gun. The submachine gun is pretty strong, having decent damage and rate of fire, being especially good at dispatching large numbers of low health enemies, but still holding its own against higher health targets. It uses light mags similar to the pistol, though here 1 light mag is worth 20 bullets instead of the measly 8. And the pellet gun is absolutely worthless. Really, I have nothing to say here. Just sell it back to the Wolfman immediately. I'm really not surprised it got turned into cut content. Apparently, these used to be in the game's early builds, but got replaced by the single-shot pistol. Despite that, I was actually able to find BB gun ammo despite not having any use. Again, darkwood moment. Opening these crates will easily break the game's flow, so on a first playthrough, you should probably just leave them. But again, like I said, you basically have to run like a brute force to be able to even open these. Once you finally interact with the Wolfman, he'll be glad to see that you've made it, but again, never drops his condescending tone.
I'll be damned. I barely believe my beautiful eyes. You made it. I need to admit, you're quite a resourceful piece of meat.
The wolf smiles, revealing a row of sharp teeth.
Time to get to the specifics. Follow the path located in the edge of the silent forest. You'll get to a village where you'll find a hag who reeks of chickens. Talk to her, maybe you'll learn something interesting.
This will lead to the protagonist making a note of the conversation in his journal.
But be on your guard, comrade. Don't let her deceive you with that kind face of hers. The selfish bitch is keeping something that does not belong to her behind the locked door in her house. Something I'm after. Bring me the key to that door and I will tell you where to find the thing you lost. Is it fair, comrade? A key for a key? Good. Now take off. Get to work.
The wolf has asked me to bring him the key to the locked room in the house of the hag that reeks of chickens. In exchange for this favor, he will help me retrieve my key. A key for a key. Seems quite fair. I shall find the hag in the village in the edge of the silent forest.
The Wolfman wants you to reach another part of the map, an area that isn't marked in the 3 regions. But before doing that, you might want to visit the other location that was on the sleeping man's body. Heading to the area, you'll see it's a scrapyard that's been converted into a home for someone. This place looks like a scrap metal warehouse. The walls are covered with fungus and spider webs. It's very stuffy in here. I smell rosin. Rosin is a type of resin obtained from pines. It's used as varnishing, sealing waxes, and glues. So whoever's been here has been working on putting something together. Inside one of the containers, you can find a postcard with the portrait of a man with the caption, 1961, the sky is dark and the earth is blue. The man in the photo is the real-life Soviet pilot and cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. 1961 is the date when he performed his first piloted space flight. He was the first man to go into space and died with his co-pilot Vladimir Sorogin. This was during routine training where the aircraft ran out of fuel and crashed. You'll also notice whoever lived here was frequently experimenting with metal parts. There's a tractor inside one of the warehouses, which is usually a good source of loot, but it's been mostly stripped clean. This was once a tractor, now it's a hollow, rusty body. All of its useful mechanical parts have been scavenged. Thankfully, they had no interest in the gasoline in the tractor, which you can loot and smell nearby. A heavy smell of gasoline fills the air. You can also find a blueprint in a container, which shows crude drawings of a rocket ship and various vehicle parts. Lastly, inside the house is a metal door, which is locked. But you trying the handle gets the attention of whoever's inside.
Who's there? I'm not coming out until that beast lurking in my garage is gone.
What the voice is talking about is a lone dog lurking around the scrapyard. So sadly, the vegan run of the game ends here.
No!
Killing the dog, the door will be unlocked, and you can meet a new character called Pietrek.
Yeah, fuck vegans.
I didn't hear you come in.
The boy's eyes wandering around the room.
I found this wiggly metal thing yesterday. It was laying there in the grass. I don't like grass. It's so slippery and it tickles your feet. Rather than grass, I would prefer these metal wigglies, yes. I would wrap myself in them like in a spacesuit.
The metal antennas in his wiry hat suddenly start vibrating.
Do you have any metal wigglies?
Pietrek, which is basically Polish for Peter, is an eccentric builder.
Peter!
Like most of the inhabitants of Darkwood, he's abnormal, but you pretty much have to be to survive here. His obsession with technology is apparent with his metal hat and half a dozen wristwatches on his hand. You can start off by showing him various items, but his brain is so scrambled he doesn't really make much sense of them. You could show him a photo of the road home, which he also agrees, like the trader, isn't the way out.
You won't be able to make it home via this road. You should build a rocket.
You can even show him the postcard with the space pilot, which you took from him, but he'll have no idea and just think it's another copy.
Oh, I have one too. It's such a beautiful photograph.
You can show him the crude picture of the blueprints he obviously drew himself.
These are the blueprints for my space rocket. Almost ready. I broke down a whole tractor to build it, but I'm missing several parts. Several very important parts. For example, a shiny little mirror and this rectangular box with wires. And
The boy suddenly becomes lost in thought.
if only I had more tractors, I would definitely go into space.
You can also show him the chick that you got from killing the man attacking you in the prologue.
I had one just like this. I melted it into a perfect little ball shaped like the moon. I melt everything plastic into moons.
Pietrek suddenly becomes excited.
And have you seen my
No.
vehicle? It's ready. Well,
That's a good
almost
line.
ready. Just a couple of parts missing. I will need to find them, and I will have to repair the casing. The one from the spring that fell off recently. When I was entering the cockpit, I hit my head, and it, well, fell off.
He fell off.
I thought I was flying, but it was just that the lights turned off.
You can also gossip with Pietrek, where his obsession with space is even more obvious.
I haven't slept a wink today. The whole night I thought about that large metal cover from the tractor. It's such a beautiful cover. Ideal cover, no doubts about that. I mean, almost, because I would need to bend it a bit with a screwdriver and it would shield me. From the space dust, that is.
Pietrek suddenly becomes sad.
Space dust. Space dust is everywhere. I like to watch the stars at night. Sometimes you can see these bright, blinking spots. Those are spaceships and rockets, obviously. The sky is awfully boring during the day. No stars, no ships, no rockets, nothing. Only these white smoke trails. I saw one yesterday, over there, far above the treetops. Dad used to say they were planes, but such long planes, it would be crazy to fly them.
This interaction will lead the protagonist into making another entry in his journal. Now I've heard everything. I've met a boy named Pietrek. He told me he's building a rocket, but he's missing some parts. From what I've understood, he's constructing a rocket from parts of a broken tractor. It's absurd, but I think I may help him. Now, while looting around Darkwood, you might have noticed that some cars and tractors have various parts in them that have no value and they can't be used in crafting. Well, Pietrek, no association to Pietre in the Yellow Killing Show.
It's just gas. You go to sleep.
Wants you to bring them to him to complete his rocket ship. There are 6 possible items you can bring to him to help him, the most common one being a large battery.
A hybrid rocket engine. Wow, this will fit perfectly in my rocket. Have you seen it? Have you seen my rocket? It's almost as pretty as Gagarin's. Well, almost. I just need to find some parts and it will be completely ready. Would you like to bring them to me? The other parts? I would then fly to space and to the moon and to Mars and Jupiter and to the sun. I mean, I would land at night.
The boy suddenly looks into my eyes.
Look for old tractors. You'll find the missing pieces for my rocket in them.
A fan belt, which he calls
Hold door frame stabilizer.
a tractor tire,
Space rocket chassis.
an old exhaust pipe,
Carbon dioxide exhaust system.
a rearview mirror,
Advanced information display.
and a steering wheel.
Trajectory guidance system.
Each of these are useless items, but when you give them to him, you'll actually get 100 rep, which is an amazing way to get access to his inventory for basically no cost. He doesn't have any different stock to the trader and the Wolfman apart from a map of the old woods, which he will mark 2 locations in the final biome of the map, which can be really useful later on as it tells you exactly where the hideout is along with another key location. After bringing him 4 of these 6 items, he'll tell you that he has enough to build his rocket ship.
Yay! Finally, I have everything I need. Go on your way now. Go now, please. I need to install these parts in my beautiful rocket. And then, whee! Off I go! I will wave to you when I'm on my way to where no man has been before.
After which he'll give you 2 weapon parts, which are incredibly valuable, but more importantly, the welder, which so far is the only way to upgrade your workbench to the next tier, after which you'll need pliers, which you can't find until much later. So you're essentially locked onto this tier for the foreseeable future. It's not all bad though. Level 5 of the workbench gives you access to 3 new items. Firstly, the light armor. Despite it being called light armor, it's some of the only protection you'll find across the whole game. It can't be found or bought, but now it can be crafted with common rags and bug shells, which is why I said earlier it's important to kill any bugs that you see.
Work at home in your community.
Honestly, overall though, it's not that great. It reduces any damage you take by around 20%, which is pretty negligible, and it'll also break after around 6 to 7 hits, and it can't be repaired. Also, worst of all, you actually have to have it equipped in your hotbar to be of any use, which could mean swapping out something much more important like a healing item or light source. Next up is the sickle. I'll be honest, I never really used this weapon. It has quicker attacks than most melee weapons and can do this cool double hit, which looks like a Dark Souls weapon stance. You also backstep and perform any quick attack, gaining distance from your target. The reason why I think it's useless, in my opinion, is because you've already learnt the ropes of enemy combat, that being to wait for them to attack and then hit them back. But the sickle changes that, as it actually can't interrupt enemy attacks. Also, on top of that, it can't be upgraded, only repaired. So it's not a great weapon to invest into. The best use for it is to break down doors because it probably has the lowest durability cost in the whole game. But then again, you probably have the shovel by now, which can 2-tap most wooden doors.
Say hello to my little friend!
If it was throwable like the knife, it'd have more use, but yeah, it's pretty mid. The last weapon on this tree is the most important. The single-shot shotgun. Like the pistol, it is incredibly expensive to make, with more precious weapon parts and a long barrel. But if you've been watching this video like a guide, you probably have both of those by now. The weapon parts from Pietrek and the long barrel from the bunker tunnels. Add some duct tape and now you have a reliable shotgun you can take with you for the rest of the game. And, like the pistol, will never break. Like the name implies, you can only fire it once before having to reload, but the reliability of the gun is absolutely worth it. Being able to one-tap most enemies up close.
Dude, you're not even coming close to me here.
The only problem is now finding a reliable amount of shotgun ammo, with traders usually only sparing a single shell each day. You can find it as loot, but again, like a lot of things, it's incredibly rare, usually inside homes or locked crates. Definitely save all the ammo you can going forward because the game will only get harder from here. Now, this sounds like a great way to end Pietrek's story. You gave the delusional Polish man a bunch of random tractor parts, and now he thinks he's going into space. Well, there is another outcome to this quest. If you talk to Pietrek and then shown any of the items to the Wolfman, he has another idea.
You've gathered some junk to show me. You excel yourself, meat. You're not telling me you're gathering junk for that nutcase. What's his name? Pufter Pietrek? Oh, meat. You must have a lot of free time on your hands if you're keeping yourself occupied with such nonsense.
The wolf suddenly stops, remains silent for a moment, and his eyes open up in a split second and he continues.
Hold on a second. I have this abso-fucking-lutely brilliant idea. Give me that piece of junk for a moment.
Here, you're given the option to agree to give him it or reject him. If you shake your head, you'll back out the dialogue and you'll still be able to help Pietrek.
But meat, there's no one better at tinkering with junk like that in the whole wide woods. I just wanted to take a peek before you deliver it to Pufter.
But if you nod your head, the quest will be permanently changed. The wolf turns his back to me and starts tinkering with the part from Pietrek. After a moment, he hands it back to me.
Now it'll work like it should. Thanks to my DIY abilities, I managed to increase the kick on this baby by 200%. One has to help his neighbor, right? Meat? Run to Pufter and give it to him. Just don't forget to wave him goodbye before his flight.
You can then give Pietrek the rigged vehicle part, to which he'll be thankful for not noticing it's been tampered with. The quest will play out the same with him leaving, but will have a very different conclusion when you next see him.
I know it's easy to compare everything to Dark Souls. I'm pretty sure I do it 5 times a video, but quests here really do function in a similar way.
It's not always apparent that there are different outcomes to finding a solution, and the most part, all you can do is say yes or no to conversations. And sometimes the results aren't actually what you're expecting, either being given a huge reward or nothing at all.
Nothing at all!
Most importantly, pretty much any single action you do will auto-save the game, so there's no way to save scum. If you've made a choice, you regret it because there's only one save file for each playthrough. We'll come back to Pietrek and his rocket later, because for now, he's been removed from the story. Exploring more of the Silent Forest, you might come across various tank wreckages. These are Soviet T-26 light tanks, which were used in the Second World War, but now they're broken down and not of use to anyone, usually being protected by savages. Despite that, there can be great loot for ammo and anything else the military here left behind. One corpse next to a tank will even have a single-shot pistol, meaning whoever was here was also known to improvise with homemade weapons. You can also find a layer of savages, with more ritual shapes being drawn into the dirt and shoot out trees that they've probably been eating. You can find the graves of savages here, with the protagonist saying upon examination, "A body of some savage lies in this hole." You can find a cross in the layer, a crucifix of Jesus covered in mud and twigs, if anything more resembling one of the totems from the Blair Witch franchise. Savages in this cave will be passive and run away from the protagonist, apart from one, covering himself in dirt. He'll pay no attention to you, too occupied with burying himself alive. You can kill him, but there's no reward as he doesn't drop any loot. Funnily enough, the devs refer to the savages in the game files as rednecks. Venturing further, you might stumble upon a giant hole. It has no purpose apart from being a location on the map you can use to navigate, but it also reveals what's really under the surface of the forest. A massive underground network of roots. Assuming these roots are also spread everywhere under the forest, they can explain its rapid expansion and why you can't just cut trees down. The problem obviously lies much deeper. One of the final locations you can visit is a small cottage, usually nestled on one of the borders of the Silent Forest. It's been partially absorbed by the forest, but you can still navigate through a tunnel formed out of tree roots. You'll notice a door ajar, and going inside to loot, you'll actually...
Man, I spent all that time trying to make this one look good, and I realize now it actually don't look good.
Get off my property!
This is one of the more morally grey moments in the game, because from this man's perspective, he's had an intruder break into his house and steal his property. He's really just defending his land, much like how you do every night when people try to break into your house. Thankfully, I know exactly how the stand your ground law works.
You're gonna stop chasing me? Alright, I'm gone. I'm off your property now. Surely leave it. Stop! 360. Unlucky.
If you loot the rest of his house, you'll find a key on a corpse which you can use to unlock a crate back at your hideout, giving you access to some decent loot. Going back onto the Wolfman's advice and going into the village, you'll find the entrance at one of the borders of the Silent Forest, where the grass is slowly replaced with a concrete road, almost resembling the photo of the road home. Trees have been knocked down, and upon examining one of the last few standing, you can see a gutted pig tied to the tree. The village has a few different features to the rest of the game. There's no map to navigate, and time freeze is in effect until you go back to the Silent Forest, so you're free to explore here with no worries about the night calling. The first thing that will probably grab your attention is a shrine at the entrance to the village. Investigating it, you'll see a shiny stone has been pressed into the mud-covered head. This was originally a statue of Saint Mary, Mother of Jesus, but it's been covered in mud and twigs, much like what the tribals have done to themselves. You have the option to leave it or to carefully remove the stone, giving you another shiny stone for trading. If you head to the right, you'll come to a heavily barricaded house with a door that's locked on the other side. It's impossible to enter without removing whatever's blocking the entrance from the inside, so you'll have to leave it for now. Going left, you'll see a crop field, and going inside, you can see for the first time someone who isn't a trader who's not actually aggressive to the player. Despite that, they're still pretty standoffish.
Who are you? Get away from me.
You'll even get the message. The villagers turn their heads away from me. I don't think I'm welcome here. This is one of the last holdouts in the woods. A few dozen or so villagers that haven't fully succumbed to the plague. They're acting territorial because that's really the only way to survive in the woods. They won't trust any random that shows up to not steal their crop when they turn around. Most of the villagers are still incredibly traumatized, despite still holding onto a safe haven. Like how if you cross a wooden bridge, you'll come to a house that's been completely destroyed, with only the bare foundations left, with a single woman inside, sat in the chair, motionless. The woman stares at the ground with a dead look. Searching a chest next to her, you can find a small plastic doll that's been heavily burned, missing an eye. Only when you go to leave does she say a single thing to the protagonist.
Kill the pig.
Meanwhile, other people in the village seem to be thriving, probably because they've disconnected entirely just to cope, like this woman repeatedly washing her clothes in the dirty river.
Our woods are so beautiful this time of year.
You'll see more desperate villagers banging on the door of people's homes, demanding food because there isn't much left.
Where's my meat? I should get 2 kilos of meat for this month. Antec won't save you this time. You hear me? Give me the fucking meat.
You can also get the first mention of the doctor from the prologue here, with a villager briefly mentioning him.
If he ever tries to come back. Fucking quack doctor.
Searching the bonfire, you'll find a burned doctor's bag. So it's apparent that he was a doctor from this village before cutting loose and isolating himself deeper in the woods. You can go inside the house where the woman was demanding her ration of meat, but only the lobby is open with the main part of the house locked. This seems to be the mayor's house of the village.
What now? Get the fuck away from my home! There is no more meat! The sow is starving! She gives no pigs! Get! Or I'll let Antic loose!
There's a visible basement opening, and even though it's locked, you can hear what's most likely Antec down in the basement. Many of the villagers are sat on their own, talking complete nonsense.
I hear you. I see you between the trees.
More south of the village, there's a huge silo that's locked. You can pick the lock or smash down the door with your beloved shovel to see coal and ash. And there's even some brick ovens used to bake bread. After breaking down another door, there's a room full of a dozen or so human bodies. Almost like the bread ovens have been doubled up as a crematorium. Even more worrying, breaking down a door connected to the bodies will get you into someone's house. This man doesn't push you away like the other villagers and doesn't even mind that you've broken into his home. The house is clean and well organized, a first for any interior in this game.
Who the hell are you?
And then when you go to take any of his property, he responds with,
help yourself, whatever you fancy. But don't tell anyone about it.
Inside his cupboards are unique items, jars filled with an unknown minced meat and a singular bone. Going to a wardrobe and picking the lock, you can find some normal loot, but also another story item, a meat grinder.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder...
There's a theory that this villager, especially with how he wants to maintain his secrecy with you, has probably turned to cannibalism, using recently deceased bodies and cooking them in the bread oven to use as food, as the village is currently going through a famine. Although this might not be true, because the bone you find in the cupboard is also the same bone you can find on a cow's carcass as the doctor in the prologue. But it's still horrifying to think of the possibility that these people have had to turn to cannibalism just to survive in the forest. You can even consume the jar of meat if you want to, which gives you a huge health regen boost. But would you really want to take that chance of potentially throwing away what's left of your humanity? You know, after you gun down the guy that was just simply protecting his home 5 minutes ago? A lot of the village homes are boarded up, blocked with wardrobes and various furniture. But if you push past, you can get inside to loot them. But inside, you'll see incredibly sick villagers, sounding more like the monsters that you'd hear in the forest at night, while others mumbling about trees.
Trees humming beautifully.
One of them curled up in the corner shaking, seemingly with an open top on his head. Nearby is a note left by the doctor.
Solution for removing intestinal parasites. Pour the petroleum over the nuts. Add propolis. Put away for a couple of days. Drink 1 tablespoonful per day.
You can tell it's a note from him because apart from the instructions, this is the exact same notepad you picked up as the doctor in the prologue. Obviously, it's done this person no good. The doctor, and probably no one here, actually understands how the plague works, why it only targets specific people or progresses faster in some people than others. Another person can be found bedbound inside their home.
He said it needs to be done. It will help, he said. I don't understand.
Next to them is another useless instruction from the doctor.
Burn a mix of herbs in the oven. Lavage, chamomile, nettle. Keep the patient warm. Twice a day, 1 tablespoon of sauerkraut juice by the mouth.
Now, it's pretty obvious the doctor had no idea how to treat the plague, so he came up with random remedies, hoping to either distract the villagers, put them into such a comatose state that they didn't even know they were dying, or just complete placebo effects. It's really obvious he was only doing this to delay the village turning against him for not finding a cure.
In the back of the same house, you can find a charred corpse bound to a chain in the back room. Maybe one of the villagers took the instructions of staying warm too literally. They could have also been burning herbs in the oven and accidentally cooked themselves alive. Originally, I tried to not attack any of the villagers because I thought, like any other open world game, they would all turn hostile on me and I'd be beaten to death, or it would lock me out of a huge chunk of the game. But for the most part, any villager that you bludgeon or gun down, the rest really don't seem to care. Probably because they just see it as one less mouth to feed. The final house you can explore is home to a dozen or so chickens, and also home to the chicken lady, the only NPC in the entire village that you can actually properly converse with. The old lady squints at me, her eyes full of suspicion. She hugs her chickens possessively.
Better keep them hands off me, hens, you bloody scoundrel.
The old lady puts one of the hens to her ear, mumbling under her breath. After a moment, she calms down.
I've seen me share of things, lived through many a war, but nothing like this. Lord be my witness. This accursed place ain't a place for men, ain't a place for hens.
She's someone who's seen conflicts and the death and destruction they bring with them in person. She still managed to survive. Remember, Poland's regions were basically one huge war during both of the world wars, and there's a good chance that the chicken lady's old enough to have lived through both of them, but even that hasn't prepared her or anyone for this plague spreading through the forest. This is the woman the Wolfman told you not to trust. But then again, can you really trust the Wolfman? Alright, let me rephrase that. If you weren't a disgusting degenerate fairy, would you still believe him? Funnily enough, the chicken lady also has unique dialogue if, instead of using the door, you jump through an open window, which you're probably accustomed to in the forest. The chicken lady isn't a trader, but has some of the most detailed dialogue out of all the NPCs in Darkwood, giving more context to the village while also being a main player in the quest to get out of the forest. Like most characters, you can show her the road home.
Oh, I remember this place, I do. It's been 6 years since I've been there last. This road used to lead to the other village. You could also take it to get to the city. Not that far from here. You won't get there now. These devilish trees have overgrown everything.
This is the most descriptive response we've had for the photo yet. But even she says that the road is overgrown and it's of no use to anyone. So that also means the trader was right with all the roads leading deeper into the woods. Another really important item you can show her is the plastic chick you picked up in the prologue, which she has a very unique reaction to.
Hell's bells! Where did you get it? Where did you find it?
The old lady seems disturbed. The hens fall silent. I can feel the tension in the air.
Holy mother! It's Yannick's little hen! A gift from me! My little brother! A couple of days ago, he got mad. I told him, stay. You're not one of the brainy fellas. You know nothing. But he wouldn't listen, and off he went to that other fella. Here, take this. He went to see this fella. See him? He never came back.
The lady shoves a crumpled photo in my hand. The woman trembles violently. The hen on her shoulder struggles to maintain balance.
You're all I have. My little sisters.
Yannick isn't a name we've heard before, but if he was given a plastic hen by the chicken lady as a gift, we can presume that the man we beat to death while defending ourselves in the intro was Yannick, with her even saying that he wasn't the smartest, like how you couldn't reason with him in the prologue, saying that he went off with the other fella, and investigating the crumpled photo she's talking about, we can see a group of people. The damage to the photo makes most of the people unrecognizable, apart from the man sat on the bed smoking a cigarette. The doctor.
The old lady who lives with chickens told me the plastic chick belongs to her brother, who went missing a few days ago. She gave me a photo of the person she saw him last with. It's the local doctor. I recognize the fucker.
You can also show this photo to Pietrek before completing his quest with him.
Beautiful. But I don't see Gagarin in it. I have never seen a photo without Gagarin in it before. Gagarin was this astronaut, a man who flew to the stars. I'll reach the stars too. One day.
Gagarin, the astronaut I mentioned earlier, he was obsessed over. It's of little help, but showing it's the Wolfman, he recognizes him instantly.
Well, well. I know this quack. A non-entity, a third-rate witch doctor. Useless fucking clunker, but he still managed to screw you over with that key, eh, comrade?
This at least proves the Wolfman isn't lying about knowing you've lost your key, and knows who's taken it. For a doctor who's failed his entire village, though, it's not like anyone on the outside managed to create a cure for the Darkwood plague either. So it's more like he was put into an unwinnable situation rather than failing on his own ability. He's still incredibly resourceful. I think it's genius how the game briefly gives you control of the character you're unknowingly going to be chasing for most of the game. Apart from the items, you can also gossip with the chicken lady.
Poor Hanuska has lost her mind. Her fella knocked her up with this abomination. Even the mongrels tucked their tails and yelped when they saw it, I tell you. They burned her fella with a shack and took the horror somewhere. Everyone got the jitters. Little wonder.
The old lady smiles kindly. baring her 3 yellow teeth.
It was a long time ago, but you remember it still, my little hen, don't you?
The chicken lady is probably talking about the lone woman we saw sat in the only burned house in the village, losing her family and home because she gave birth to a monster. Probably because the villagers thought that she was cursed or something. In the center of the village is a well that's been boarded over. You can repair the well and rappel down with a chain. This is the only use for the chain in the entire game. Pietrek and Wolfman will sell it to you, but you can also get one by pulling it off a burnt body near the doctor's note earlier. Once inside the well, you'll quickly realize it's a sprawling network of tunnels with loads of mushrooms to harvest for the cooker.
Yeah, nice big Genopolis.
Except you'll quickly realize that you're not alone. There's something else down here.
Mushroom.
It'll occasionally attack you before running off, and if you manage to kill it, you'll see it's a small human body that's been split in half, with its upper half transformed into a huge jaw. Looting its body, you'll find a small doll, the same doll you found in the chest of the burned house, although this one is undamaged. This is Hanuska's child, the creature that was so monstrous the villagers cast it down into the well and erased where it came from. So nothing like it could ever be created again. It obviously hasn't done much good though, because some of the villagers we've seen on the surface are already starting to transform into the same creatures. You might remember upon leaving the area with Hanuska, she'll quietly mumble to kill the pig. The chicken lady gives a bit more context to
No, don't kill Roadhog. He didn't do anything wrong.
Sow, poor thing seems sickly, but she has more life in her than the lot of us, if you ask me. Only thanks to her, we got something to put in the pot these days.
If you travel back into the Silent Forest, you might stumble upon a pig shed. Actually, it'd be kind of surprising if you didn't, considering it's probably the largest location in the Silent Forest.
Looks like no one else will enlighten you. Listen, the inhabitants of our lovely village hold many, many secrets. Treasures they do not wish to share with anyone. Those selfish, deceitful wretches. They think they're superior because they have human gobs. They treat us like lepers. But you know what? Fuck them. We're buddies, aren't we? And them? They deserve to be punished, meat.
The wolf
These nuts be punished in WoW.
Hear that squealing? One of their secrets.
The wolf grins, listening to the distant sound with great relish.
Find that pig shed, meat. Make that squealing stop, and the treasure will be yours.
It's a heavily guarded and fortified location, only having a couple of ways inside. But when you do enter it, unlike the village, you'll be instantly attacked by villagers trying to defend whatever's inside.
Who in the flying fuck goes there? I'll rip your head off!
Again, the villagers obviously don't trust you, but earlier in the village, you couldn't really do much harm to them, apart from straight up murdering them all, obviously. But here, the stakes are higher than 2 or 3 people being clubbed to death. Some of them will drop a pitchfork when killed, a weapon that has much more reach than the shovel but less damage, having a jabbing attack that can actually get stuck in walls if you're not careful, forcing you to pull it out. You can repair it and upgrade it much like the shovel, but honestly, like the sickle, I never really used it.
Aw, poor Fit. Poor
Going
Fit.
deeper into the barn, you'll see a dozen pigs, obviously the main food source for the villagers, hence why they were so aggressive when an outsider came near. Real food is scarce in the woods. Most animals and plants have been mutated beyond all recognition. Inside, you can find a Polish communist flyer showing a woman taking care of some pigs,
Yummy slap.
with the caption, "Improve the prosperity of villages for the prosperity of cities." The pigs here were obviously used as food for the cities before the woods cut them off from civilization. Another villager tending to the pigs will spot you and say,
Get out of here, you fucking freak! I warned you!
the last villager defending their food will shout at you.
Don't come any closer!
After dealing with them, you can find what the villagers are protecting. A gigantic pig called the Sow. You can see it's been heavily
Aw, what a
mutated
cute
by the plague,
little
growing
creature.
to an enormous size with legs branching off into sharp spikes, which it will use to attack you if you get too close. This is what the village has been using to feed off, with the Sow producing pigs that the villagers would eat. It explains why so many of the villagers are becoming visibly infected, eating tainted meat being produced by the Sow, with harvested meat in containers being the same essence that you can use in the cooker, and pigs eating other corpses. You might remember the mayor of the village saying the sow isn't giving birth to any new pigs, and that's why the village is starving. If you go around the side of the barn near the pig shed, you'll see a cut cable. And investigating the lever next to it, you can see the villagers are using some sort of short burst of electricity to stun the sow and harvest and feed it without killing it. If you go back to the village and kill Hanuska, on her corpse, you'll find a knife and a cable. She was the one who cut the cables, probably to get back at the village for throwing away her child and killing her husband. She did it while a pig farmer was tending to the sow. When the electrical charge stopped, there was nothing to stop it from killing him. If you manage to get past the sow, which is incredibly hard without wearing light armor and heal spamming, you can quickly loot the corpse next to it and get a note left by the pig farmer.
It's time for my piggies to go to bed, the great big mother piggy has said. So I will count them first to see if
He
all
had
my
next
piggies
Poe.
come back.
Bro had the creepypasta man voice this part, of course.
One little piggy, two little piggies, three little piggies.
You'll also notice the letter has 2 numbers on the edge of the paper. You can find the other half by going back into the village and searching near the mayor's house.
What a joyous day! We shall meet again today! I hope she'll enjoy what I've prepared for her. She hasn't had much of an appetite lately, but it's okay. We have our ways around that, don't we? She must eat rich meals. I've dug out something delicious for her today. My queen, only I can be close to her. No one else! No one! No one else will get close to you anymore.
Bro's peeking the mic so hard.
Everything I've brought you today. If you're mannerly, I shall show you something I've found in the woods.
This letter hints that the pig farmer has been digging up human bodies of dead villagers to feed the sow, which might be the reason why the meat it produces is tainted, as most of the corpses in the forest end up infected, even if they died from, natural causes.
Why'd you give me this fucking thing? I thought it was airsoft.
It might also hint that the farmer himself was going insane, calling a mutated pig his queen. Similarly, how Discord admins call men their kittens.
Hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moves.
With the complete code, you can now use it to open a crate in the barn, which will give you a picture of the farmer before his demise with the sow. But if you killed Hanuska or bought a cable from Pietrek, you can repair the cable to the village. You won't get a reward for it, but the chicken lady will comment on it.
People say some fella fixed that machine in our piggery, changed them cables or some such. Maybe he's the same fella that cut it. His conscience surely got to him. It won't bring our sow's guardian to life. He was the only one daft enough not to get the jitters when feeding our sow. But Lord only knows. Wait till they get hungry, and 10 fellas will come to take his place. The machine is working, so we just need a new volunteer.
By fixing the cable, we might have just given the village a chance to survive. Whether that's saving them or just prolonging the inevitable is a whole different matter. The Wolfman will also catch wind that you fixed the cable and comment on it.
I've heard someone took pity on the poor villagers and fixed the cables in the pig shed. Some good soul. An angel of sorts. Probably crawled out of the ground. People like that haven't been seen in these parts for a long time.
The wolf pierces me with his look and grins. A string of saliva lands on his hole-riddled jacket.
Dear meat.
The wolf puts his paw on me. I feel his claws puncturing my skin.
If the cables are fixed, then be so kind as to move your fucking ass and finish the job. You just need to tweak the machine a little bit in order to silence the unbearable whining of that pathetic sow. You can do that much, can't you?
Going back to the fuse box after fixing the wiring, the description has changed. Various cables protrude from the contraption. Some of them run through the door to the outside. There is a lever and a red button on the panel. The motion range of the lever is limited by a provisionally attached plate. A note is glued to the casing. Reading the note, it gives instructions to any villagers in the area.
Set the voltage using the level. The lock is set to a voltage that paralyzes the sow for a moment, around 15 seconds. Procedure. The lever operator positions it in the middle. The feeder gives it a sound signal. The operator then pushes the button, and the feeder feeds the sow. Repeat until the feeding is complete. Remember, the sow is our common good. Do not remove the lock.
Without the functioning cable to stun the sow, the villagers were unable to feed it, so that's why she was starving and not outputting any more offspring.
No one could starve.
You can stun the sow with the intended voltage, which will do pretty much nothing. But you're also given the option to break open the lock on the lever, giving you the ability to hit the max voltage. Hitting it, you can hear the sow wailing in pain as smoke rises above the barn. This is the most effective and easiest way to kill it. You can do it through normal means, but ammo is expensive and does very little damage to the sow, while Molotov cocktails also barely tickle it. Returning to the Wolfman, he's incredibly happy to hear the sow is dead.
Bravo, meat. No more squeals.
Suddenly, the wolf slaps me on the cheek.
I can fucking hear the pitiful sobs of old wretches and the pleas of peasants begging their beloved forest to bring back the sow's life. Poor fuckers have no idea I'll be the only one to hear their cries.
The wolf bursts into laughter.
This is music to my ears, meat. Their lamentations make me calm. Finally, I'll be able to sleep soundly. I'll bet they'll attempt to break through the wall of trees. Ugh, what a shame I can't breathe in their desperation up close. Meat, just one more thing. Say hello for me when you're in the village. Send them my greetings.
The wolf checks his pocket, his paw trembling with excitement. He takes out some item and throws it on the ground.
Here.
He'll then reward you with a single hotbar upgrade, a very small benefit to how much you've fucked yourself for the rest of the game. Although, this is the only way to get more than 6 hotbar slots. So it's up to you if condemning a whole village to starvation is worth it to get a 7th inventory slot. You know what, actually? Don't answer that question. Killing the sow was never needed to progress the main story. You might have thought it'd help because of how non-linear the quests are in this game, but it was only to make the Wolfman happy, and with the sow dead, the game would change drastically. Upon returning to your hideout, you'll see a bloody circle of pig heads on the floor, kindly letting you know that the villagers know where your base is. When you next return to the village, you'll see the corpse of the sow, with villagers praying for it to come back to life to feed them. The villagers are in an even worse state than when you first saw them. The villagers know that without the sow, there is no other steady food supply apart from a few potatoes or resorting to cannibalism.
Oh, I didn't know it was that much of a difference.
These woods have no end.
They'll definitely all starve and die. Investigating a newly open path, you can see one villager trying his hardest to make some kind of dent in the woods, chipping away at the trees with his axe.
My hands are killing me. Stashik, it's your turn now.
He's made some progress, but the network of trees probably stretches on for miles, and any progress he's made will quickly grow back. Killing him, you can loot an axe head, which you can use later. Before leaving the village, you'll get someone calling out to you.
Hey, you! The village leader wants to have a word with you. He's waiting inside.
You're now finally granted access into the mayor's house. It's empty, but you can investigate the cellar. This place is cold and smells of raw meat. Eventually, you'll see the town's leader through a small crack in the wall.
Come here for a second.
It's him! He's the one who killed our sow!
Unleash Antic!
Antek is the same person hinted at earlier as being unleashed on the villagers that were asking for more rations of pig meat. It's a monster similar to the child in the well, but an adult version and hooked up to a long chain. It shows the hypocrisy of the village, how they'd cast an infected child into a well, but weaponize an even more dangerous adult plague carrier to use as an enforcer, despite it having no capacity to be reasoned with. After you dispatch it, the other villagers will attack you. That is, if you didn't get a cheap hit in the crack in the wall beforehand. You can get some rare loot, like a welder and chain. You can still speak to the chicken lady, apparently unaware of what you've done, but just grieving for the sow.
Someone killed our wonderful pig, the only sow in the village. What now? Where are we going to get the meat? I won't let them butcher me, hens. Even if they come for me, I won't let them.
Because this is totally optional, you make the active choice to make the game harder for yourself and doom the entire village. You could see it as quickly putting an end to their prolonged suffering, as them eating the meat would surely have slowly infected them all anyway. But was it really your decision to make? On top of that, only some of the villagers seem to be affected by the plague, so there was a chance that if you didn't kill the
Sorry, I
sow,
was stretching.
you might have had a chance at surviving. This choice weirdly mirrors the first choice in the game, whether you should have put the dog out of its suffering or leave it to maybe recover. Back then, the choice to end its torture was a fairly murky one, and now you've done it to a whole village full of people, and these guys won't go out as quick as a single hit with an axe. Back in the pig shed near the fuse box to stun or kill the soul, you can find a broken mirror on the floor. This is the only time we see him up close in-game, barely visible through the broken glass, wearing a straw hat, scarf covering most of his face, but what skin you can see is grey in color. You've been heavily affected by the plague, either through exposure from injecting essence to level up or staying in the forest too long. There's only one line of dialogue. You are one ugly bastard. I guess you got what you deserved. This line lines up with how earlier on the Wolfman called you repulsive and how the villagers look away at you, calling you a freak when they see you. The animation shows the protagonist clutching his hands, disgusted with his appearance. There aren't any more lines of dialogue. At least the musician had the idea to cover up his face so no one could see it. Oh, wait, no, I haven't talked about him yet. Pretend you didn't hear that. I don't know why, but this interaction reminded me, if anything, of Disco Elysium. In that game, there's a mirror in the starting area, which lets you look at yourself and actually gives your character a portrait to replace the blank slate you start off with. You can even change your expression if you pass a very difficult skill check.
It's too late. Like an image on film.
Just like in Darkwood, this mirror causes self-reflection in the protagonist, although that entire game is about realizing who you are, so it isn't really surprising. But let's rewind a bit and say...
Wait a minute, hold on. What game is that? You said Disco Elysium?
Because, again, there is...
I've actually been kind of interested in playing that game because I hear it's all about a schizo guy. I think it sounds really interesting.
Reminded me, if anything, of
Oh, thank you for the stretch ham. I appreciate it. Oh, I should probably get some tea because I'm not drinking my water. Should probably get some tea. Tea tastes good. Water tastes bland.
Disco Elysium. And that
Disco Elysium. It looks like a pretty cool thing. Yorkshire? Maybe Yorkshire. I don't know. My vibe right now. My vibe right now is I was thinking mint. But I mean, I got three options. I got mint, I got cinnamon, and I have Yorkshire. I can go for one of the three. I can go for any of the three. I think I have the most of the Yorkshire, so I should probably go through that. Well, of course I have the most for Yorkshire because it was the most for it was the highest, the biggest size. Disco? All right, disco. Oh. Disco Elysium. $40? Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Oh, it's made by the guys that made Control? Interesting. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go and make some tea real quick so I can recover. me. We're here.
In that game, there's a mirror in the starting area, which lets you look at yourself and actually gives your character a portrait to replace the blank slate you start off with. You can even change your expression if you pass a very difficult skill check.
It's too late. Like an image on film.
Just like in Darkwood, this mirror causes self-reflection in the protagonist, although that entire game is about realizing who you are, so it isn't really surprising. But let's rewind a bit and say you didn't kill the sow yet or even talk to the chicken lady, because again, there is so much more side content in this game which can be incredibly easy to miss if you're only focusing on the main story. If you've been scavenging the Silent Forest for supplies, you might have got enough essence to level up your skill tree again. The next tier will give you access to a range of new perks. Acid Blood, Third Eye, Runner, and the negative perks, Poison Vulnerability, and Fearful. Like I said earlier, each tier you can choose 2 positive perks, but you're forced to pick a single negative perk. After that, the entire tier is locked out, and you move on to the next one. Firstly, the positives. Acid Blood, which sounds amazing, is honestly god-awful. It turns your blood acidic, like an alien xenomorph. So whenever you take damage,
I don't know what I've even done, but anyways, you made me stretch.
Enemies that touch it.
Well, and then I decided to get up anyways. But hi, Hammock. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the stretch.
It never stun locks enemies either, and with blocking not being a feature in Darkwood, it's pretty hard.
We're being our React Andy. We're watching the Darkwood video.
Enough damage for it to be worthwhile. Also, keep in mind,
I can see why people have trouble like talking over vids like this.
So if an enemy's that close, any acid blood will be pointless because they'll
but there's plenty to talk about. Plenty to be haha.
Before the blood can do some real damage.
At least I'm not Zentai, who just doesn't do or say anything while watching a whole 30-minute video.
Removing the narrow vision cone that you're used to. This reveals
Zentai?
everything, both loot and enemies sneaking
not
up on
Zentai.
you. If
Who
not
the fuck
for the
was
limited
it?
time of 60
What's his
seconds,
name?
this would be completely game-breaking. It's amazing
who's
how
the guy that
easy
looks like
Darkwood
fucking
is when you
Sane's
actually have the
Undertale?
hindsight of being able to see everything around you. Usually when you take damage, your character will get knocked around, in turn messing up your vision. And if you try to run away, you'll only have the audio cues of where the enemy is, unless you want to risk some of your momentum to get a proper look.
Zentai, we're like
is a great way to survive parts of the night where you'll have to camp multiple corners, but don't want to keep switching between them. Runner is the final positive perk. Another active one giving you unlimited sprint for 20 seconds.
Damn, Daniel.
Time, and it really is, but it can get you out of really bad situations. Like
that sounds really good.
Before nightfall, or cutting loose from an enemy that you just can't beat and you've wasted all your stamina trying to kill. Anytime you open up the menu to use an active skill, the game will also slow down, giving you the time to activate the skill and get out without getting stun locked mid-menu. So those are the good ones. Now for the bad ones. Poison Vulnerability is pretty bad, which means it's good because it's bad because it's a negative perk. Change the protagonist's
Two
body
positives
so
make a negative. Double entendre.
Damage. So what would have been an inconvenience stepping on a mushroom could now end up killing you.
Okay, I'm losing health very quickly. No, it was a bit! Please don't die for fuck's sake!
And it will make the rest
Hi,
of the
not
game
so. How you
harder
doing
because
well?
To new areas,
We're watching the Pyrocynical Darkwood video today.
Thankfully, like I said earlier, you can make
we're currently at 2 hours and 35 minutes.
To counteract that. Fearful is somehow even worse. It'll make the protagonist more anxious. Whenever you take damage, your cone of vision will become incredibly narrow for a few seconds, which can be a complete run killer, especially if you're trying to keep tabs on multiple enemies. You can counteract this with Third Eye, but that can only be used once a day, while Fearful will kick in whenever you take damage.
Oh, you want the Vermisa instead? Okay. Alright. Alright. See you later, chat. Vermisa time. Hello, chat. It is me, Vermisa, your favorite demon. This is Darkwood. This is Darkwood. It's a top-down horror game. Top-down horror survival. Oh no! Oh no! Favorite? Yeah, of course I'm the favorite. Everyone knows I'm the favorite. Everyone knows I'm the favorite. That's a fact.
Probably pass out.
Big fact. Fast
this
fact.
One's very different, as you're somewhere far, far away from the forest.
Okay, fine then. Guess I'm going bye-bye then. Guess chat really doesn't like me, huh?
You'll wake up in an apartment playing the same calming music you hear whenever you survive a night at the Hideout. There'll be a woman next to you telling you to turn off the
Hello,
lights.
chat. It is me.
From here, you can
it is me, Seraphina, with the giant ass wings that are gonna take up half the screen now.
Stars are falling from the sky.
They twinkle
I could
first
get
and
rid
then
of
they
them,
fall
but
straight into your
isn't it
palm.
much funnier to have them around?
These are not stars.
Isn't it much
It's
funnier to
snow.
have most of the
What are you
content on this
talking
screen
about?
being
These
covered
are
up?
surely stars. I can see.
I
You
think
can
so.
walk around the rest of the house to see it's just a normal Polish apartment with a kitchen, cooker, and bathroom. This kind of living space would probably cost
Didn't know
around
I didn't
2
really
million
go.
in today's housing market.
Mood based, yes, hell yeah, had to be
You can
based.
search the cupboards for normal
Bruh.
household items you can never find in game. Like
I'll never own a
detergent,
real house. I would
spray
own a
cans,
tiny house though.
scissors, and even fresh pears.
That's affordable. Building your own tiny house nowadays extremely affordable. Actually, having a house, not.
In every single Polish household. I guess
Since
that
I'm not
stash is
drawn,
just
should
hidden
I?
away pretty well.
I'm gonna
Looking
hide the
outside,
tablet
you
for a
can
bit
see
since I'm not
sidewalks
actually drawn
and
on
other
it.
apartments. It's
I'm taking a
amazing how
break.
something so normal seems so alien in this game. Eventually, though, the facade will stop. The music ends and all the lights in the apartment
Enjoying
go
me
out
some
with a knock on
Yorkshire
the door.
tea.
When you go to answer,
Holding
you'll see the man
my
who's
my
knocking
waifu
is
who towel in my arms.
you.
That means she should see was the
Before waking
favorite
up again
demon.
in the hideout. There's also
Wow.
a secret ending to this dream. If you answer the door,
She considers herself to be the favorite in anything and everything. She's always the favorite. Hold on, I wanna go back in the dream.
Snow. What are you talking about?
Not want a cup? Get a cup. Brew one. Yeah, yeah. Get more people to drink tea.
playing
Woo!
the same calming music you hear whenever you survive a night at the hideout. There'll be a woman next to you telling you to turn off the lights so she can get more sleep. From here, you can explore the rest of the apartment. Going into the living room, you can turn on a black and white TV set.
Scary demons. Stars are falling from the sky. They twinkle first and then they fall straight into your paws. But Floppy Bear, these are not stars. It's snow. What are you talking about? These are surely stars. I can see.
You can walk around the rest of the house to see it's just a
Try not to do
Polish
anything
apartment with a
exciting. I'll
kitchen,
try.
cooker, and bathroom. This kind of living space would probably cost around 2 million in today's housing market.
POV. Get a tiny house, dumbass.
Household items you can never find in game, like detergent, spray cans, scissors, and even fresh pears. Surprisingly missing is the bottle of spirit that's at least 70% alcohol, which is pretty much present in every single Polish household. I guess that stash is just hidden away pretty well. Looking outside, you can see sidewalks. And
Man,
other
the first time I
apartments.
had
It's
Captain
amazing.
Morgan, I never knew it was actually such a high like alcohol. I did not know that it was such a high proofing and percentage for like Captain Morgan because it's a low end rum. It's like 450 for Captain Morgan on the rocks, which is cheap for bars. Ow! Why you hit me with shit? Rude. But I had like 4 Captain Morgan rum on the rocks, and I did not know it would get me drunk. It's surprising it gets me drunk because I can handle. I did the calculations where I had like a bunch of different mixed alcohol and I could handle like 15 shots, but I got like kind of drunky wonky on 4 Captain Morgans. It's just a high proofing and percentage. You should drink a can of -196. I have never heard of that. What is that?
Normal seems so alien in this game. Eventually, though,
Is that a thing?
The music ends and all the lights in the apartment go out with a
Lemonade's
knock on the door. When you
vodka
go to answer,
seltzer.
you'll see the man who's knocking is
Interesting.
you, the protagonist. Before waking up again in
Maybe.
the hideout. There's also a secret ending to this dream. If you answer
Originally
the
from
door but
Japan.
never look at the
Interesting.
protagonist, you can shimmy past him and walk
I
down
didn't
the
think
corridor,
Japan would be
opening another
interested in
apartment
producing
door and walk down
vodka.
the corridor filled with chairs and valuable shiny stones. Reaching the end, you'll see another TV set. The dream will end and you'll wake up again in the hideout. Teddy Drop Ear was a Polish stop-motion children's animated show which ran from 1975 to 1987. And as we know from examining various magazines in the real world, the current year is 1987. By now, you might feel ready enough to explore the rest of the map and head towards the third and final area, the Old Woods. You can access the Old Woods as soon as you reach the Silent Forest. There's no
Maybe
quest or
I'll get
items
it.
you need to get to the
Maybe I'll
next
get it.
area.
Maybe I'll
The
put on my
devs
throne
knew
wish
you'd try
list.
this, so placed its most common enemy on the bridge waiting
I'm
for you.
not too big for liquor though. What the dog doing? Uh-oh,
This is the
stinky.
Chomper. You've seen them before, either chasing you in the underground, the wedding, or in the well. But the Silent Woods are the Chomper's hunting grounds. Unlike most other enemies, they won't wait for you to leave, but will instead attack you on sight. They're humans that have been infected with the plague so severely, their entire upper torso has been transformed into a giant jaw filled with teeth. An obvious reference to the 1982 film, The Thing. It actually came out a couple of years before the game is set. That film featured a scene where one of the characters' heads split in half to form a jaw, similar to what you see here. Some of them will start out sleeping.
Mixing it sounds pretty good though. That sounds pretty based.
Will be roaming around this biome. They have nearly as much health as you do, and their rapid attacks can easily kill any player. The main reason they're so terrifying is because they still show some level of intelligence, being the only enemy so far to dodge away from your attacks the same way you do. So baiting
no,
them
he's not allowed to dodge. Deal damage to no, this isn't Dark Souls.
Might not work.
Illegal.
You can always rely on guns, but again, these are rare and ammo is expensive. If you kill one with a melee weapon, instead of dying, it'll split in half with its torso dragging itself.
Think of the head patch.
They drop odd meat when killed, which you can use again in the cooker, but resource-wise, it's usually best to avoid them entirely. Thankfully though, because they're carnivores, you can actually bait them with meat to distract them. If you really want to go into the old woods, the first priority should be to get to the biome's first hideout and set up a base there. This location is even larger than the Silent Forest hideout and is vastly different from any previous ones. Instead of being a cottage or a large house, this is a sprawling complex and is the most difficult place to survive out of all three regions. This is probably where the majority of the military was organized before being separated. You can even find a letter of desertion in one of the drawers inside. You can also find a gentleman's magazine, again with the current year's issue. The devs really want you to know what year this game takes place in. Despite this probably being a military outpost, it's been picked clean with no firearms or ammo left over unless you get lucky searching a container. The base itself is in a really bad state, with even more cracked walls giving invaders an easy way in, and very few walls to actually barricade. There's still the standard wood chipper, well to repair, workbench, and generator, though it seems like there used to be two of them powering the hideout, one being completely destroyed by the time you arrive. Turning it on, you'll notice the lights are actually fixed to the walls so you can't move any of them around, apart from a single lamp. Because you're deeper in the woods, the nights are much harder to survive. I mentioned earlier the trader giving you more reputation for each hideout you stay at. The old woods give you 200 reputation at night, double the first hideout, and for a good reason. From the infected dogs, savages, and chompers trying to break in most nights, which can easily sandwich you if you aren't careful. As soon as you step outside the base at night, you'll lose night protection, so the unkillable floor gore will start chasing you, while the other two hideouts gave you at least the option to stay within the grass gardens. In this hideout, you'll be forced inside all night, giving you less options to escape a bad situation. Even the corridors you'll be fighting in are now much more narrow, barely letting you move around and making dodging enemies near impossible. Also now, there's even more night events. Black fog can form on top of you, which will drain your health and give you a gas debuff for inhaling dangerous essence. A red orb will spawn inside your base,
think you'll get with the head pad?
illuminating the area much like a flare, which seems to be a benefit, giving you more vision. You'll chase it, thinking it's something beneficial, like how mushroom growths would work at night. But looking directly at the source, you'll be given the pain debuff, damaging you whenever you maintain eye contact, with the icon being a melted face. You'll also encounter a brand new enemy, one that you could have seen back in the Silent Forest, although it's much more common here. You'll hear a large number of crows overhead, and after that, nothing, until you hear slow, heavy footsteps closing in on you. They look like large humanoid birds with a bone head. They won't damage you, but looking at them, they'll begin to scream. And if you don't look away, or if they're able to touch you, or if you're stupid enough to attack or shoot one, it'll spread its wings, emit a scream so loud it'll kill all the power in your hideout for a short while. They'll die on the spot, vaporizing into ash, but from the body will crawl out 5 offspring, speeding on the floor towards you. They're not too hard to deal with on their own, but in the old woods, you'll never be attacked by just one enemy at a time, making this the perfect opportunity for other enemies to get the drop on you. This is the Banshee, and is one of the reasons why surviving a night at the old woods is so difficult. You can never kill a Banshee without spawning its offspring. If you set up any preventatives like fire or bear traps, it'll simply glide over them. If you're forced to piss off a Banshee, you can quickly throw a Molotov onto its body, hoping it kills the offspring before they can attack you. The Banshee and its babies never have any loot on them, another indicator that you should always stay away from them unless you have to engage. I've seen people on the wiki say the best course of action is just to look away and stare at a wall, hoping the Banshee will leave them alone. Yeah, try and apply that same logic to the rabid dogs and chompers that are trying to break in as well. Interestingly, the Banshee can't actually break barricades by itself, meaning if you bunker yourself in one of the rooms, the Banshee won't actually be able to get in. Although, again, the Banshee will probably never attack alone, and all the other night creatures have no issue breaking through wooden boards. All of this might make you want to go back to the Silent Forest for the nights instead, which, to be fair, is a viable option. That is, if you want to spend half the day walking to where you need to go. At least the old woods hideout compensates with the oven being much more efficient than the previous one, letting you inject even more Polish crack for less mushrooms. If you manage to survive the night and get a hefty reputation boost from the trader, you might want to stock up on some ammo and go exploring the area. The plentiful chompers aside, there are some unique locations here not found anywhere else. But first, give me that bug nest, I need an extra life. Talking to the trader after your first night here will have some unique dialogue. Visibly struggling, a man drops the sack from his back and bends in half, as if out of breath. He shakes the dust off his clothes, then rolls up the sleeve of his seemingly too small jacket. I see some words written on his forearm. The forest wants to devour you. You're heading straight into its jaws. He's again warning you against progressing through the woods.
Stop right there!
But you can't stay in the forest forever. You have to get out. You can see that the old woods are suffering much more infection than the previous areas, coming across roots of trees looking sickly with mushrooms growing on them. There's also the remains of a previous hideout completely covered in grey growths, even having an oven, workbench, table saw for wood. None of these can be used, but strangely enough resembles the very first hideout we had back in the dry meadow. There's also a road which has been overgrown by trees, but was at one point used as a checkpoint to get people in and out, probably set up by the military before the plague became so rampant. Railway tracks dot these parts of the woods, as it was probably used for shipping supplies from the village into the cities, but the tracks have been so deformed by the woods they're of no use to anyone. Not surprising considering one of the events when surviving the night, a huge earthquake shakes the entire forest. Following the rail lines, you might come across a toppled train car. There could be some useful supplies in here, but the door is locked and we need a code to get inside. This part of the woods looks like it was always rural, even before the pandemic, with you being able to stumble upon a hunter's house. In its terrible state, like most homes in the game, it is heavily guarded by plague-infected dogs and chompers, both of which won't attack each other, almost as if anything suffering with the plague has an implicit understanding of who to attack. If you manage to clear out the numerous enemies here, it is a great place to find ammunition for your shotgun and pistol.
No, that's a lot of
ammunition. You can see whoever lived here loved hunting, with seemingly dozens of bear traps scattered all across the house and a huge pile of snare traps all stacked on top of each other. Ransacking the place, you can find some important loot. Like a photo
alcohol!
Of a dog
yeah!
With how sparse the trees are here, this was probably in the early days before the infection
What's the dog
first hit
doing?
the area. You can also find an empty trophy rack, the head removed with only the wood being left, with some grey hairs still stuck onto the wood. This has to be some pretty huge game, like an elk or wolf. Lastly, you can find a corpse covered in roots in the house. Searching the body, you can find a simple silver wedding ring. This has no significance and can be sold to any trader for some extra reputation.
That's a fucking lie.
One of the last places you can find, which was marked on your map already if you bought the map from Pietrek in the Silent Forest, is a huge church. The front of the church is collapsed, but going inside, you'd see what would normally hold a congregation. Behind the altar is a door leading to a cellar that's locked with a code. To learn the code, you'll need to collect more items from the oven to level up your character. If you find enough mushrooms, odd meat from infected dogs and chompers, or buy cookables from traders like the delicious red egg, you'll be able to get into tier 3 of the skill tree.
Bro is referencing every single game.
2 negative perks. Careful.
Bro is referencing every single game. Bro's reference even PvZ now. Bro's referenced like 20 different single video games inside a video, an 8-hour long video about a single video game. Can't believe he even brought PvZ as a reference in a top-down horror.
A single instance to ignore the effects of a trap for each day.
Reference king.
Bear traps, poisonous mushrooms, or infected bodies that you interact with. I feel this perk is mostly useless because by now you'll be aware of the hazards that the darkwood has, and you'll be able to avoid them as best as you can.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You nearly had me. You nearly had me there. You nearly had me there. You thought I was going to interact with you, eh? You thought... Oh, I can disarm?
That being said, the old woods do have some pretty crafty bear traps that are purposely hidden among the grass. Appetite is the next one. Much like the savages of the woods, you'll grow a taste for wood, and eating it will heal you. Now, this sounds great, but unfortunately, it's mostly useless, because it provides one of the worst healing factors in the entire game. And even if you're in an excess of wood, you'll always want some to use for barricades or to fix your trusty shovel. I tried eating some to save myself from dying, and believe me, it does not work. Wood.
I ate the wood! Please! Please, I ate the fucking wood! I ate the wood.
That-
I ate the wood.
wow.
Collect the wood.
Nothing.
I ate the wood. Please. Oh my god, it's gonna be so close. It's 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 so close. Please. Fuck's sake! Yeah, and then it disappears as soon as I die. Yep, okay.
Funnily enough, this skill is actually a reference to what some of the Polish did in World War II. When food was so scarce, they actually had to marinate wood and eat it. The only worthwhile perk on this tree is Scream, giving the protagonist once a day the ability to emit such a terrifying shout, it'll scare away most enemies around him. Now, this is great if you're being attacked by enemies from different angles. Your Scream will make them flee away from your line of sight, but they'll still be hostile if they see you again afterwards. This is the single best get out of jail card in the entire game. The only enemy it won't scare off is the Banshee, because of course it doesn't. Fuck you, Banshee. The two negative perks are either weak lungs or weakness. These are both horrendous. You'll notice with each tier, as the skills get better, the negative perks also become more effective at hindering your playthrough. Firstly, weak lungs. Do not ever pick this skill, because you are screwing yourself for the rest of the game. Because of it, you'll be watching that stamina bar 90% of the time, because if it empties completely, you'll have to wait double the time until it begins to regenerate. That doesn't sound too bad, but like I said, you'll be anxiously watching the bar to make sure you've set your limit. And while you do, you'll probably end up walking into bear traps, exploding corpses, or enemies. You're essentially capping off your stamina meter because you know that you're never able to fully empty it, because if you do, you'll be punished for it.
Oh, fuck.
Personally, it's something I prefer to not be fixating over. The other negative skill is weakness. This is also stamina related. By injecting the essence, the protagonist will become frailer, so when his stamina is low, he'll deal less damage in combat. This will only kick in when you drop below the last pip of stamina, so it isn't anywhere near as bad as weak lungs. Both of these, though, are horrendous perks. But this is definitely the lesser of two evils. Mostly because you'll be primarily using it to charge up attacks to time hits on enemies that will use up very little stamina, not the quick jabs that use up massive stamina and are kind of unreliable anyway. And if you're in a situation where you had to run away and had to hit another enemy when you're out of stamina, you're probably dead anyway. After filling up the syringe with essence and picking whatever perks you choose, you'll fall into a deep sleep. Further infusing yourself with the forest you're trying so hard to escape. You'll find yourself deep in the woods. Running through, the protagonist will say, "The smell of grass and trees. The earth bends under my footsteps. The sky swells pleasantly." After some time, you'll come across an open grave, giving you the option to lie inside it. It doesn't seem too comfortable. I'm not sure. If you hesitate, a voice will call out to you.
Oh, I wasn't expecting this. You look tired. Come, lie with me. Feel the soil. The trees hum.
Become a pot of soil.
Calmly. They sing so beautifully. Can you hear it?
No, I can't. I'm
Crows
deaf.
will fly by, distracting you, and when you look back, the talking corpse will disappear. After a few moments, a chomper coated in ash will attack you. Next to the grave is a shovel that was used to dig it. Here, you're given two options: to lie in the grave and accept the dream, or to defy it and kill the chomper attacking you while it keeps mocking you.
Can you hear it? Can you hear their song? Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant.
If you're killed by the chomper, you'll wake up as if nothing happened. But if you manage to kill the chomper, the dream will end. And when you wake up, you'll have a shovel blade in your inventory, crucial to upgrading the shovel that you already have. If you choose to lie in the grave, you'll wake up with an insect in your inventory, a cockroach that you can cook in the oven for essence. Injecting even more of the forest into your arm, you'll have another dream where you wake up in front of the church. Moving past the destroyed bell, you'll encounter a man telling you to stand in line. As you approach the altar, you can see what he meant, as a line of people appear behind you, shouting at you for skipping the queue.
Fucking get alive, fat fuck!
It looks like they're all lined up to go into the trapdoor behind the altar.
Will you watch the 8 hours of the video? Yes. That is the plan. That is the intention, to watch all 8 hours of the Darkwood video.
You have no voice, nor free will, but do not fret. You are in good hands.
Are you in good hands?
In his eyes.
Holstay.
When he looks down upon me.
It mentions a he, possibly implying that there is a god of this forest somewhere, the driving force behind the forest's expansion. Examining the corpse gives you the description: a completely ordinary dead man with a smile on his face. There's no joke to be made here, but honestly, there's so many fucking corpses in this game, we should basically be accustomed to this. To actually progress the dream, you have to take the lockpick from the chest near the trapdoor and open the room opposite to the one that leads outside. There's a wardrobe with an axe and an item called the strange box, though you'll definitely be focusing more on the axe, as once you loot both items...
What the hell happened to the stuff to the left? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Will spawn in the main hall and start chasing you down. It keeps repeating the lines.
A red seesaw.
A white dress.
A black box for my girls.
A red seesaw. A white dress. A black box for my girls.
Here, you're given a choice on what to do. You can either avoid the chomper, break open one of the windows, yoink a lockpick from a corpse, and open the church gate. Or you can try to fight. Dying to the chomper has the exact same result if you ran away. So realistically, you want to take the chance. Killing the chomper, you can find a medallion on its corpse. It depicts a distorted photo of 2 young girls with the trapdoor code scratched.
2 young girls? That don't look like ladies, bro.
To the main area and opening the trapdoor.
Those look like schizophrenic children.
Now, this dream has a big influence on the real world once you wake up. Whatever ending you got, you wake up with the strange box in your inventory. If you ran away, upon waking up, you'll see the Wolfman standing next to you.
Meat, what's with the big eyes? Scared? Bad dream?
You can trade with him normally, but you can now also show him the strange box.
Oh, it's one of these. An interesting find, Meat. Guess now you want to know what's inside, eh? Somewhere in the part of the old woods lies a place where you'll find a key to this box. Well, Meat, I would be careful if I were you. Trust me, you don't want to open it by yourself. Bring me the key and don't try to be a wise guy. You won't know what to do with it.
But if you fought the chomper and opened the trapdoor, his dialogue changes just so slightly.
You look tired, Meat. Busy night?
And when you show him the box, he says this.
And this? What is this junk? And what am I supposed to do with it? Bite it until it opens? Your brain must be rotting if you think I'll break my fangs for this shit. But you still want to know what's inside, right? Somewhere in the part of the old woods lies a place where you'll find the key to this box, but I doubt you'll be able to sort it out. Come to me. Maybe I'll even give you something for this junk.
If you died or ran away from the dream, the Wolfman considers you a coward, talking down to you.
I have a wise guy.
But if you chose to fight your way out, he treats you with a little bit more respect. Just to get angry at you immediately after. Probably because you now seem like more of a threat, cutting your own path into the forest instead of assimilating into it. But this isn't all that changes inside the forest. If you come back to the church after running away in the dream, you'll meet a madman. Maybe even the same one who told you to stand in line back in the dream. He keeps repeating phrases similar to what the Black Chomper was saying in that dream, talking about giving candles and flowers to his little girls. When you approach him, he'll instead tell you to go below the floor where you belong. He'll also tell you the combination for the trapdoor so you can go inside. And if you kill him, he'll drop the medallion, the exact same one that you would get if you killed the chomper in that dream, although the faces aren't distorted anymore. If you ended the dream by killing the chomper and going into the trapdoor, you'll find a corpse cut in half in the middle of the church, also containing the medallion with the code to open the basement, with the madman now absent. Naturally now, you probably want to go into the basement. But please, for your own sake, do not go down there unprepared.
Oh, wait.
There's a reason why the dream ended as soon as you went into the basement, and how the dream ended
Actually,
has
no, this is
easily
fine.
the biggest divider in what comes next. If you kill the Black Chomper, the basement is now filled with huge dogs, an enemy that you should be used to killing by now, except now there's an entire pack trying to kill you at once in an incredibly closed space. By the way, that's the good outcome. If you died or ran away in the dream, the dogs are replaced with red chompers, which, as you probably know now, are extremely dangerous. And like I said earlier, the basement is incredibly cramped. The cellar itself looks like it was used as a hiding space for survivors, with corpses lying in makeshift beds everywhere. This is probably what everyone was lining up to do during the dream. They were trying to get into the basement to use it as a safe house. Although clearly this didn't stall the infection for too long, as inside there isn't a single survivor. And if you didn't open the trapdoor in the dream, the corpses are now being converted into red chompers. They start out dormant, similar to that one you saw on the bridge and even in the village, but if you attack them or invade their personal space, they'll start to aggro. Also, there's a single functioning radio down here. Do not touch the radio. I'm being serious. Do not do it. That is, unless you kill the Black Chomper, because when you touch the radio, you'll actually spawn a dog that has something very important in its inventory. That being the twisted key. And if you go back and show it to the Wolfman, this happens.
Give it to me.
The wolf snatches the box and key from my hands.
With things like that, you need to be careful, meat. This may be a trap.
Muttering under his breath, he attempts to open the box. After a while, the lid gently slides open and the wolf peeks inside carefully, squinting his eyes. He also looks at the contents in silence, then lifts his gaze at me.
Is this a fucking joke? Are you some sort of fucking clown or something?
The wolf takes out a few crumpled pieces of paper from the box and throws them in my face. As they fall to the ground, I notice a shiny stone among them.
Some fucking scribbles. I'm warning you, meat. Do not dare waste my time again.
This gives you another valuable shiny stone, along with a child's drawings. By now, you've probably noticed that the entire quest line, if you can call it that, surrounding the church is focused mostly around a family, with both the Black Chomper and the Madman mentioning gifts to give to his little girls, presumably the daughters in the locket. The details were mostly fuzzy up to now, but the child drawing basically explains everything. The first drawing depicts the entire family back at their house.
Hi Ben, how you doing? We're doing well.
Girls and a dog. It looks like this picture is supposed to be from a time before the forest expanded into the area, with it just being a nice, happy family scene. How wholesome. Although the next drawing might already start some alarms in your head, as it shows the family dog eating a red mushroom. Considering we've been using mushrooms like these as a way to attune ourselves to the forest, you can probably guess what that might do to a dog. The dog is already dead by the next drawing, with it being drawn 6 feet under.
Of course he has the Signalis song in there.
Poland, and also
I'm doing good. Well, I hope you feel better soon. We're watching the Darkwood video made by Pirates and Occults, 8.5 hours long. I'm 3 hours in apparently. Poggers, 3-hour mark. Woo! Congratulations to anybody that has been here watching this with me for 3 hours. 3 hours. Oh boy, and we still got 5.5 to go. Darkwood, funny horror top-down video game, and then funny British man making many references to things that aren't in the video game while talking about the game. Hi, Makaro. How are you doing? Doing well. We're watching the Pirates and Occults Darkwood video.
Bleeding from an open wound, probably due to the dog biting him. This could also point that the dog didn't die from the infection, but rather was put down after attacking its owner. The aggression being reminiscent of the dogs we've been fighting throughout the game. The next drawing shows the father dismantling the doghouse, presumably to build the red seesaw the girls are playing on.
And while I'm watching it, we're also, well, I'm drawing a little bit too while I'm watching. It's kind of hard to constantly talk when also try to watch. How can you watch all of this? I cleared out my schedule to watch this video. That's how. I cleared out my schedule for the entire day, and I got all my fucking chores that I am forced to do every day. Now, I'm doing pretty good. Hi, Coolin. How you doing? Are doing well. I'm happy to hear you doing fine, Hippocar. Yeah, well, I cleared up my entire schedule to watch this, just to watch it for stream. I'm chilling. We're watching the Darkwood vid. It is. It's finally out after 7 months. No main channel pirate vid.
Red Seesaw and a destroyed doghouse.
Yeah, I have. Well, I have nothing else to do. Shit, this is like fucking Christmas. What you mean?
Where the family lived.
Nothing else to do, bro. We've been waiting 7 months for content from Pyrocynical.
Just in case you weren't all that convinced yet. The next
7. It's like watching. It's like this is like 5 Hollywood movies for free.
A picture of the line of people we saw in the church dream, featuring a figure who we might know as someone dressed in a medical coat, as well as a boy holding a violin, who might be referencing a character I'm gonna mention soon. This drawing explains the connection the family had with the church and why both the twisted key and the strange box could be found here. They tried to hide in the basement to wait out the plague ravaging above. Again, like so many others here. Unfortunately, as we know, hiding in the basement really didn't help.
You could watch an hour each day.
Hugging each other
No,
with corpses lying behind them. Probably in the process.
I don't want to. Man, you watching an hour each day. This video even cut up into segments. We even got segments to watch. You gotta watch all the way through. It's the fun part.
I'm sure if he was, he would have been
Wish you luck with the rest of the vid. Thank you.
But there is something that could explain this. Back at the burnt house, you can find a note, presumably from the father.
I know they're there. I can hear them laughing.
This is a great way to spend the day
I
off.
can't get through by myself. The trees go back too fast.
This suggests that he might have left his daughters in the basement to keep them safe and gone back to his house. He probably knew he was infected from the dog bite by now, so in a way, he was protecting them from himself. After returning back home, he clearly wanted to go back and find them, but I doubt that was his own choice. He's hearing voices in this note, so it's more than likely he was starting to go insane from the plague. I think it's safe to say that the madman we find in the church is the father, considering we can find the medallion on his body and he's very clearly infected. As when you kill the black chomper in the dream, the corpse you find in the church much later looks like a mutated chomper. This entire plotline is completely depressing, but it's a good study of how the plague
What is this game? Darkwood. It's actually on sale right now. Apparently Pyrocynical made it. Pyrocynical had a collab with the Darkwood devs to have the game go on sale when he released the vid, so it's on sale for $4. Top-down funny horror. Top-down funny horror game.
People living in the region.
Top-down funny horror survival.
A couple of lines of dialogue and crude drawings, it does a really good job at communicating how horrible being here was. This kind of storytelling really makes Darkwood special. It feels very human, despite the eldritch horrors we've seen all over the forest. Look, I get it, okay, like so many horror games, you pick up the audio log.
Funny? How can the horror game be funny? Well, watching people get scared from the horror game is funny. Playing it yourself, maybe not funny. Making fun of the people in the horror game, funny.
And it cuts to static. But this is a completely optional plot line that we really didn't even have to interact with, and it's communicated in a much more organic way. Interestingly enough, the child's drawings used to be accessible in a completely different way in previous versions of the game. Back at the church outside the dream, you could find a burnt piece of paper with a Bible passage inside.
The Bible?
The passage in question was Psalm 91, verses 3 to 6. And while it might sound weird to get so specific, this was actually quite important. At the top of the piece of paper, you can see a mirrored website address.
I'll keep that line in. If I play this game at 3 AM, I'm not having fun.
Going to the website,
yeah, but then you'll want to play it the next morning.
The ones you could find in the game on
you'll be like, wow, that was terrible. I hated that. I can't wait to play it tomorrow. I can't wait to play it tomorrow at 3 AM.
This is a pretty good puzzle with a nice lore reward, but I can tell
Hi, Coolin, how you doing?
Would change to be
We're doing
entirely
good.
accessible in-game. It definitely grounds the story better instead of, you know, needing a Bible scholar to solve an ARG. Coming back to the church itself, in the same room where you got the strange box in the dream, you can find
I can't handle when Pyro references Wendigoon at any point. Every time Pyrocynical references Wendigoon and just seeing his face, it makes me laugh, and I have no idea why.
On inspecting it, you can see a game console with 2 characters resembling wolves. This item seems to be based on a Russian-made single-game console, where one of the games apparently involved a wolf stealing eggs while trying to not drop what he's already collected. So technically, this game has still more games than the PS5, by the way. Another Slavic game where you can find the exact same handheld is in Hideout, which is like this really cool original Doom boomer shooter. In that, you can also find a handheld game, but in Hideout, you can actually play it. It's an unlicensed clone of Egg, which was a title in Nintendo's Game & Watch line.
Have you seen this? He's got sunglasses on.
The wolf in both iterations wasn't actually in Game & Watch, but was based on a Soviet-Russian cartoon called Just You Wait. The cartoon itself was about a wolf trying to eat a rabbit, so basically Tom and Jerry, but for gopniks. The handheld game is another item you can show the Wolfman, which prompts this pretty funny dialogue.
What the fuck is this? Do you think this is funny? Are you mocking me? Do I look like a joke to you?
Daddy, chill.
You're given a choice to either shake your head or nod. Shaking your head has him get angry at you, and he tells you to never mock him again, while nodding reveals a more humorous side.
You're a brave piece of meat. And what's more important, one with a sense of humor. Where did you find this one? An electronic game, eh? About a wolf stealing chicken eggs? Good one. I have a soft spot for games. How about you? I can give you something in exchange, meat. What would you say to a surprise, eh?
If you nod now, he'll take the console off you, but in return, you get a fully functioning pistol.
Wolf is kind of
which,
hot.
To be fair, is a pretty good trade. You can also show the game to Peter.
Go for
and
it.
Get a free 100 rep.
Get some art with the wolf.
That the wolf will go to space when he collects all the chicken eggs and give him the game. But honestly, the pistol itself is already worth twice that much rep, not even counting the cost of items normally needed to craft it. Now, all what I've been talking about so far is side content. Yes, I know I spent this time on words, and I haven't even really progressed the main story. Anyway, let's take a step back and return to when we first met the chicken lady. After exiting dialogue with her, she'll notice that somebody's watching you both.
Holy mother! This creep again! May the devil take him and his blasted violin!
The old lady turns red and starts to scream.
Devil fucked your mother! Get away from me house!
Leaving the chicken lady's house, you can see someone hide underneath a tractor before pulling a violin towards them. Talking to them introduces you to another major NPC, the musician.
It's not my fault. I know it doesn't sound too great, my violin. It's a bit broken. I won't play anymore. Sorry. Sir, have you been in that hut? The chicken lady's hut? You're not afraid of her? You're brave. And have you seen her? The pretty lady. She's the most beautiful lady in the world. I watched her through the cracks in the window. She changes when I watch her, gets more beautiful. I play for her. I want her to be happy, because she doesn't seem to be. The chicken lady locked her in that room. She keeps her there. She envies her. She won't allow anyone to see her. Even
Oh yeah, the first time I saw this scene, I thought it was the tractor talking. The tractor just looks like a face.
He knows very well that during the last Kupala night, I fished out that pretty lady's wrath from the river.
Don't worry about her.
Sir, the chicken lady knows what it means. Oh yes, I will become the pretty lady's husband. We will walk hand in hand. Sir, I will play for her. Mister, sir?
The tractor isn't a face? No.
Her,
there's a guy underneath it.
She chased me off. She always does. I also looked for the second key at Mr. Jan's, but now he's disappeared. I don't know how to get into his house.
Kupala Night, or Not Kupali, being a major folk holiday with Eastern Slavs. Basically their equivalent of Swedish Midsummer.
Bro's playing Witcher 3 songs. You know, I don't know what it means, the fact that I can understand all these songs. What does it mean for me that I can recognize all these music? All these music? All the different music.
Tractor and grabs me by the ankle.
Please don't go, Mr. Sir. You're my only hope. Please don't be afraid of Chicken Lady.
He seems desperate for you to help him, but you can leave and never interact with him again.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Dull thuds can be heard from under the tractor, as if someone was bashing their head against the ground.
Stupid! 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 Now I will never find this key. Well, maybe near the well. Near the well, where I saw Mr. Jan. Mr. Jan will have the key.
Him mentioning a key, the same key you've been looking for, might pique your interest. So you can talk to him again and agree to hear him out.
So kind. So very kind. You are...
My friend made me look up Tony the Tiger fan art.
Daddy, but my
why?
papa has changed, mister. Just
rest in peace,
like
Tony the Tiger. Nobody like that mascot character doesn't even exist anymore.
How sad I am.
Don't try to talk to the tractor in my yard to see if he can talk.
Am I not boring?
That's a mood. That's fair. That's
Please,
fair.
Don't go. Please hear me out. Don't go.
Nervous grunting can be heard from underneath the tractor.
I would though. I talk to my tractor. I talk to myself.
This is where the game diverges
already
into two paths, because both the musician and the Wolfman wants what's behind the chicken lady's door. Investigating the door, you can hear raspy breathing, but not much else. Only called the pretty lady by the musician. The boy just wants to play music for her, but the Wolfman's intentions are much less obvious. Both of them want you to find a key to a locked door and bring it to them so they can get to whatever's inside. Lastly, he'll mark on your map where he resides.
Please, please find the key, good sir, to the pretty lady's room. The chicken lady has it. Well, Mr. Jan also has it. I saw him recently near the well. He used to play with me. We threw rocks into the well and looked into our reflections while making silly faces. Daddy used to say not to do it, else my face will stay that way. Now the water
stream
in
by
the
hitting the
well
react
is always
mood.
hazy. It shows these weird images.
That's pretty funny though. Go for it.
The well is
More.
here in the
Do it
village.
more.
Maybe you will find him there. He used to hang around it often. He stared into the well as if looking for something.
What layer are these on?
Or someone. I must hide now. Hide from the chicken lady. I will go to that place where they used to keep all the grain. In the part of the silent forest. Will you bring me the key if you find it? I promise to repay you somehow. Me and the pretty lady.
With all this said, however, the Wolfman knows exactly what you want, a key for a key, but the musician is just promising a general reward. So you'll have to weigh up which character you want to give the key to, and that is if you can even find it. The musician has a camp, much like the Wolfman. In the Silent Forest, there's a collapsed silo which will have a Bambino gramophone hooked up to some speakers.
Childish Gambino?
Concerto number 19 in F major on repeat. Here, you can speak to the musician. He's not a trader, but now you can see his entire body. A frail child, heavily affected by the plague. His skin hardened like tree bark, with his mouth twitching and drool falling from his mouth. Here, you can show him some items you've collected, like the picture of the road home.
Mommy once told me about this road. She said people used to travel it. They would leave their houses and walk it during the night. I was scared of this story. I was afraid Mommy would go out too and leave me behind.
You can also show him the picture of the doctor, who he instantly recognizes.
This is our doctor, yes? He is just as brave and good as you are. He helped me. He is helping all of us. He gave me this beautiful mask so I could be healed of my afflictions. Maybe you could have one too. Maybe the doctor would make a mask like this for you? I could ask him about it.
Further going to show the doctor had no idea how to combat the plague by making masks to hide people's afflictions. But also saying you could ask the doctor despite him leaving the village, and this hints that he does actually still have contact with him, so giving him the key might actually prove useful after all. He'll also comment on the sow in the pig shed that the villagers have been feeding off.
Have you heard about the sow? The villagers keep this sow in the nearby pig shed. They call it the mother of all pigs. They say it's beautiful, but I've never seen it. They don't allow me near her. They chase me off. They always chase me off.
The little musician drops his gaze.
Maybe you would be able to see her, mister? If you manage to get inside, maybe you could take a wee piece
See you later, Kool-Aid. Have a good one.
I've never eaten pig, and I've heard it's very tasty. Would you take some for me?
If you killed the soul, like I mentioned earlier, sadly, he'll be able to relate to it from appearance.
I saw the villagers dragging a cart with a dead soul.
And a
the
wild
one
crocodile.
they called the mother of all pigs. It wasn't as beautiful as they said. Nowhere near the pretty lady.
The boy drops his gaze.
And that piggy, it was a bit similar to me.
The boy sniffles and rubs his mask with his deformed hand.
The villagers have been crying after her a lot. I saw them trying to cut through the wall of trees. Do you think it's even possible, mister? Mommy told me once that the woods are never ending, and there's nothing on the other side.
To get the key, you'll need to go back into the well where you killed Hanuska's child. Navigating to the end, you can climb a rope to get inside another house in the village. This is the only way inside, as the front door is heavily barricaded. Searching the house, you can find numerous chicken eggs, a collection of plastic chickens, and a dog tag dated to 1918 with the surname Mikulski. This could be Yannick's house, indicated by what was said by the musician upon turning him down. After searching a wardrobe, you can find a key covered in chicken feces. The key both the musician and the Wolfman want to open the back room in the chicken lady's house. Now, if your curiosity is piqued enough, you can actually open the door for yourself and see what's inside. You'll find some pretty exceptional loot, like a military flashlight, a direct upgrade to the normal flashlight, having around 50% more brightness, but the trade-off being it burns through batteries twice as fast. Still though, it's an amazing piece of kit.
Comrade!
But more importantly, you'll see something under a bedsheet, writhing around in pain. Searching it, you can loot the fabric for yourself for crafting, which reveals the monstrous person the chicken lady was trying to hide. This is the pretty lady the musician was referring to, a bloated, mutated woman with hands and legs bound and tied. How anyone could find this woman pretty is clearly the result of huffing Soviet-grade paint. There's also a silver wedding ring you can find in the bedding next to her. With the key in hand, you have the option to give it to
wait a minute! Wow, that sounds a lot familiar! Man, I'm reviewing Pirates of the Coast said that the wedding ring didn't mean anything. Oh, interesting.
The game majorly diverges into two different paths. The Wolfman's is the most straightforward. He'll give you the location of the Doctor's hideout straight away. As I produce the key, the wolf's pupils widen with excitement.
Well, Meat, I didn't think you could succeed. I'm impressed. Time for your reward. You'll find that quack thief here, but he locked himself away from the world and he won't let anyone in. So I don't know if this information will be of any use to you, Meaty. What the fuck are you looking at? I promised that I'd tell you where to find him, and I did. Did I tell you you'll be able to get there? That's something else, isn't it?
The wolf bursts out with laughter.
Now get out of my sight, Meat. I have important business to attend to. If you're interested in continuing our wonderful relationship, look for me in the edge of the old woods. I predict a tasty future together.
The wolf sinks his hands into the deep pockets of his coat.
Here, deliver this to that insane old bitch as a way of saying thank you for her beautiful sister.
The wolf throws the head of a chicken under my feet. As I lift my gaze, I realize that the wolf is gone. You can take the chicken head to the chicken lady and show it to her, and this does absolutely nothing except terrify her.
Jesus Almighty, my little darling, what have they done to you? This is a bad sign, mister. A bad sign. What will happen now?
The Wolfman is using you as a messenger to let her know that her sister isn't safe anymore. One thing you'll notice, when you side with the Wolfman in a lot of quests, you'll actually be completing the game a lot more quicker, except with the instance of killing the Sow. But in that situation, you did have the choice to just leave the Sow completely alone.
Because there's no karma system or warning message saying, uh-oh, you did a bad thing. Or Kenny will remember this.
What's your name, sir? My name is Deez. Deez what, sir? Deez. No!
It's really up to you to side with someone so malicious to escape the woods faster, because the Wolfman has no intention to leave. Why would he? He's using you as a tool to spread misery onto others. You can even kill the chicken lady outright, which gets you no extra reward apart from the Wolfman's satisfaction.
You've killed her? You've killed the hag that reeked of chickens? My dearest meat. Finally, I will be able to wolf down as much poultry as I wish.
If you gave him the key, he'll tell you where to find the doctor's house, and adds that if you want to continue your wonderful relationship, you can find him in the old woods. If you go looking for him in the edge of the map he specified, you'll eventually stumble upon an old barn filled with dogs. Making your way through the pack, you'll find the wolf, covered in blood and smelling absolutely foul. Interacting with him now has him act like the average furry convention attendee. If you see him, shoot him in public, with him jumping up at you and licking your face.
Comrade!
The greeting sounds like an angry growl. The wolf makes a quick leap, bouncing against me with his swollen belly. That's giving me, like, my response video flashbacks. Oh, Jesus.
Well, to be honest, I'd
God.
pick you up, hug you while...
He puts his paws on my shoulders. He ostentatiously licks my face.
What a gift have you given me?
I notice fresh bloodstains on his fur and feel streaks of his saliva dripping onto my coat. He leans towards me, as if he wanted to say something to my ear. You can now either push him away or do nothing. If you're a normal person and don't want to have your personal space invaded by, you know, an anthropomorphic wolf covered in blood, you would probably push him away. The wolf takes 2 steps back. I can only see a row of filthy, sharp teeth underneath his hood.
Well, look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
He's apparently addressing the stuffed human corpses sitting by the walls.
This carcass thinks he's better than you. This rotten pile of meat must be delusional.
The wolf turns towards me, adjusting his coat.
Are you pretending to be human, or are you just cracking jokes? I'll help you recover your stupid key. I'll take you back to the doctor's house. I'm sure you'll find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there. You two will have a little chat, you'll get back what you've lost, and then nothing will keep you from getting the fuck out of my part of the woods. Do you hear me, meat? You will pack your bags, dive into that stinking hole of yours, and dis-a-fucking-peer. And? Are we going, comrade?
This option has Wolfman reward you with a hunting rifle, a pretty decent long-range gun you won't be able to obtain otherwise for quite some time. However, as we already know in Darkwood, the reasonable choices always make the game harder on you. Choosing to do nothing instead will have him do this. The wolf squeezes my arms and starts licking my face. Once from the left side, once from the right side.
Comrade meat.
His breath stinks of rot.
What would I ever do without you? You're not such a worthless piece of carcass as you look. Thanks to you, I feel fulfilled. I got my girl, my sweet little lady back. Hard to believe the same blood flows through the veins of the bitch who reeks of chickens.
Suddenly, the wolf sends me back with a powerful push and reaches into his coat pocket. Some object hits the floor.
Here, no need to thank me. Now, since that part of the deal is behind us, I'll help you recover your stupid key. I will take you back to the doctor's house. I'm sure you'll find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there.
This does tie into the Wolfman's instructions, apart from the dev just trolling you. It's pretty obvious that the Wolfman wants complete and total dominance over you, and if you abide by his rules, he basically ends up treating you like a pet. Rejecting his hug is a massive act of disobedience. When you do that, it shows that you still have some independence and you're not entirely his lapdog. Entirely.
But if we choose to push the wolf away, you get nothing. One single dialogue option just fucked you over from getting a gun worth 400 rep, which is, as we know, a certified Darkwood moment. Also, how the fuck did he keep a hunting rifle in his pocket? But on the other hand, what's wrong with following him? Granted, basically every quest he sent us on was to spread misery onto anyone still alive in the forest, but he has rewarded us every time. Submitting to him did make the journey out the woods easier, and in the end, is that all that really matters? It might be demeaning to become his servant, but dignity doesn't really matter when you're a half corpse stuck inside a forest intent on killing everything inside. Before you even find the Wolfman in the previous room, you can see the pretty lady, now a half-eaten corpse. This was the Wolfman's end goal, and seemingly something he was obsessing about for a long time, evidenced by how happy he is, saying he's finally fulfilled. We're not sure where this obsession comes from, but unfortunately, it looks like we won't be getting any answers anytime soon, as this is pretty much your last interaction with him. The Wolfman will also give you the option of taking you to the doctor's house. Pretty useful, since walking there can easily take multiple in-game hours depending on how lucky you are with the random placement. If you choose not to go with the wolf and instead leave his barn yourself, you can go to the other side where you came from and find a wooden door. You can't open it without a key, but it's wooden, meaning your shovel can make quick work of it. Turns out you could have just done that from the beginning instead of fighting your way through the XL Bully Rescue Shelter.
Fuck you, Fido!
And finally, after that, you can go to the doctor's house. The first thing you'll notice when you arrive is the area seems to have been flooded somewhat, with only the road in the middle being dry ground. Thankfully, the time here is frozen, much like back in the village. Fun fact, going into this area can actually cause the in-game timer to have an aneurysm and set the time back to some random value. Apparently, the time it resets to is depending on what time it is when you first visited the area. You can even exploit this for infinite days if that time happens to be early morning. Surely you wouldn't do that, would you? You're not a cheater. Following the road, you'll first encounter a collapsed shack. It looks like half of it has seemingly fell off a cliff, one that was probably created by the forest's roots expanding on the ground. Inside, you can find a locked wooden door. Again, easy work for your shovel. There's a corpse inside the room holding an axe and an odd stone. Now, you might remember how I called the axe craft a scam? Well, I'll let you in on just a little secret. You won't actually be able to craft it for quite some time, even after visiting the doctor's house. And most playthroughs will end up taking you here anyway, so you can get a free axe instead of wasting 450 rep on a trade and waiting 20 hours. Again, absolutely peak game design. There's also the odd stone worth 60 rep, not to be confused with the shiny stone we've been seeing everywhere.
It looks like a plate of oatmeal.
In the current version, it has absolutely no use. It's just a barter item. However, in old alpha versions, this item was actually used to make potions, items you could use to permanently increase either your health or your stamina. Now, this would have made the game easier, which I'm sure the devs would not have wanted, so I'm not surprised at all that they were removed from the game, especially considering how important the health and stamina bottlenecks are for gameplay, instead being replaced with the essence abilities, which not only force you to pick a negative perk, but also give you more interesting options than just a stat boost.
What happened to the potions you'd be able to craft from odd stones?
They were a thing, I think, in the early alpha versions, right? Random world where you started at the center and you could use those potions to level up your health and stamina. They were removed in favor of skills that improve those stats, but I don't remember why. Just because of balancing issues?
I think the map constructions changed to biomes, and we figure out that it will be better to also place the items that are making, that are like developing your character also. It's going to be better.
Yeah, because the essence is like the main leveling up system now,
Yes.
so I guess that just kind of became outdated.
Yeah.
Moving on, you can find a fortified building with even a trap set up in the only entryway. When you go inside, you can see it's actually something like a field hospital, probably set up by the doctor trying to find a cure for the plague. Most beds are either empty or have a corpse on them.
Hey everyone.
Some of the corpses even missing body parts, although one patient, if you want to call him that, seems to still be alive.
Where's the doctor? Where? Daddy went out and left. Angry and hungry he was. I'm hungry too. Can't move. Head is exploding. And if I move, I'll burst myself.
But just because he survived the doctor's experiments doesn't mean he isn't completely insane. He still mumbles to himself and jitters around frequently. He's probably undergoing the same mutation that happened to people that we saw in the church basement or even back in the village. To back this up, he also mentions that his head feels like it's bursting, which is exactly what happens when a human finally turns into a red chomper. Their head splits open. You have the option to kill him here, and if anything, unlike the dog at the beginning of the game, this really is a mercy kill. If you don't, he'll probably turn into a red chomper. There's no reward, he doesn't come back later, there's no secret Easter egg item. But yeah, you're just putting someone out of their misery.
He even calls out to you to do it when you're going back the other way, possibly still lucid enough to know what's coming. He also tells you to take his broken house. On his corpse, you can find the rusty key, so if you didn't break down the door in the collapsed shack earlier, now you can open it normally. The last building is the doctor's actual house. Looking similar to how it was in the prologue. You can open the chest outside just to find that it's actually a freezer full of ice and body parts. Probably parts the doctor was experimenting on. And in case you were wondering, yes, you can eat the ice, and it even gives you a small endurance boost. And no, you can't eat the body parts. Darkwood can stand for a lot of things, but
no cannibalism. No.
Yeah, anyway. Before you enter the house, the interior outside your field of vision looks exactly like it did back in the prologue. Probably because the protagonist remembers it looking like that. But when you enter the house and actually get to gaze on it properly, you'll see it's been even more ravaged. The surgical table is flipped, the cages are knocked over, and even the carpet is a complete mess.
Peed on my fucking rug.
There's also a lot of mushroom growths. Clearly, the building has been abandoned for quite some time now. You can explore the same areas you could back in the prologue. Even the hatch in the interrogation room has new items. There's even another odd stone in the same place that we got the table leg from. There's also a photo of what looks like a savage lying on the table. It has an inscription on it with the date 12th of June 1985, meaning it must have been taken around 2 years before the protagonist was stranded here. In the side room, you can also find a moonshine distillery. This is probably why there's so much alcohol to be found around Darkwood. We know that the doctor ran away from the village, but who's to say that, you know, he hasn't been brewing his own alcohol to sell with traders just to get by, using the money made from it as fuel for his generators. In the room where Yannick was locked in the prologue, you can find a dead body, with the protagonist even remarking that he remembers him upon inspection. The main importance of this house is the hatch located in the main room. You couldn't see it before because the carpet was covering it. Now it's rolled up as if someone has accessed it recently. By the way, in case you're wondering, you can't actually interact with the rug on repeat playthroughs because that would break the entire pacing of this game and you'd basically be skipping 90% of chapter 1. But when you interact with it now, you'll realize it's code locked. Now, I got a little bit worried here, thinking I have helped or hindered so many people within the 3 forest biomes, and this is what I get, a fucking code. Well, thankfully, you can actually find the code by following the lines scratched into the floor, as there are numbers scratched along them on the vertices. Some numbers can actually be seen when not looking at them, and your character probably remembers them from before, but now they're covered with sludge or debris. The last number is covered by a cabinet, but once you move it, you can finally open the hatch. Inside, you can first find a toy resembling a small rocket. Your first instinct might be to take it to Pietrek, but you actually can't do anything with it currently. Despite its value of 150, no trader will actually buy it from you.
Mate, can I borrow your pen?
I've looked everywhere and this item really has no use. It's like the BB gun pellets. I feel it's something that was meant to be in the game.
Bro, just reference Poto.
Find a use for it, or maybe it's just flavor text. The next 2 items are pretty self-explanatory. One of them is a note with a code to a train cart door written on it. The other one is a map that marks the train wreck location if you haven't discovered it yet. You can probably already guess what's inside, but for now, let's get back to the musician's path. Now, if you ignore the Wolfman entirely, you can actually give the key to the musician.
Yes, you're amazing, mister, sir. Thank you.
The boy shuffles his legs. He's visibly excited, but also seems uncomfortable.
Sir, now I have the key, but don't have the courage. She's too beautiful, my pretty lady. Just look at this violin, mister. She will laugh at me, and it is her I always play for.
One of the strings securing his mask falls off, together with his ear. The boy reattaches it as if nothing happened.
But maybe my mom has this beautiful violin. I would ask her to borrow it to me, but she's too angry with me. Could you please convince her to borrow it to me? I'll give you a card with drawings for her to apologize. When she gets it, she will surely stop being angry and she will borrow us the violin. It's behind the cupboard. My mommy always hides it there. Please, mister, bring me this violin. You're not afraid of anything. Anyway, there's nothing to be scared of. You will find my parents' house in the heart of the old woods. If you come back with my mom's violin, I will try to get you an appointment with the doctor because you look pretty sickly. I will be waiting for you near the old church in the heart of old woods.
Now, unlike the Wolfman, the musician won't directly tell you where the doctor is. Instead, he'll just reward you with a chestnut doll that's entirely pointless. You can't trade it, it doesn't do anything. I guess it just looks kind of cute. To get the doctor's location, you'll have to do a second request for him, which is to travel to his parents' house and retrieve a violin.
Marked as creepy house on the map, you'll see it's a badly damaged house like most other places in Darkwood. But inside, you'll find a half-dead man. Pale, withered skin, hollow eyes, teeth black as night. He looks dead alright, but he's still moving. Anything he says to the player is incredibly hard to understand. Inside one of the chests, you can find a chestnut man, similar to the doll he gave you, so this is definitely his house. Inside the bathroom, you can find a woman sat in a tub, half dead, just like the man. She's been lying in this water for quite a while. The protagonist will also remark that the floor around the wardrobe is heavily scratched. Someone must have moved it frequently. Now, I know this is a little bit obvious, kind of like getting a hint come up on the top left of the screen, but, you know, some people need a bit of guidance in these games.
Oh, fuck you. Dude, fuck this. Are you shitting me?
Dragging it across, you'll see an opening with the violin. Taking it, you'll hear something from the woman sat in the tub. Period. Ignoring her request when you try to leave, the musician's parents will turn into chompers. Now, you could argue that their infection accelerated due to aggression, because from their perspective, someone really has just broken into their house and stolen their valuables. But regardless of that, escaping, you return to the musician.
Gee, you did it? This is my mom's violin. So beautiful. Was she happy about the drawing? Is she feeling well?
The kid stares at the violin with bated breath.
Now I can play my pretty lady a visit. I will play her a serenade. Will you visit me at my parents' house, mister? If they borrowed you the violin, they surely aren't angry with me anymore. Ah, I almost forgot. We have an appointment with the doctor. He was happy to learn about a new patient. I told him about you. He's inside the train wreck in the edge of the old woods.
Now, this should be a good ending for him. I mean, you know, we helped him get his violin, but the next day, if you do visit his house, you'll see his body being mauled at by his parents, probably still fueled by the blind rage of you robbing their house.
Stay out of my territory.
After finishing off the parents, you can take the violin off his body, although it's useless as it can't be sold. You can probably use it as the first of many reminders that everyone you encounter ends up worse. But if you take the musician's advice, you can actually leave the picture he gave you with his mum, which will thankfully stop them turning when you take the violin, probably distracted by one of the last happy memories they had of their child. But again, if you return the next day, they would have already succumbed to the plague and, as chompers, again eaten their son.
Here's a protein tip. Eat your fresh board.
The drawing the musician gives you is a song piece with a character made out of leaves. It was probably just enough of a reminder to pacify them but not actually reverse the infection. The only outcome to save the musician is if you kill the parents at their house before bringing the violin. If you return to the house the next day, you'll see him standing outside with graves that he's dug for his parents, unable to understand that you saved his life.
Why did you kill them?
The boy silently stares at the ground beneath his feet. He clutches the violin in his hands.
Please, go away.
For this path, this is the last time you'll ever see the musician. Ironically, him mourning his parents or being killed by them is a much better outcome to what happens if you don't help him, but I'll get into that later. Now, on top of the two choices to give the key to the Wolfman or the musician to get to the doctor, there's also the third outcome. Now, if you go back to the village, you can actually kill the pretty lady. But if you do this, this locks you out of either of the paths, making you have to pick up the pieces for yourself.
Why did you kill them?
The boy silently stares at the ground beneath his feet. He clutches the violin in his hands.
Please, go away.
When you kill her, you can loot the blood-stained shawl from her body and show it to the Wolfman, who also isn't very pleased.
What's this? We had a deal, comrade. You were supposed to bring me the key, not use it and try to fuck about with something that doesn't belong to you. I should kill you, you know? Blood for blood. But you caught me on a good day, meat. You can still make up for it. Kill the hag who reeks of chickens too, and the reward will be yours.
He'll want you to kill the chicken lady in return for the doctor's location, but before you do, if you're feeling extra evil, you can actually show her the bloodstained shawl.
Oh, lordy, lordy.
The lady crosses herself 3 times.
My sisters, where did you find it? It's all that godless quack's fault. Devil brought him. All he did was prescribe this and that. Scribble this no-good drivel. To hell with them papers.
This is confirmation the pretty lady was actually the chicken lady's sister. She throws a crumpled piece of paper at you, and it's another note from the doctor.
Remove growths with a sterilized, washed-in spirits knife. Drink plenty of water. Do not, under any circumstances, untie the legs or hands. In case of emergency, the path to my home is in the edge of the old woods.
This is the only way to progress the story if you killed the pretty lady instead of giving either the Wolfman or the musician the key. If you instead killed the chicken lady as well, returning to the Wolfman, he won't reward you with anything, but at least now you have the option to trade with him again.
The old hag is dead. You've been a good dog. What's that, boy? You want a reward? Better fuck off as quick as you can.
Interestingly, if you aren't completely honest with the Wolfman and don't show him the bloodstained shawl before killing the chicken lady, he'll get even more mad and flip you off.
What have you done? We had a deal, Meat. You were supposed to bring me the key, not use it and try to fuck about with something that doesn't belong to you. Fuck off. This instant, or I swear you'll regret it.
The murder path has you follow the same steps as the Wolfman, except with the added benefit of both major characters now completely despising you instead of just one. Finally, you arrive at the train wreck, but depending on your choices, this sequence will play out very differently. If you went down the musician's path to set up an appointment, the car door will already be unlocked. Going inside, the door will be immediately locked behind you, and the room will be flooded with gas. You'll eventually succumb, and when you wake up, the doctor is there to greet you, with both of you being in the exact same place you were in the prologue. The doctor doesn't try to hide his amusement.
The boy accidentally set you up.
The doctor doesn't try to hide his amusement.
You mentioned you'd like to make an appointment. As you can see, I found you just in time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to thank him for it.
His face suddenly stiffens.
I've waited for you, you rotten dog. You're a rare breed here. Your kind visits us whenever you please. You hide behind the trees and watch us from a distance and then disappear.
I can feel the doctor's cold hand grab me by the jaw, twisting my inert head so it can look me straight into my eyes.
Luckily for me, something went wrong. Your companions have left you, and you couldn't handle the woods. I'm not wrong, am I? You had your taste of local life, eh? Did you enjoy it? Do you want more?
He takes a full syringe out of his pocket.
I'll show you more.
Now, apart from the trader, we haven't met a single friendly character in the entire game. Well, one that isn't completely insane. But the way the doctor talks to us, it does hint that we were with another group of people, but we got stranded and isolated from them. And also the fact that when we reach one of the hideouts, we treat it like it's our base. It really does show that we're some kind of authority figure, maybe even military.
The game resumes with us now playing as the Doctor again. With the protagonist knocked out on the ground, obviously this is another dream sequence because the Doctor injected us with something to make us more compliant in telling us where the bunker is. Keep in mind, he has the key already. He only needs to know where the bunker is.
Pyro is dressed up as the player in Darkwood? Yes.
Running through the
yes, it's not very... He doesn't put on the white face paint? Does he put on the white face paint? I wonder. I didn't actually tell. No, he doesn't put himself up in white face paint. Does he? It kind of does. It's hard to tell though because he filmed this in the winter? I don't know why he could have done this like, I don't know, I guess during the winter or the fall would have been the best time, so he decided the winter instead of the fall. Oh, because it was 7 months ago, so by the time he was able to start recording for it, or he wanted to record for it, it was winter. Which is around the time that, you know, trees look dead and stuff. I think he did put on, like, paint to make himself look whiter? It's hard to tell, though. It doesn't. It's not like the most accurate cosplay, but it's like accurate enough that if you know about Darkwood, you would probably be like, oh
and also
yeah,
the
this is a
fact that when we
character
reach
from
another
Darkwood.
hideouts, we treat it like
Oh,
it's our base.
yeah.
It really does show that we're some kind of authority figure, maybe even military.
The game resumes with us now playing as the Doctor again. With the protagonist knocked out on the ground, obviously this is another dream sequence because the Doctor injected us with something to make us more compliant in telling us where the bunker is. Keep in mind, he has the key already. He only needs to know where the bunker is to use it.
Where's the door?
Running through the train car, you'll see moments of the Doctor's life before he fled the village. Visions of the plague spreading across villages, even one of the first cases of a woman in bed in agony.
She was feeling well this morning.
In another room, you'll see the same woman slowly transforming into the pretty lady, with the locals having no idea how to treat her.
Fetch the doctor. My brews are not working.
We're still playing as the protagonist, sedated, but due to whatever we were jabbed with and also the seemingly mystical properties of the forest, we're seeing the Doctor's trauma through our own eyes, even when he had to cut his losses and escape the village.
Where the hell do you think you're going? You haven't done anything for her yet.
You can interact with the Doctor's medical bag, which gives you the last treatment that he gave for the pretty lady.
I tied up her hands and legs and gave her a sedative so that she doesn't hurt anymore. That's all I can do for her.
Now, it's obvious the Doctor wasn't a hack or lazy, he just had no idea how to treat the plague, so he'd prescribe people bizarre concoctions in order to usually either put them to sleep or as a placebo while he was working on something that might actually be a treatment. Obviously that never happened, and he realized that his head was on the chopping block because the village blamed him, so he slipped out.
Get you fucking charlatan, you're completely useless.
The pretty lady might have even been patient zero for the village, but you'll quickly see other villagers become infected, begging the Doctor for help while he tries to leave.
Hurts.
Help. Do something.
Save us.
Doctor, I beg you.
Eventually, the Doctor will find the protagonist again, focusing his attention on dulling out his trauma to perform his interrogation. I feel as if my head is about to explode under the pressure of the train car's walls.
Hello, can you hear me? I know you can hear me, motherfucker.
I barely recognized the Doctor's blurry image in the dark.
You wish this would end, right? You'd like to get out of here. Maybe now you'll understand.
Thank you for the lurk, Blue. I
Locked
appreciate
away,
it.
surrounded by deformed, rotting bodies, among the cries of those pathetic villagers. How was I supposed to help them? How? First they begged for help. Now I have to fucking hide from them.
The Doctor falls silent. It feels like whole hours are passing by.
Can you hear it? It's the walls. They're talking to me. My girl is talking to me. She's calling me. I know she's waiting for me. I must go back to her. She's so close.
His voice breaks down.
I want to go back home.
Much like the protagonist, the Doctor is having hallucinations. You might remember in the first hideout, the man sat on the bed wanting to go home to escape the nightmare. The pain becomes unbearable.
Show me where to find the exit from this accursed place.
His silhouette slowly blurs away.
Show me where. Where is it? Where?
We're placed into another dream sequence, this time playing as the protagonist again. The outcome of this dream, though, has huge implications for the rest of the game. And if you don't like the outcome, get ready to edit your save file, because like I said earlier, this game auto-saves more than Dark Souls. You'll be out of your own body as you still see the Doctor interrogating your unconscious body.
Where is the exit? Where is it?
The Doctor will eventually turn into a chomper and start chasing you alongside other chompers. I like to imagine right now that you're running through the protagonist's mind, with the area slowly changing into hideouts that you've been camping in throughout the game. If the chompers manage to catch up to you and kill you, the dream ends with you mumbling the location of the bunker to the Doctor.
308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I barely have the strength to open my eyes. I see a blurred silhouette standing above me.
You can be proud of yourself, little rat. You've just done your first good deed, completely unintentionally.
I'm completely paralyzed. I can only follow the Doctor exiting the train car with my weary gaze. Only after he disappears behind the trees, I realize I revealed the location to the underground entrance to him. This time, the poison is too strong. I'm losing consciousness. When you come to, the doctor is gone, and now he knows the location of the bunker. Heading to the bunker yourself, you'll see the door has been left open, with him leaving signs on the floor to let villagers know that there is a way out of the forest. As much as he was a bastard to you, and he really was, he's trying to show at least one act of kindness to the village that he tried to help. Complete side note, but if that happens, he'll even take the items you can normally find at the underground entrance, specifically the cigarettes. Very in character, considering his dialogue box always features him holding a smoke in his hand. If you somehow manage to survive the dream and by sheer willpower overcome the doctor's drugs, which gets you an achievement, by the way, if that's motivation, you'll wake up mid-interrogation, which really surprises the doctor.
What? That's impossible. Don't come near me.
The doctor will run away in sheer panic that someone could overcome such a high sedative, eventually falling over and crawling to the end of the train car. But now the roles are reversed. He's the one who's trapped. The doctor is lying under the train car's wall. His face is covered in sweat. The stench of alcohol fills the air. He covers his face with his hands.
I beg you, this key is my only chance.
I see the panic in his eyes.
Help me escape this place or kill me.
Now, you're given two options. The first is to kill the doctor for all the pain he's put you through. You saw from his perspective that he genuinely wasn't an evil person. He just had no idea how to help a dying village, and he had to escape before he was killed. But despite that, he did still put you through an immense amount of agony, and for that, he does deserve to die.
But it doesn't matter. You need that key.
Please, no.
You gun him down or bludgeon him to death and finally get the Bunker 21 key. To signify how important it is, it's worth a whopping 1500 rep. Or, on the other hand, you could show some compassion and, despite everything he's done to you, tell him the location of the underground entrance. Just keep in mind when you tried to help the musician and how that ended. I take out the map and show the doctor the location of the abandoned house with the hidden underground entrance. The doctor stares at the map for a while without lifting his gaze to meet mine. The same map you've spent hours marking various locations all across the game. The wolf camps, the bug nests, logging areas, mushroom fields, broken tractors, burned houses, hideouts. Realizing after all you've been through, you've chose to spare his life, and he really only has 2 words to say to you.
Thank you.
He removes his dirty glasses with a trembled hand and freezes, probably realizing that in most other cases, the protagonist would have chose the other option.
I will wait for you there, and better take the essential things with you. Looks like returning here will be impossible.
If you instead went to the doctor's house and got the code to the cart, you can completely avoid the dream sequence and ambush him, skipping directly to this conversation.
What? What are you doing here? Don't come near me.
He'll now be in the exact same position as if you beat him in the dream you were put in if you sided with the musician.
Now, you might notice by taking the musician path, or the quote-unquote good boy path in the game, you actively make the game harder for yourself. It takes longer to complete the game, and the Wolfman paths, they're a lot more direct, they're a lot more quicker. You have to go through insane leaps and bounds just to keep the pretty lady alive, but you could deliver her straight to the Wolfman, who eats her, and that's it, it's all said and done. But if you go down the musician's path, which does take longer, because not only do you need to get the pretty lady, you also need to bring back his violin, the Wolfman is going to be pissed at you for the rest of the game, so you're being punished for not taking a more selfish path.
You're now given the same choices with the musician, either kill him or show him the entrance to the bunker. Now, despite what I'm hinting at, saying that good choices punish you, if you show the doctor the bunker location, he really does cooperate with you. There's no huge betrayal for, taking a good choice. He really does just come along with you and even unlocks the door for you. Again, he's really not a monster. He's just out for his own survival, just like you. And now at least you have someone keeping you company. Maybe he can even help you along the way. But before you leave, you probably should prepare for the journey. Like the doctor says, returning here will be impossible. But surely that won't matter, right? I mean, Bunker 21 is the exit. Like, that's near the end of the game. Yep, 21 that's got this far in the video, just have a look at the little red bar that YouTube has. Yeah, we're not done. Also, looking through the train car now, you can find a torn photo of a woman holding a child. Considering where we find it, it's probably related to the doctor somehow. It might even be his family. But This is the point of no return. The doctor wasn't lying. Once you go past the bunker, there is no coming back. So it's best to gather all your important resources, which is punishing for players that have spent time gathering everything they need to fortify and secure hideouts, especially because of how limited your inventory space is compared to the workbench stockpile. My personal suggestion, bring any guns and ammo with you. And don't forget crafting materials, because it is so easy to make the mistake of not bringing the basics. And if you don't have any space for healing items, unlucky. It might also be worth staying one more night at the dry meadow to buy some more ammo from the trader. If you do so, he'll have one more message for you. The man grabs my arm and pulls me closer. A strong smell of mushrooms assails my nostrils. The old sack covering his body slides down, revealing his chest covered in horrid growths. It is fused with a porous helmet pulsating to the rhythm of his breath. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Without loosening his grip, the man raises his left arm, bringing his forearm to my face. It's pale as paper and reads, "Do not open the door. Let's stick together."
However much the trader has helped us, to stay is a death sentence, and all the effort for getting this key would have gone completely to waste.
Finally, you arrive at the bunker door. If you gave the doctor the location, he'll be there waiting for you, still clutching onto a cigarette.
Are we going?
Immediately as you go through the door, the walls start trembling. Another earthquake. The doctor doesn't wait for you and runs ahead, almost consumed with the obsession of trying to escape the woods. As you go along, the tunnel becomes more and more overgrown. Clearly the forest has even reached here, trying to keep everyone inside. All along the corridor, you can find giant roots, with your character commenting that this white sludge is draining from them and being pushed out along the main tunnel by an invisible force. The tunnel eventually ends with it being collapsed. The protagonist comments that this is a fresh fall. It's possible that it was caused by the earthquake way back when you first went underground, as the more recent ones didn't really feel strong enough to collapse an entire portion of a reinforced corridor.
I've managed to walk a few good kilometers through the underground tunnels, but further passage is blocked by growing roots. Despite this, I feel that I'm closer to my destination.
There's also another corridor splitting off, but the way is locked with armored doors and you don't have the key. The doctor, if he's still with you, will also comment something.
I think someone's still moving there, under the rubble.
Upon interacting with the rubble, you get this weird cross and the following interaction. The tunnel has collapsed recently. The reinforced steel protruding from the debris has not been covered with rust yet. When I gaze into the tunnel, I notice a silhouette of a man on the ground. Suddenly, the man snaps to life as if woken from a deep slumber.
Who goes there?
I hear a faint, unnaturally distorted male voice.
Are you one of them?
The man attempts to get up, but fails. I can see him desperately flailing his limbs around. It's as if his back has been glued to the ground.
No, please.
As I approach him, he shuffles his legs nervously, as if trying to retreat into the collapsed tunnel.
I didn't do anything. I begged you. I just wanted to pass, to get back to my family. The tree has blocked the only way out, the only path home. A huge talking tree. I begged it to let me pass, but it wouldn't listen. I could not understand what it was saying to me, so we came here.
The man props himself up on his elbows. With a huge effort, he tries to straighten his body, but something is firmly holding him down by the back and neck.
I can't get up.
The man drops onto the rubble and goes silent. He clenches his fists.
My head hurts.
The man places his hand on his forehead and feels a strange dent above his left brow. He freezes.
What is this?
He carefully inserts his index finger into the hole. His eyelid twitches.
Am I stoned?
I hear a sound as if an eggshell cracking. The forehead bends under his hand. The stranger pushes another finger into the hole. A thick goo spews from the wound. I can hear his skull cracking.
My little stone.
The man slowly removes his finger from the hole in his head. A colorless ooze is dripping from them. He's holding something, a round object.
That's why.
He swings his left hand and throws the object at me. A small, irregular ball bounces off my arm and lands at my feet.
This is what put me to sleep.
His head lifelessly drops to the concrete floor of the destroyed tunnel and goes still. You pick up the bullet the man just pulled out. Both it and the cross are soft. I could understand the wooden cross since wood can rot into mush, but a fragmented bullet? Something isn't right here, but we don't have anything else to go on at the moment. The man also mentioned something about a tree blocking the road home, which the protagonist takes note of in his journal.
While in the underground passage, I met a peculiar man. He acted strangely, blabbering about a talking tree, which emerged on a path to some house in the village. I need to investigate it.
It seems like this part of the tunnel did lead outside, but we can't use it now that it's collapsed. Also worth noting, if you spared the doctor, he'll actually run away when you end the conversation with the man, probably thinking that he can do better on his own rather than relying on you, which to be fair is his loss. I've got a pistol, a shotgun, a lot of Molotovs, some explosives, and he probably has a pack of cigarettes. Although that being said, it would be a cool concept if you were surviving the night with the doctor, you know, like both of you teaming up to fight against the enemies that attack, but I just don't think the game was designed around that. Suddenly, I hear the bang of the metal floor, followed by a sound of scraping footsteps. It's the doctor. Your character even makes a note of it in his journal, writing how the doctor would have just been dead weight.
The doctor has escaped. So be it. It would only be a hindrance anyway.
There's a corpse right by the door, holding a torch, rotten mushrooms, and a rusted iron cowbell. The cowbell doesn't have any inscriptions or anything, so there's not really any information to go on. But my game theory is it belonged to a door guard that had been using it to signal people in the main tunnel to open the door, as this area was clearly some kind of importance to an outsider group. Or it could just be an SCP-513 reference. Actually, yeah, scratch that. It's literally the SCP. As you follow the doctor's footsteps, it looks like this corridor is less of a tunnel and more of a cave, with its walls being irregular and made out of roots, even having people embedded in them, who try to speak to you as you move past them.
I just wanted to pass. Return to my family.
This entire area is flooded with deep water. Walking through it, you get slowed down considerably. You can sprint, but it barely makes you any faster, and uses up pretty much all your stamina in seconds. Trust me, you really want to save your stamina for water, as you first start seeing splashes and shadows of things below the surface. Progressing through the cave, you can find locked crates, but unless you brought lockpicks with you, you won't actually be able to loot them. The loot inside is pretty standard: pills, maybe even a lamp or bug shells. Finally, you'll reach a narrow passageway where the thing lurking in the water reveals itself. It looks like some kind of mutated alligator or crocodile, though neither, surprisingly, are native to Poland. So it's fair to assume that it's another mutation caused by the forest. It starts approaching you, but instead of attacking, it repeats the same phrases the people in the walls did.
I just wanted to pass.
Before slinking back into the water. Afterwards, you come into a chamber with the corridor blocked with some sort of growth. These are part of a new game mechanic and serve as a sort of basic puzzle. Having the large eye on the ground in your line of sight will cause it to retract and close, also retracting the growth blocking the way, allowing you to progress. But that means once you go past the growth, you won't be able to make eye contact with the initial one, so after this, you really can't go back. In the next room, you can find a body with a shiny stone tied to a wooden cross. It looks very similar to the weird cross from earlier, though the weird cross seemed like a distorted version of this one. Examining the body gives you this: a dried body of some man, only skin and bones, covered in roots. They are surprisingly well preserved. There's a small hole in his forehead. I'd say he's been lying here for more than 2 years.
Now, if the body's been lying there for around 2 years, that means there was a restriction set in this area around the same time. And also keep in mind the bullet hole in his head. There was someone that had a bullet hole in their head much earlier.
This is the end of the tunnel. There's stairs leading to the surface and just maybe an exit outside the woods. Now, you should know by now, and by checking the length of this video, nothing is ever that simple in the forest. You come out inside another building, and this area is the swamp.
This was actually foreshadowed by one of the first dreams in the game. When you opened the bunker door in said dream, you saw a half-flooded area with a path of shiny stones, which shows that these dreams aren't really dreams. Some of them are actually premonitions.
So it's clear that you're not out of the woods yet. Frankly, this place seems even more diseased than the old woods were. The entire area around you is flooded, with only some strips of dry land in between the deep water. You'll quickly realize the building you woke up in is yet another hideout, complete with an oven, workbench, and even a compressor, something we haven't seen in previous hideouts or at all in the game. Apparently, it's used to fill oxygen tanks. But not only do you not have any on you, apart from some rusted ones lying next to the generator, the machine itself is also broken. So I guess you won't be able to pretend you're playing Iron Lung for a little while still.
Beautifully.
Also, one thing to mention here, if you thought you were smart and you took the bike bell thinking you could get the drunk guy to bring all your stuff with you, you've actually just tricked yourself out of an entire inventory slot. I mean, honestly, like, what did you expect? The poor guy to, like, trawl through the mud and water to get here? Look, I'm sure you were giving him pure moonshine, but there is not enough moonshine to cover that much of the forest. And on top of that as well, the hatch you came through actually sealed itself behind you.
I finally got out of the tunnels. The hatch sealed itself shut behind me. I am now at the swamp, in an abandoned hideout.
In the room right next to where you wake up, you're introduced to a new mechanic. The black substance, or black shell as the note next to it calls it, is covering a crate that you probably want to open, especially if you bought no crafting supplies with you from chapter 1. But to burn it away, you'll need a light source. That note I mentioned earlier points to it in case you can't figure it out. I can only decipher individual words: shell, black goo, light. This can be a lantern or flashlight, and since you're usually carrying around one of those anyway, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for now. Unless you're like me and throw an entire Molotov cocktail at the crate. You know, because Molotov is fire, fire is light. Fire should be a light source, but it actually doesn't do anything. This mechanic also spices up the game in ways that I'll talk about later. Compared to the hideouts that you're used to by now, this one is huge. It's split off across 3 major buildings, all of them comparable to sizes in the Dry Meadow hideout. It also looks way more worn down, even more than the Old Woods hideout, with walls missing parts basically everywhere, entire collapsed sections, and one of the buildings even seems to have been burnt down, leaving only the front wall and wood saw outside intact. It's ruined so badly, the piping from your oven doesn't even reach out there, so you can't use it as a shelter during the night. But all that being said, still the most desirable property in Birmingham. £10,000 a month, take it or leave it. Another difference is that you can once again touch a little bit of grass without immediately getting floor gored, as the oven's range seems to extend a little bit further than in the Old Woods. You can even see the gas tubes spreading out onto the grass between the buildings, and believe me, those small paths will be your bread and butter at nighttime, especially since you get some gas tanks and explosive barrels already set up to help with the defense. Most likely left over from whoever was stationed here before. Now on top of that as well, there's also the usual stuff you can find in most buildings in this game. Movable lamps as well as fixed ones, wardrobes with basic supplies, even a stash beneath one. But this one has some shotgun shells, pills, and a note with a photo of signs.
This note was probably wrote by the outsiders, and they were probably trying to make sense of all the notes and scribblings the savages have been leaving around Darkwood. There are even some photos showing possible intersection points, but they were never really solved, with the only addition being scribblings of a madman.
Though we know that there has to be something more to them, as the first time we encountered them in the Dry Meadow, they caused us to have vivid hallucinations. Maybe this is a way of communication between the savages and the forest itself that we just can't understand. Like how the native Polish language is completely incomprehensible to anyone without unmedicated schizophrenia. I'm not joking, like I've been trying to pronounce Polish stuff in this video, I just can't do it. Why do they have like the letter C and Z in like every word? If you choose the musician path and fail the train wreck dream sequence, you can also find some tobacco inside a bag on the bed, as well as an extinguished campfire with a book inside it. It looks like the same book you could find in the doctor's house back in the prologue. Despite it being heavily burnt, you can still make out some words. Like how at the top of each page it says Wiedzy lekarska, meaning medical knowledge in Polish. Collecting this book will also mark the cottage near the junkyard on your map. But there's one more place in your hideout affected by the path you take back in chapter
Peach
1.
emoji.
In the same building as your workbench, you can find a metal door. In most playthroughs, this door stays closed pretty much forever, as there's no special key or code to open it. However, if you took the Wolfman path and on top of that killed the Sow, this door will open one night, revealing someone we've met earlier sat down in the corner. Something is lurking in the shadows.
I'm sorry?
From beneath the mask, you can hear a horribly distorted, resounding voice of a child.
Very sorry. I didn't know you were living here.
The figure tries to turn its head, but its enormous neck makes this task impossible to complete.
I didn't want to disturb you, mister. I just wanted to hide. I don't know this part of the woods. Everything here is different. And the wee hut here seemed so cozy and safe. Please let me stay. Please, don't chase me off. I've got nowhere to go. The villagers don't allow me to live in the camp. I promise I won't play anymore. I'll be quiet. You can cover me with something if you don't want to look at me. Please, just let me stay.
He appears to be heavily
He
mutated.
looks like Donkey
much more than
Kong.
before. He looks like he's struggling to stay alive, constantly shivering and breathing heavily. He hasn't gone feral like the Chompers, but it's obvious that the forest has heavily mutated him. Gossiping with him reveals why he's here.
Someone killed our village, so the mother of all pigs. The villagers cried after her a lot. They said there must be food on the other side. They cut through the trees with their axes. They barely managed to. The trees kept growing back. I followed them, but they didn't let me stay in their camp.
The boy adjusts the cracked mask with his overgrown hand.
I wanted to go back home, but a huge hole appeared where the passage used to be. When the ground shakes, holes like these sometimes appear. The villagers say it's the wood being angry. I've run to the swamps, and that's how I found your home. It's a very beautiful house, much more beautiful than the villagers' camp. They sleep on rocks. I think it's some kind of an old quarry. This camp can be found in the edge of the swamp.
Now, this is a really, really bad thing, because the only reason they're ever in the quarry in Chapter 2 is if you wiped out their only food source in Chapter 1, so they're coming here with a vengeance. Now, honestly, it's pretty impressive that they managed to cut their way out of the village, especially in that huge, dense thicket of trees. If you remember all the way back in Chapter 1, they were, stretching on for kilometers trying to get through, and basically everything would just grow back.
He'll also talk a bit about himself.
Recently, I've grown quite a bit. My mom always used to say that I need to be big and strong to help out in the field.
The boy tries to hug his frail knees with his disproportionately massive torso.
But I don't want to be big anymore. It's very hard being big. You need to be so strong to even walk. Now my violin is too small for me.
This references his current extremely mutated state. I think this is something that we kind of knew was going to happen, but seeing him deteriorate like this in front of us is just depressing. This is why I said earlier the outcome of him burying his parents or being killed by them, it really was a mercy, because he'd still be able to go to the village and at least live off the meat from the sow. He might still end up like this, but he wouldn't be on his own. Again, this seems like another outcome from you trying to cut corners to beat the game faster. When you come back to see him the next day, you'll find that the room he's staying in actually damages you for staying inside. Now, there's not really any law reason behind this. If anything, it's probably to prevent people from locking themselves behind a metal door and cheesing every single night. Because much like you, enemies can't break through metal doors. Although that would be a terrifying thought. After a few days, when you talk to him, he'll offer you a gift.
I have something for you, mister.
The boy picks an enormous rat corpse from the ground and dangles it by its tail.
Huge one, isn't it? I caught it this night. For you. I saw it sneaking by the wall. I played dead. The best way I can play dead, and it's... This mouse, I mean, she jumped on my hand. It started nibbling on my finger. I quickly clasped my hand and bit through its neck. I always do that. That way they stop running.
Corners of the boy's mouth turn up in a grotesque smile, exposing rows of overgrown teeth which even his mask couldn't hide.
Mice. Mice are good. Better than bark and these funny black bugs. Here, taste it. You'll like it.
You can either accept this generous offering, which makes the musician happy.
When I catch more, I'll give them to you.
And he does actually do that, talking to him again a couple days later, and he'll give you another rat.
I have a delicious wee mouse for you. I caught it this night. Here you go.
This rat is actually pretty useful as well. You can eat it to recover some HP or cook it in the stove for more essence, which goes to show that even the rats are heavily infected. Alternatively, you can lose out on it and refuse his gift, which just, makes him a little bit sad. You asshole. The boy quickly glances at the rat's blood-soaked corpse and freezes.
But they are so tasty. I thought you liked them. I'm sorry.
The boy drops the rat to the floor, then hugs his knees and falls silent. I feel the way the dialogue is wrote here, you are purposely made to feel like a piece of shit for refusing a bloodied rat corpse. One day, you can also find him playing with a ping pong ball. The musician hums and bounces a small ping pong ball against the wall. He probably found it amongst the junk. Suddenly, he notices me.
Oh, it's you.
The ball bounces off his deformed hand and lands between my feet. You can either give the ball back or take it for yourself, but come on. You're a monster, but you're not that much of a monster, surely. If you aren't a horrible piece of shit, you'll be rewarded with yet another rat. How generous. After a few more days, he'll mention being hungry. The boy leans over the violin lying next to his overgrown left hand. He plucks one of the strings with his right hand, clumsily trying to keep the rhythm.
I'm sorry for asking, but do you maybe have something to eat?
The boy stops strumming. He carefully sets the violin down between his knees and holds the neck in his hand.
I'm a wee bit hungry, and if you had something, anything...
You can now show him some food items like bread or eggs, but also things that you've been using to dose yourself with essence, such as odd meat or mushrooms. Giving him pretty much anything edible, he'll say this.
Oh, thank you, mister. You're so kind, but I don't have anything. Nothing I can give you.
The boy leans over his left side and reaches for something with his right hand. I hear the sound of torn fabric. He passes me a piece of rope, which was part of his tattered clothing.
It's a kind of rope. You can do a lot of things with a rope. You can do a knot.
Drawn looking good? Thank you, Tara. I went to take off my shoes, and then I started rubbing my hand, rubbing my foot with my hand, and it's taking off dead skin.
That you missed. What happens with the musician next is entirely dependent
really
on
addicting.
what food you gave him. If it was regular human food, he'll stay in the room and continue to keep you company throughout chapter 2. However, if you gave him any food that was affected by the forest, which is most things, you'll come back the next day and find him transformed even worse. At this point,
no!
He looks like something I'd commission. Being so fat, he actually pushes out of the room. He's clearly mutated even further, the essence from the food accelerating the process at a breakneck pace. You can't interact with him anymore, and once he's in this state, after one more day, he'll disappear entirely. It's unknown what happens to him then. We can't find a bloated corpse outside the hideout or anywhere. He's gone. The room still damages you after he leaves, in case you were wondering. No exploiting the game for you, maggot. Maggot. Another interesting thing is that if you killed the sow, but also killed all the villagers that were cutting down the trees, the musician won't actually appear in chapter 2. Most likely because the villagers weren't able to find a way out of the forest, because, you know, you killed them all. It's really impressive how the devs thought of pretty much every individual outcome. Exploring the hideout further, one of the paths between the buildings lies a corpse holding a knife, some flares, and a note. The map is outdated. It must have been prepared around 2 years ago. The woods have changed considerably since then. Moreover, it's so ragged it's barely readable. However, I think I can make out the position of the cottage near the junkyard and the village with that tree. Also important to mention is the map is about as old as the corpse we found right before the tunnel exit, possibly meaning that this entire area got restricted and evacuated around that time. The actual note reads this.
Day 1, 13:15 hours. The compressor is broken. So is the lock on the trap door leading to the underground. Had to use a blowtorch. Fucking moisture. Day 2, 1200 hours. We took 45 photos of the tree from the observation point in the vicinity of 3C. It grew twice its size in a month. Really quick, even for the local standards. Day 2, 1520 hours. I'm slowly running out of oxygen. I've sent 2 men to search the nearby junkyard. Maybe we won't have to go back for spare parts for the compressor. Watch out for the cottage near the junkyard. Someone could be living there. Day 2, 1812 hours. At least 10 locals lurking between the trees. How do they know about us? We won't be able to gather our equipment in time. The risk of getting detected is too high.
It's in the walls.
Need to evac.
This note basically lays out the progression for you. For once, in Darkwood, the game is actually going easy on you and telling you straight up on what to do. It explains why the village was marked with a tree, as this tree is clearly more special than the others, growing at a way faster rate. They also don't outright call it a tree, rather putting it in quotation marks, which could be a reference to what the man in the tunnel said about the talking tree, blocking the path and not letting him pass. There's even an explanation for why we can't reopen the hatch and go back to the dry meadow. Apparently, moisture damage is still the biggest structural hazard, even in a plague-infested forest. Also, another big thing in that note actually mentions locals lurking between the trees, that being the reason for the evacuation. But one thing you'll quickly learn about the swamp is that you will rarely be dealing with any regular savages anymore, though they do appear here and there, along with, you know, huge dogs.
I have had it with these motherfuckers.
Dogs. You'll mostly be dealing with things much more dangerous than a rabid human. After spending the first day gathering your bearings in the new hideout, you'll probably end up having to survive the night without doing too much exploring. The nights in the swamp are much more dynamic, with night events being much more common. The game even giving you the shadows trait, even if you never injected the essence dose, just to make sure, you know, you're not missing out on all the fun. Apart from the night events you might be used to by now, there actually are a couple specific to this hideout. At some point during the night, your lights may short out completely, aside from one singular lamp. After which, the unused radio in the oven room will actually start speaking to you. At first, the words it repeats are garbled, but soon you'll be able to make out what it's trying to say.
Back to
Inspecting the radio after the event will have the protagonist say this. It's covered in a thick layer of dust. It looks like no one's used it for a long time, but it smells of warm plastic and burnt wires. The enemy attacks here are also much more frequent. Like I said before, the enemies in the swamp are much more tricky than the ones you've been dealing with. Not only will you be dealing with the forest's much more mutated creations, but the enemies can now spawn covered with black substance, which makes them completely invulnerable to damage until you burn them off with light. This might not seem like much of a big deal, but it can take ages for the substance to burn away, even with the military flashlight, exposing you to attacks that you can't even stun or respond to. That is, unless you're a true lantern-pilled Chad, as for some reason the humble lantern can actually burn away substance almost immediately. On top of that, it doesn't even need to be pulled out, and it covers a 360-degree radius. If anything, these combat encounters remind me of a game I played years ago called The Thing, which is like a direct sequel to the film. The original film that was good, not the shitty sequel. Although in that game it worked in the reverse. You'd actually use ballistic weapons to lower an enemy's health and then have to finish them off with fire. Where here, you're doing the opposite. You're using fire to actually break away their shield and then being able to do damage to them. I mean, I could have just said this is Alan Wake, because it basically is Alan Wake, but nope, fuck you, I wanted to use the niche game. There are some upsides the hideout offers though. Like I mentioned, the entire safe area is actually much bigger, letting you dodge and avoid enemies a little bit easier. You might have also noticed the giant growth in the middle of one of the paths. Looking at it will trigger a red light, almost looking like a flare just outside the main complex. This can really help with night fights, being able to let you see enemies approaching before they start breaking down your barricades. I mean, it's not like it changes anything for me, to be fair. I just camp in the corner the whole time like it's round 4 on Siege. To be fair, this hideout really isn't the worst for surviving the night. I'm gonna die on this hill. I
Imagine
really think
playing
the Old
Siege
Woods
in
was
current
the
year.
worst hideout to survive in, because there were so many corridors and it was incredibly cramped. But here, having a bit of breathing room to dodge with these square spaces, it makes combat much easier. Once you survive the night, you'll be able to meet your new daily traders, the 3. They completely replace the trader, appearing each morning during the time stop and giving you 250 rep for surviving a night. Just like the trader, the 3 will never talk to you outright, instead using body language to communicate. The 3 visitors stare at me in silence, as if waiting for my move. I can only hear the heavy breathing of the tallest figure, holding a giant bag. As the tallest figure opens the bag, the room is filled with an intense smell of mushrooms. Apparently, they wish to give me something. They offer a huge stock of items. Once again, of course, including that delicious red egg.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Honestly, by now, you probably don't have any use for essence items, as you probably would have maxed out your dosage even before entering the swamp. But if somehow you still need to cook, the oven in the swamp is even more efficient, meaning you'll probably get to max level with just a few mushrooms. On the topic of cooking, there's still a couple more perks you can get with the next dose.
The negative perks you can choose to handicap yourself with this time are weak regeneration and shaky hands. Weak regeneration is not the worst, and all it really does is slow down the rate at which items heal you, but it doesn't change the duration of the healing effect, meaning you're getting half the total healing. This sounds really bad on paper until you realize that most healing items in the game restore much more health than your health bar has. Like the slowest and cheapest form of healing, the bandage heals 170 HP in total, with your standard health sitting at 100 HP. With the perk, it's still healing at 85 HP, which should almost always be enough. To be fair, using a pill will still fully almost heal you in 3 seconds.
Full health.
If you pick this perk, all you really need to do is play the game a little bit more slower than you've already been playing the slow game. Shaky hands, meanwhile, absolutely sucks. It lowers your accuracy immensely, making it so you can't really shoot anything over 5 meters without wasting half a mag. So what positive perks can you get if the negative perks are so bad? Well, actually, these ones, for a change, are pretty decent. Adrenaline is very situational, doubling your melee damage output when you're very low on health. Risking dying to one shot by having so much damage, you can also basically one-shot everything else. It incentivizes risk rewards, so like a glass cannon build in Dark Souls, but it's not really something you should play around with unless you're confident in that kind of build. Another positive perk is Vitality. This one is a straight up stat buff, giving you a little bit more health to fall back on. It gives you around 25 more health, and that's about it.
So yeah.
It doesn't seem that great, but it's just a very consistently decent perk.
Hey, Yoshi, how you doing? Doing well.
Is Chameleon, which once per day lets you become invisible as long as you stand still. It lets you avoid an encounter if you're unprepared for one, especially at night, because you can pop it and then just tab out and watch your favorite React Andy streamer on the other monitor as the game basically plays itself.
Hey, I'm happy to hear you doing well. We're watching them. We're reacting to we're doing React Andy stream, the Pirates of the Darkwood. Oh my word!
Because that's probably like the
oh my word! 4 hours 23 minutes. 4 hours 23 minutes, and we finally have another interview segment. It's been like 3.5. It's been like 3 hours. It's been like 3 hours since you last talked to these guys about the video game. We finally have another interview segment. Jeez, woo!
So like a leveling system in the game.
We always like the idea that we have skills that have to be offset with some negative skills. And we did that with leveling, where you have those mutations. At first, it was like this way to
17K
mechanics, for the shadows in chapter 1. There were much more skills which you could have, because the game was like a roguelike. So each build, you would have many different skills, but then we have to cut them by a long lot.
Also, they're kind of weird, because when we had this roguelike approach, we didn't care that they will break the game so much, because we thought about, okay, this gameplay is gonna take shorter period of time, and then you will make another build, and you will not choose the same silly skill. That's why they are like maybe a little bit weird sometimes. Yeah.
My favorite skill, I think, is when you have the ability to drop a part of your body, like a finger, and then you can see it on the map. It's like a map marker.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
You can't show them any items or gossip. They'll just stand there and stare at you unless you trade with them. But this isn't the only thing that happens after the first night. Exploring around the hideout, you can come across a body of someone you know.
Now, surprisingly, the protagonist doesn't seem to recognize him, only saying body of a man and the head has been severed. But it's obvious to us who it is. It's the trader, and he's probably followed us from the chapter 1 environment into chapter 2. But the swamp was too hostile for him, overwhelmed him, and killed him.
You can take his severed head, which is seemingly fused with the helmet, and see that someone has scratched the word Quamsa, or liar in English, on the helmet's visor. Maybe the murder was personal after all. But the biggest reveal comes with the other 2 items on his body, the key to the underground and a weird book. Seeing that he had the key with the number 21 on him all along is very surprising, considering how long we've spent searching for ours, thinking it's the only one. But once you pick it up, you'll realize it's distorted, with what looks like growths inside the metal. Its value is also just one rep.
The best I can do is 1.
Pointing at the fact that this is more than likely a cheap fake and probably
Rip
wouldn't actually
trader.
work on the door. Alternatively, this could
bozo.
also mean that it's worthless since we can't get back there anyway. Meanwhile, the weird book looks exactly like our journal. Even the bookmarks are there, except all the pages are overgrown with mushrooms.
The three are the new traders to the swamp biome, and they arrive the same morning that the trader is found dead, which does make most people think that they killed the trader off to replace him. But to be devil's advocate, the three never seem to be hostile to anyone. Much like the trader, if you try to attack them, you'll be knocked unconscious and then wake up with them disappearing, but they'll still do trade with you the very next day. And also on top of that as well, apart from the timing, there's no indication that the trader or the three ever met or even knew that the other party existed.
A theory I find more likely is that, tragically, the protagonist is the one that killed the trader. We know from before that he frequently hallucinates and dreams, affecting things in the real world. It could also be the devs wanting to leave this more ambiguous instead of, feeding you the absolute answers on a silver platter. As for calling the trader a liar, this could be a reference to how the trader would tell us that there's no way out of the forest. And by making progress, we've proven him wrong. But at the same time, he never told us there's no way out of the forest. He said all roads lead deeper into the forest, which could be implying you need to go deeper to get out, which is exactly what we're doing. And who knows, maybe this slight nudge towards freedom, it could have driven the protagonist to kill him in an essence-fueled rage. Also, the trader's head is cleanly decapitated. It wasn't messy. And the rest of his body has been completely left alone, making it pretty unlikely to have been done by any kind of wild animal or, whatever forest creatures inhabit the swamp.
God left me unfinished!
By looking at the map, it is absolutely enormous, but the first thing you probably should do is head off for the village like the note suggests. Even though the map is randomly generated, the village will usually spawn somewhere close to your hideout, making it your natural first destination. In contrast to the village back in the Silent Forest, this one isn't a separate zone with time stopped. But you probably wish it was, and you had infinite time here because this place is massive and can easily take you multiple in-game days to fully explore. The first thing that will probably draw your attention upon entry is the pile of bodies lying on the side of the path. Approaching it, we can see something crawling out. This is another diegetic introduction to the next swamp exclusive enemy, unless you've already met them at night, of course. This is the human spider, presented as a weird combination of body parts walking on multiple limbs. It has a regular swipe attack, but also one of the few ranged enemies in the game, being able to throw its spare appendages to damage you, sometimes even throwing entire torsos instead. When that happens, you better focus on killing that torso quickly, as it's about to replicate into another spider. This happens so fast that you can actually easily be overrun if you're not paying attention. Another important thing to mention is that spiders actually move much faster when outside your cone of vision. Together with the ability to duplicate means that they should be a priority target in pretty much every single combat scenario. Aside from scripted encounters, they can be found pretty much anywhere in the swamp, just roaming around, basically filling a similar role to the rock savages, although scaled up in difficulty to make the region feel so much more hostile. I mean, to be fair, what do you think's more scary? A man throwing rocks at you? Or a man throwing a farm at you? I've just reminded myself of Medieval now on the PS1. God, that was such a good game. After dealing with the spider, you can proceed to the village, taking the path opposite to the pile of bodies. Here, you'll come across yet another village shrine. But if you let the doctor follow you into the swamp, he'll also be here, allowing for a semi-warm reunion.
You again. What do you want from me? Want to put me in front of a firing squad for desertion?
The doctor snorts ironically, hiding his irritation.
I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm too close. I can hear her, just as if she was standing beside me. My little...
With shaking hands, he reaches for the cigarette butt between his yellow teeth.
I'm sure someone is waiting for you too.
He spits out the rest of the tobacco. He won't appear here if you failed the train wreck dream, as in that scenario, you're still enemies. You can also show him the photo of the road home.
Why are you showing this to me? You better tell me how to get there.
Now, this line did leave me with a bit of whiplash because we have been showing the photo of the road home to every character and probably not realizing that they also would probably like to go home, to leave the darkwood. It really does come across that unintentionally we're kind of rubbing everyone's noses in it. I mean, for example, with the doctor, if he knew where the road home was, we never would have interacted with him. Most of the events in this game never would have even happened. He would have just ran off.
You can talk to him further as well to hear some more exposition.
I used to come here to treat people. I pulled out kids' milk teeth, delivered babies, and then came the diseases I'd never even heard of. I was the only doctor in the area. You cut us off from the outside world. First you, then the woods. No help from anyone. Last time I came here was 3 or 4 years ago. Then the trees blocked the path.
This is one of the villages the Doctor used to work in, probably why he even made us stop here in the first place. This dialogue also confirms that the entire area was quarantined when the plague started, probably being the only reason why the people inside were forced to stay instead of being evacuated. You can talk to him further to get some more subtle pointers on interesting locations around the region.
Some of the flooded areas hide underwater passages. Recently, I fell into this underwater den in the edge of the swamp. I have no idea where it leads. I'm a shitty diver. I've seen a similar one in the edge of the swamp.
Talking to him for the last time,
I think it's pretty smart that they make the Doctor say that you're a part of the government, because it gives you an idea whether or not to fully believe him. Because why would you believe this schizo guy who
it was that hard that I
saved you, but also was planning to torture you to get information out of you?
As if he was afraid of me. At the same time, a sinister smile appears on his face.
You don't belong to this land. You weren't here when the forest was born. You're a splinter, a foreign body, a vagabond. And then, the forest and everything else here? These are the antibodies. Even the morons from the village. Raging white blood cells and an infected bloodstream. That's the reason you hide from us.
The Doctor is visibly pleased with himself and his theory. His hands are no longer trembling. He produces a hand-rolled cigarette and lights it.
Logical, isn't it?
Now, it is pretty logical what he's saying, but in reality, the plague infected Poland first. So if anything, we're the immune system. So it's pretty obvious the Doctor has been completely brainwashed by Darkwood's colonizer program.
This dialogue, along with the one that mentioned the quarantine, also confirms that at least the Doctor thinks we're part of this outside organization coming in and out of the woods. I mean, it does make sense.
She has
we did
braids.
have the Bunker 21 key after all, and we knew where the underground entrance was. None of the natives seem to have one or even know about the tunnels, so it's only logical that they're exclusive to these outsiders. We finally have at least some solid clue about our backstory, but still definitely nowhere near the full picture. Apart from yapping, the Doctor will actually let you trade. Yeah, remember how I told you letting him live is going to actually benefit you more than just lore? For the low price of absolutely nothing,
hi All4, how are you doing? We're doing well.
Trade with him, possibly a reward for taking him with you. He only has
Would
3
you be
items
watching
in his stock,
Darkwood?
though. An embryo, weapon parts, and another random crafting ingredient, like tape, a bolt handle, or a long barrel. Each one of these
Darkwood
costs
React
100
Andy
rep,
stream.
effectively meaning that you can get one of them for free. But the thing is, you can only get one because he won't accept anything to trade with you. So once you pick an item, you'll actually be locked out of picking the other 2. The Doctor obviously not wanting any of the various tools of survival that he would have cherished in Chapter 1. Out of all the items, you'll probably want the embryo. The weapon parts are incredibly valuable for crafting or being sold, but embryos have that unique property on hard mode of giving you an extra life. So like I said much earlier, if you were to die and it'd be a game over, instead you just respawn, dropping your equipment exactly like normal difficulty. On top of that as well, they can also be cooked for a huge chunk of essence and sold to traders, although less than the weapon parts. After speaking to him once, the Doctor will leave the village the next day, presumably to wander the swamp in search for his daughter, who's apparently been calling to him. He's mentioned her before when you tried to talk to him in the train wreck, and unfortunately, it's probably a sign of the insanity that the forest drives everyone mad, and it's setting in. In the same clearing as the Doctor is the village shrine that I mentioned before. Once again, it looks like a standard Catholic shrine of St. Mary holding baby Jesus, although it seems like this one's been defaced by something trying to eat at it, as there's bite marks on the wooden figure. This is probably the work of the local savages, as even back in Chapter 1, you could find them eating away at tree trunks. This being a holy figure really doesn't seem to bother them. Further along the path, you can find a backpack containing some expensive fabric and a map, which marks the hole's location. This place is very important for getting around in the swamp, and I'll get to why later. Following the path deeper into the village, you'll first stumble upon some houses with barricaded windows. One of them has a chest with some random items inside, but the other one is much more interesting. Instead of breaching in, you can instead go around and through a destroyed part of the house. As you approach the wooden door to enter the barricaded room, you'll hear a voice calling from inside.
I've heard him.
To open the door, you either need to breach it or use a lockpick. Going inside, you'll realize there's another small bedroom deeper in, where the voice was coming from. The floor in the room that you've entered has
God, the horse springs up from the depression that is living in Eastern Europe. Always.
Getting closer to the bedroom will cause the
Why is it, you know, you gotta love how in Europe that most people in Europe do make horror games, huh? Most people in Europe do just constantly make horror games. What is it's like a mild coincidence, and more than anything, just plain funny. That's just a reality. That's just a fact, is that for whatever reason, the Europeans are just obsessed with making horror games. Funnily enough, the game is based upon this guy. The game and the area is based upon the developer's grandmother's house. That is a real thing. It sounds so sad.
More.
Every day I can hear him more clearly. You don't believe me?
Once you enter, you realize that there isn't actually a person there, just a skeleton lying on a bed with a torch on its body. Going back outside, you might start to hear growling in the distance. Walking up and around the destroyed carriage will reveal the source, another red chomper, but this time covered in a black substance. Now this fight can really take you by surprise, since the chomper wanders around the area instead of, you know, just standing there waiting for a shovel indentation in its head. And once again, the black substance that I mentioned earlier gives it some initial invincibility, so it's allowed to get some cheap hits. After dealing with the chomper, you'll pass some burnt houses with a generator stood up against a wall. Activating it causes the light fixtures to turn on around you, only for it to die around 2 seconds later. There's nothing of note inside the houses, but once you go through, you'll find a surprisingly well-preserved doghouse and a well. Approaching the doghouse will spawn a huge dog inside and have it lunge at you. But at this point, it really shouldn't be too much of a challenge, especially with how equipped you are by now. Again, you are equipped, right? Like, you did bring the stuff from Chapter 1. God, I hope you did, or you're absolutely fucked. Now, thankfully, unlike the well in the
Eastern Europe, because it hasn't quite recovered since the Soviets, a real
any, you know,
Polish moment.
There's also a locked house here, which you can either waste a lockpick on or
real Polish moment.
Unconventional axe way. The word zlodzieje, or thieves, is written all over the floor, and there's a bunch of good loot in the wardrobe right next to the entrance. On top of that, there's a shelf containing the photo of 3 boys, again with the word thieves scratched over it. Going back outside, the footpath you followed is pretty much non-existent now, instead being replaced by roots and trees growing out of the ground. To get deeper into the village, you're gonna have to breach through buildings and try to get around all the blockades that the forest has put up.
What does one do braids?
The roots, you can gain access to 2 more buildings.
I need to figure out how to draw braids.
Important item for progression hidden on a dead body. The pliers. With this, you can finally upgrade your workbench. That's right, you can now make the axe, the same one the doctor used in the prologue. It's incredibly expensive to make because of the axe blade, that is, unless you killed the sow in the village, and then you could just steal it from this guy who's trying to chop down a tree. Or again, like I said earlier, you could have just taken the doctor's axe if you explored his house in Chapter 1. But it really does beg the question, why is a blade and a stick locked behind more upgrades than a gun?
Now, the axe is the last and strongest melee weapon in the entire game. It has the exact same upgrade path as the shovel, having more durability, doing more damage, and having less stamina cost. But the main difference is it has a hugely different attack pattern. With the shovel, you do a wide swing, but with the axe, it is a single downward shot that does a lot more damage, but at the cost of having to be a lot more precise. I'll be honest, I played through like 80% of the game with the shovel, and it was doing me fine. So I kind of just dropped the axe and stayed with the shovel anyway. Good enough.
The other unlocked crafting recipe is the exploding barrel, the same one you'd find in the very first hideout in the locked chest. These are pretty good to actually
I think I get what you mean.
Critical choke points.
I don't know, it's hard to say.
Scrap metal and a bit of
I really don't know what I'm doing in general, so I'm just kind of guessing in general.
Dispatch an entire group of enemies. Even better, if you throw
but I think I'm getting it.
And remember, this hideout is huge, meaning that you can bait even more enemies into barrels to save ammo and health. If placed properly, the barrels can be an amazing panic button when you're getting overrun. This isn't the Cruelty Squad video, and I'm not making another tier list, but these would probably go in S tier. Aside from the pliers, there's a wardrobe next to a window for you to loot. Approaching it will have the protagonist look out the window. I can see the crown of a huge tree through the small window under the ceiling. Inside the wardrobe is some fabric to sell, but also a lottery ticket, which, if anything, reminds me of that guy in Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, you know that guy goes like,
do a C, and then do a backward C with the tip in the middle of the
for a puzzle to unlock the crate in the next room. Except, like, I'll be honest, look, I've spent, like, way too long sucking this game off. But this puzzle, if you want to even call it that, is really unintuitive, and it's just kind of bullshit if you're playing the game without any kind of wiki open. It's actually so bad that someone actually put a note on the wiki itself saying, unrecommended to solve the puzzle yourself. Now, there's a lot of numbers selected on the ticket, so it's not like you just take a quick glance and you get the
like
codes.
that.
No, instead, you have to check only the single numbered columns and only use the selected numbers from those, giving you
That's
2,
not quite
5,
right.
3, 1. Thing is, it sounds simple, right? But there's basically no indication on how this is supposed to be solved. Maybe aside from the fact that there's like 5 single numbered columns and only 4 are used. People stumbling on this, they're gonna think that they're gonna need another lottery ticket. Now, despite the puzzle being really mid, the reward is actually worth it. Inside the crate, you can find 8 shotgun shells, 2 long barrels, both worth 225 rep, and a metal pipe. The game is basically screaming at you to make the double-barreled shotgun here, though for that, you'll still need another workbench upgrade. Going through the window, you'll find some campfires, one of them still lit. It looks like there might actually be some human presence here after all. Inside a small blockaded room in the next building is seemingly the last human alive in the entire village.
Who are you?
Entering dialogue, you can see that he's an incredibly old man in a makeshift wooden wheelchair. His clothes being incredibly overgrown with branches and roots, but despite looking similar to a savage, he's completely coherent.
Wait. Bloody hell! You're alive!
The old man extends his hand, blindly trying to reach me.
Oh, you're not from around here, eh? You cannot be. All them lads are dead. It's only me. Me and...
He finally finds my arm and grabs it. For a moment, he clutches
Start
my
to
hand
see
in silence,
backwards
and I
in
hear
the
him mumbling
gap.
under his breath.
I don't have anything, mate. Only this chair. Bloody hell.
His gaze stops somewhere under the leaky barn ceiling.
What?
The old man suddenly jumps up.
What are you saying?
I feel his long fingernails digging into my hand.
The tree. Ain't no fucking tree, that. Well, it looks like a tree, yeah. But those faces, well, I know 'em, Buckers. Every single one of them. So close and so fake. They're not real. They're not. From time to time, I thank God I went blind. I don't have to look at them.
The old man lets go of my hand to lean against the broken back of the chair. He sighs with relief.
It disgusts me. It fucking disgusts me, this buggery. This fucking scum. All the time I have to listen to his pathetic blabber, complaining all the time as if I was supposed to believe it's human. That it's me, Zocker. Yeah, right.
He suddenly reaches towards me with both hands, almost falling out from the chair. He grabs onto my sleeve and I feel all of his weight on me.
You lad, you've got your hands and legs. Ooh, strong arms, I beg you. Get rid of that filth from our village. Can't bear another day of that abomination wailing and sobbing. I want to die in peace. Fucking hell. I want to die in peace. Listen to me. I thought about it for a long time. I've had a lot of time to think. For fuck's sake.
His eyes widen. His pupils are milky white. I can feel him climbing my coat.
You need to find the basement. Jassie's basement. Yes, I remember it. It's right next to the tree. The tree is too large. So, if you can't reach it from the top, you gotta
It looks kind of like braids.
find the basement. When there,
Except it's only
surely
part of it, right?
You'll find the tree's roots.
The issue with the braids is that you kind of need...
Roots. That's where they are. Destroy them. Pull them, drag them, twist the fuck out of them. Oh, you'll find a way, eh? I know you will.
The old man slides down my coat, straight into his destroyed wheelchair. For a moment, he searches for his stone, which he uses to prop himself up against the muddy floor of the barn.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the last survivor of the village, and you're probably wondering...
I'm not the
where is
best at
everyone
giving
else?
advice.
Well, if you go past him, you will see
It's
a
okay, I thank you for
monstrous tree
trying.
that grows so high, it is actually almost touching the top-down camera we've been using the entirety of the game. And this
I'll do
tree
it. I'll
is
figure out how to do it
blocking
later.
the final exit to basically finish the game. It's the final last roadblock.
The tree itself is an amalgamation of dozens of people from the village, even including some of the livestock like cows. When examining the tree, the protagonist will remark that the tree is gigantic. Its bark stays in constant motion. It swells up and collapses into itself as if breathing. I see human silhouettes growing out of the tree trunk. They're also moving as if gesturing in slow motion. Dozens of mouths repeat their lines simultaneously, creating a uniform, noisy murmur. Much like the other character art, this is animated, and seeing all the people trapped inside the tree, opening and closing their mouths, it's terrifying. Between the bows, I catch a man's gaze. It's fixed on me. His body, similarly to the other beings, seems to form an integral part of the tree. His limbs are gnarled, and his face is grotesquely deformed. He's the only one to acknowledge my presence. His hand slowly raises, pointing to something on the horizon. Above the roofs of the destroyed village, the man's lips are moving, but the ghastly murmur of the other voices drowns out his words. You're now given various options. You can kick the tree, hoping the voices will go silent. I kick the tree trunk with all my strength, breaking a branch sticking out from between the roots.
It hurts.
I hear a silent voice coming from beneath my feet. It's the face of a man who has grown into the roots. He's completely covered in bark. His lips barely stick above the mud, and his raised arms resemble branches. One of them is broken in the elbow. The stump bleeds a white, gooey substance. Instead of seeping down, it slowly flows upward, forming a new arm.
Now, the funny thing is about Darkwood, with how unforgiving the entire game is, most people I've seen play through this game, either streaming or Let's Plays, they purposely chose to not pick this option, thinking it would punish them, maybe it would kill them, and because obviously the game auto-saves like every 5 seconds or after every stray cough the character does, they would probably think that they're going to be locked out of actual content or punished for it. But in reality, all it does is just show that the tree is completely unkillable. Also keep in mind, when you pick this option, the white substance that oozes out of it is the exact same white substance we saw when crossing Bunker 21.
You can throw Molotovs and line up as many explosive barrels as you want, but you'll never be able to damage the tree. But now you're given another option to try to climb the tree, which, from looking at what it's done to the rest of the village, probably isn't a good idea, but nevertheless, you can still try. The bark is slimy and soft. Its creases move away from my shoes and hands. I feel the arms that protrude from the roots tugging at my clothes. I'm not sure if they want to drag me down or pull me closer. I barely break free from their grasp. Climbing up is out of the question. The final option is to try to focus on the lips of the only person in the tree that was making any kind of eye contact with us. Even though the figure speaks sluggishly, it's too high for me to read its lips properly. I think one of the words is radio. There's nothing else to do with the tree here, but exiting and re-entering dialogue will give some different text about various people stuck inside the tree. I notice a little smiling face of a girl gazing at me from behind a cluster of sleeping heads, oblivious to the chaos around her. She studies me with curiosity. Just next to her, a massive man calmly hums some melody. The lullaby drowns in the overwhelming noise surrounding the tree. It seems that amongst all the chaos, people have made their peace with the tree. Examining a second time, you'll see an argument break out.
I knock your head off. You see this shit?
I am barely able to make out any conversations and squabbles from the horrible noise of the tree bough.
You took everything from us.
The shouts come from an old man. Only the tip of his head and one of his arms stick out from between the tightly crowded bodies.
You stole it. Thieves! May the dogs piss in your face!
Right next to him, a woman's head, wobbling from side to side, repeats.
We were hungry. We were hungry.
Another figure hiding its face under an enormous root lets out a chilling shriek.
Quiet! Fucking quiet! Leave us in peace! Shut up!
He is interrupted by a man next to him, his intestines hanging out from his stomach.
It was our common good. It was meant for all of us. You stole it.
However, all of this is optional. You don't actually have to go to the tree and, get all immersed in the story or how horrific everything is. You really can just remove the barricade, probably the only thing keeping the cripple alive, and just straight up leave. He'll call you out though, but, we're out on our own survival, not to keep talking to trees until curfew. Although, if you do that and play like a complete bastard, you'll be immediately punished. Because as soon as you go outside and turn to leave, the mushrooms right in front of you will rise up and become mushroom men. Now, I mentioned these guys back in chapter 1. one, but before they could only spawn in specific mushroom fields that got marked on your map. But now
No,
in the
okay,
swamp,
then.
they can randomly pop up from pretty much any mushroom patch. They're basically a walking explosive barrel. Now, these guys are pretty reasonable to deal with in a 1v1 scenario because all they really do is chase you while laughing like a madman until they get too close and explode, or if they run out of time and they blow up anyway. Even if they manage to close the gap, the explosion does actually take a while, so you can usually get away, or you could just shoot them before they even get close. If you manage to get caught in the blast, though, their damage is insane. They're not really a threat on their own, but more if they gang up on you with other actual enemies. More on that, actually. The mushroom men can actually be blocked by other enemies, and they will damage them. So funnily enough, you can actually bait them into clearing whatever's chasing you if you actually want to keep your ammo. One more important landmark in the village is a house that basically serves as your shortcut to get in and out of the village. You couldn't enter it before because rubble was blocking one of the metal doors, but coming from this side, you can clear it and open the way. But if you chose to stick around, the area around the tree can actually be pretty rewarding. There's a small shack with a metal door right next to it, and going inside, you can find a hatch, likely one of the entrances to the basement that the cripple mentioned. Unfortunately, though, the hatch seems to be inaccessible. That, or it's like a Skyrim master lockpick. The hatch leading to the basement is blocked from the inside. The marks on it suggest someone tried to break it open. There's also a broken shovel lying right next to the hatch, probably used to try and breach it. You can pick up the shovel blade, which is pretty useful actually if you haven't upgraded your shovel yet, or if you just want to sell it for the rep. Next to it, there's a wardrobe with, you know, your typical loot, but also a fat notebook almost completely filled with notes. It's an inventory of the entire village, and the notes suddenly end on August 1983.
1983, August 21st. Shozik is dead. We're down to 26. Minus 6 potatoes, minus half a loaf of bread, minus 2 liters of gasoline, plus 1 potato. Shozik's.
Now this shows some pretty important things about the village. First of all, there were 27 people that lived here, including someone called Jozek. Their food situation was really scarce. They were rationing out potatoes and even at one point picked up a stray dog.
Not a thought behind those ears. Not a fucking thought.
Probably the same huge dog that we found inside the house. So that goes to show that even though most of the village was turned into a giant monstrosity of a tree, they never actually chose to eat the dog.
You can also show this food inventory to the cripple.
All sorts of things used to happen in our village. Sometimes a mug got punched for some silly thing.
A faint smile appears on the man's face.
But we always stick together when the time came. We had to. Until the hunger came. Well, as the hunger divided us, I sometimes hear the echoes of those times in the trees' moans. That fucking monstrosity won't let me forget.
On the other side from the blocked hatch, you find a house with a trapdoor that actually works. Going inside, you'll see how deep the roots have really penetrated into the earth here. Moving through the tunnel, you can stumble onto a corridor splitting off from the main path. It leads to a small room with a glare inside. Glares are sources of red light that will actually damage you if you stare at them. Not to be confused with the growth that creates a red light. Now, encountering these things in the swamp can actually be pretty scary because they do a lot of damage and they can be very, visually distracting. But for them to do damage, you need to make eye contact. So if you just basically moonwalk towards them, it's not really too much of a problem. There's also a corpse in the corner, holding a small magazine and a pistol. I don't think I really have to explain what this indicates. But going back to the main tunnel, the walls will start talking to you.
Who's there? What do you want? Leave.
There's an entrance in the water here. Approaching it, the protagonist will say that my feet are slowly sinking in the soft, quaggy floor. Quaggy is a word, by the way. I had to Google it before reading this. Apparently, Polish people know more about English than the English person. I can barely move, as if something was holding me by my ankles. You can try to swim through the hole, but it's no use. The water is dark and cloudy. The corridor seems very long. I'll probably run out of oxygen. I won't be able to swim through the passage without an oxygen tank. Talking to the old man, he was right about the tree. You might remember he mentioned finding a basement next to the talking tree that has a weak spot. There is a trapdoor, but without an oxygen tank, you'll drown trying to make it to the other side. Remember, there is a compressor back at the hideout, but it needs parts to be fixed, and also you don't have an oxygen canister. Thankfully, the cripple, he has a solution.
The basement is flooded, eh? Am I right? Dogs, bollocks. Everything is fucking flooded!
He turns around as if looking for something.
Hey? What? Oh, yes. Yes. Elephants are fucking plonkers. Ever seen elephants, matey? Yeah, we have these elephants here, you see. They live here in the part of the swamp. Their hut is in the thicket, in the flooded forest. Since the woods trapped us here, they keep to themselves. They don't fancy us. bloody elephants. They have these oxygen tanks, lots of them tanks, and if the basement is flooded, you could use an oxygen tank, eh?
Now, if the man in the tunnel is to be trusted, then burning down the tree is your best means of escaping. I mean, he was clearly telling the truth about a talking tree existing, so it's not too hard to believe that the exit and a way out is directly behind it. But before we can do that, we need an oxygen canister first.
Before that, you can also show the cripple the photo of the three boys. Upon seeing the photo, the cripple cringes with disgust.
These ruffians, eh? Sons of a thief. There were 7 of them. The mother took the 4 youngest ones when the hunger struck. The other 3 stayed with the father. They were weak and sickly. One day, father got into his head that they were getting smaller rations because we've written them off.
His hands start to tremble.
So, he went with a group of people to rob us of our food in the night. They broke into the basement. Didn't end well.
The cripple goes silent.
The lads threw them out of the village. I don't know what happened to them after that. People used to say they wander the woods with the savages, looking for their place.
He gives me back the photo.
I can still hear the cries of that thief all the bloody time.
3 boys wandering the wasteland does sound familiar, but we'll come back to that later. Aside from the items found in the village, you can also show him the road home, just like pretty much every other NPC. The old man grabs the photograph, feels it, and then takes out a small glass object from his pocket and puts it to his eye.
The road home. What a load of bollocks. The road to madness is what it is.
This sounds very disheartening, considering the man is basically the person closest to where the road home might be, and yet he doesn't believe in it himself. You can also gossip with him to get some backstory on who he is and what actually happened here.
What are you going on about again?
The old man leans towards me, scowling.
The wheelchair? Well, the war took my legs, and those wankers burned my house and my pigs. But it was years after the war. They said it was to fight the disease. So they said. My Zocca. The disease took her from me. All I have is this wheelchair. This land.
The cripple is a war veteran, probably from World War II, considering the time frame. It's insane to imagine surviving one of the bloodiest conflicts in human history just to be left to rot in an all-consuming forest. This dialogue also confirms that the various burnt houses we found throughout the chapters were burnt by an outside group, possibly the one we're associated with to fight this spread of infection. There's also one more exposition on what happened to the village.
It used to be different here. First, the woods changed, trees started sprouting up everywhere. We were cut off, then the water flooded our fields. People went crazy out of hunger. They fought over food.
Once again, he brings up the village's hunger for the cause of why it died out. You might wonder how he managed to survive if there's nothing to eat. Well, in a backpack next to him, you can actually find a couple of fish. Considering how much water there is, it's not surprising that there'd be fish around. And yeah.
But then the Soviets who returned from World War II and got thrown to a gulag.
Did I not know that? How many hours have I put in this game? I have 90 hours on darkwood, and I did not even know you can catch fish.
Yeah, if they got thrown into the gulag in the forest, they would have been done so. Turned into the tree people.
There's only one kind of fish, and catching them doesn't require, inhuman reaction times.
What? That's like a frame!
The fish themselves aren't really anything special. You can eat them for an endurance boost or cook them in the oven for essence. But again, it's still a really nice touch. I was going to give this game like a 9 out of 10, but it's got to go straight to a 10 simply because you can catch fish.
Fish!
In earlier builds of the game, the cripple would actually give you a quest to fix his wheelchair so, he could move around with some dignity. The quest itself, though, isn't in the game any longer, and you can't find the wheels anywhere. But the dialogue, surprisingly, is still there when you try to gossip with him.
If you come across some wheels, 2 little wheels so that I can fix my chair, maybe you will benefit from it as well.
Apart from cut content, he's also got more to say about the tree.
Years ago, when my eyes were good, people used to pass through it. They would leave their huts and go, there, where that damn tree grows. They would often leave at night so that no one could see them. They went into the deep, dark woods, never came back. Some of them would say they're going home, but most of them were silent. I don't know. The land's changed. The trees have cut us off from the rest of the world. But home, for me, has always been here. Then that monstrous, moaning abomination grew out of the ground. It blocked the passage, and that's that. No one has managed to pass through since then. Maybe people found some other place. Maybe they died at the swamps, just like us.
This is huge, as it's basically confirmation that behind the tree really is the road home. So maybe following the cripple's quest was actually rewarding after all.
After you finally finish talking to the average British man after hitting the age of 26, you can continue to explore further into the village. There's another room with campfires, as well as some rubble you can clear off if you have a shovel with you, which opens up a passage deeper into the flooded houses. Following the flooded corridor, you'll eventually be taken to a house with, again, thieves being carved onto the floor. That is, unless you get jump scared by the mushroom man right at the entrance and, you know, die immediately. There's no items here. The only thing of note, aside from the carvings, is a completely indestructible barricade placed on the window. I originally found it a bit stupid. You know, you can't destroy a barricade because it's made of wood, not metal. But, you know, let's just say it's special, dark wood. But you can bypass the barricade by, you know, walking around it. Unfortunately, the only interesting reward you'll get is a map pointing to a burnt cottage location, which, spoiler, you actually won't even be able to access for quite a while. I know I'm saying that a lot, but this village acts as a hub to give you loads of different quests and areas to explore. Going back to the campfires in the next house over, you can find a destroyed painting. It looks like another defaced religious object, following the trend with the destroyed shrines and muddy crosses. This painting actually exists in the real world. It's called the Black Madonna. Oh my god. It's called the Black Madonna of Czestochowa. It's actually pretty common to find it in Christian Polish homes, so no surprise to see one here. It's probably been dirtied by savages trying to make an idol of whatever they're worshipping. There's a couple more houses around, but they're mostly just here to loot. And with a couple of enemies sprinkled around so you don't really forget that, you know, you're playing a survival horror game and not a visual novel. The only other interesting place left is a house with a floral doormat, but it's locked behind a metal door that you don't have the key for. Leaving the village, you can see that as small as that marking was on your map, the area to explore was huge. Chapter 2's swamp biome is around the same size as the entirety of Chapter 1's 3 main areas combined, and it's also dotted with various new locations. Now, I talked about this earlier, but because it's a swamp, a lot of the map consists of deep water that obviously slows your movement and drains your stamina incredibly quickly. That's bad, and you'll want to avoid the water. That's why the devs put all the high-end loot like mushrooms in locked chests right in the middle of them. Thankfully, you can never drown in this water because it's waist high, but if you venture too deep, you might encounter this chapter's new enemy, the Swamper. You might remember first seeing one in the tunnels between chapters. Now, why is it called the Swamper? Probably because it lives in a swamp. The one thing about this game, as amazing as the enemy design is, the names aren't very unique. The Swampers are humans who have been mutated, but living in the water for so long has made them look almost like crocodiles. They're a nightmare to fight in the water because they'll pounce at you and also hide, making them impossible to hit. Thankfully,
Bro looks more like the lizard that went on the
either steer clear or bait them onto land for a more fair fight.
NASCAR raceway.
They'll swipe at you with their claws or throw up bile that, if you touch it, will lock you in place to give them some incredibly cheap hits. This works in a very similar way to the chain trap that you might have used back in earlier hideouts. Another enemy new to this biome is the centipede, mostly living underground but appearing from holes they've dug around the map. It looks more human than the Swamper, if you can call it that.
This is my hear me out. Oh boy.
The parasite has infected this human.
Oh boy. This hear me out. Okay. Alright, four.
And it can also burrow underground.
I'm here.
Catch up to players trying to
I'm listening.
If you try to deal with it at range, it'll counter that
begrudgingly
by underground and popping up elsewhere, usually behind you. And after you kill it, notice how I said kill it in quotation marks. That's because the parasite will detach itself from the body, quickly retreating underground, leaving the human body behind. Thankfully, to compensate with enemies being much harder, this chapter is also much more lenient with giving you ammo for firearms. So it's basically the opposite of Chapter 1, with you now using guns as a primary and melee as your backup. Obviously, you'll still run out of ammo pretty quickly, even if you bought your stockpile from Chapter 1. So, really, it's always best to avoid these encounters altogether. There are loads of small locations dotted around the swamp if you want supplies to help you survive.
It could do great many things.
Like I said, are much less common, probably because they're basically prey here compared to the more vicious wildlife, but also because the swamp doesn't really have any regular animals like rabbits or elk that they could eat, causing a lot of them to probably die from starvation. I guess they went off eating the trees. That being said, you can find one last camp, which is marked by a huge bonfire. There's loads of loot to be found in the middle of the fire, but you'll have to carefully shimmy into the middle of it because out of all the afflictions I've mentioned in the game, fire damage is probably one of the worst. You can also find a welder here, which is useless to us now because the workbench is already so leveled up, but you can sell it for a little bit of influence. There's also a lot of ruins around the swamp, you know, as would be expected for an abandoned wasteland. These can sometimes have strong enemies like chompers or even a banshee in one case. There's even a house with 6, I repeat, 6 sleeping chompers inside and a huge dog because, of course, this is the one house where you really don't want to fire a gun inside. If you do choose to risk it, there's a ton of valuable items like fabrics, military flashlights, and even ammo, but it's probably less ammo than what you used trying to get to it. Meanwhile, the house with the banshee has another set of pliers, so you can further upgrade your workbench. Once you do, you can craft 2 more weapons. Firstly, the double-barreled shotgun. Functionally, it's exactly the same as the single-shot shotgun, but now you get 2 shots.
See this? This is my boomstick!
But also a double-barreled shotgun in a horror game. That is really cool. Thankfully, I do want to confirm as well that the double-barreled shotgun has a really satisfying noise when you fire it, because a lot of games, they just don't seem to make shotguns sound cool. And, of course, the hunting rifle, which I mentioned way back at the end of the Wolfman path, which he gives to you if you pick the correct dialogue option. If you either messed up the conversation or you didn't take his path.
Oh yeah, Stalker's heart attack simulator.
The hunting rifle, and I really just prefer.
Man, it's the one game I have not recognized that he referenced so far. The one game is that I have not recognized that he referenced in this in 5 hours is Stalker.
Accurate gun, and it basically
at least with its mutants. That's the only one I have no knowledge on because nobody, I mean nobody I watch ever talks about Stalker or plays Stalker. The only thing I know about Stalker is that it's the funny Russian game.
A single enemy, you're a little bit screwed, and
it's basically Fallout,
also, as well,
but Russia.
Encounters in Darkwood are incredibly long ranges, so if you see an enemy at the corner of your screen that you could probably take out only with the hunting rifle, you might as well just ignore them anyway and save the ammo. I think the only reason why you should use it is probably because by now you have a lot of high caliber ammo lying around. And if you're wondering, yes, you can technically do a 360 no scope because the hunting rifle has no scope. Some more small locations you can stumble upon are various marked sites drawn by savages. Unlike the dry meadow markings, you can find more than just lines on the ground, as there'll usually be a corpse nearby. Someone has placed some white mushrooms around the body. The 2 largest ones have been carefully inserted into the dead man's eye sockets. Hundreds of dead insects lie scattered around the body, but they didn't just die here. Someone has carefully prepared this scene. A giant dead centipede has been placed on the dead man's face.
Fallout much more than is much more casual compared to Stalker.
A dead lizard protrudes from the corpse's mouth,
yeah.
judging from the stuffed cheeks and neck.
I was gonna say, and then I forgot to say it. Stalker's like Fallout, but Tarkov.
Each of these corpses actually represents
that's all I understand about it. Is that Stalker looks like Tarkov, and it's more hardcore than Fallout, but it is Fallout in Russia.
Bodies that you can find representing the human spider, and since we know the markings come from savages, it seems like they're worshipping these abominations, if not indirectly creating them, possibly some kind of ritual to commune with the forest. You can also step into one of these markings just like back in the dry meadows, and again you'll start hallucinating, though now you won't see the bunker door, instead some sort of structure made of metal beams. We're not sure yet what this might be referencing, but if we're hallucinating, then it's probably going to be important. Aside from cool lore locations, most of these smaller locations are generally just out to get you. Some places will feature dense clusters of trees, you know, reminding you that you're still in a forest, if you didn't know that already. If you explore these clusters, you'll probably find some items, as well as some red chompers.
Chernobyl, Ukraine.
Chain traps lying between the trees, and you're most likely going to miss them. Another location you can find is the holes, which should already be marked on your map when you found them in the village. The holes will usually be very far away from your hideout, but they're definitely worth the trek. Approaching them for the first time, you'll see the doctor digging in the ground, looking much more rugged, with sticks and mud now glued to his head, and his hand twitching wildly, but still holding that cigarette.
This land hides more secrets than your little fucking rat brain is capable of understanding.
The doctor digs through the mud. I think he's looking for something.
Deep underground, there's a current of electricity. Fucking electricity.
He starts flailing his arms wildly, throwing pieces of mud everywhere around him.
And it flows underground from tree to tree.
The doctor suddenly freezes, staring at me with his arms mid-air.
And it powers everything. It connects it all. If I had a light bulb, if I just screwed it into one of these branches, it would light up. I bet it fucking would.
He bends over a small hole in the mud and continues digging.
Maybe this is where you're hiding. Maybe this is the way.
He's obsessing over this newfound theory. We can't really confirm it ourselves because, you know, we never get a light bulb and we can't really unscrew any of the light fixtures. But I don't think that's the point. It's to prove that, unfortunately, he's going insane, just like the rest of the locals.
You can still trade with him here to get some items for free, and also gossip with Poland's most sane resident.
I haven't slept a wink in many days. I don't think this is good for me. I hear this voice all the time. Can you hear it? A heavenly voice.
The doctor stares right into my eyes. Mud drips from his face. He hasn't blinked in over a minute.
No, you don't. Why would you? You don't know her.
He steps towards me and lowers his voice.
I'm a bit fed up with her. A bit. A little. Tiny bit. She must know I'm heading her way. I'm doing everything I can. I don't eat. I don't sleep. I search under every rock, under every fucking bush. She must understand it. She must give me some time, some little time off. Tell her this, will you?
He could be talking about the voice of his daughter, as he's mentioned hearing her before. So it's pretty obvious that the forest is slowly starting to reclaim him. He's losing his sanity.
More
He's
open
not
world survivor than it is
completely insane yet
RPG. You don't
because
have
he's aware
skills
of, you know,
only.
certain basic
Doesn't
requirements
include
like lack of sleep isn't a
factions
good
that
thing,
their
but for the most
agendas.
part, he just really isn't the same person anymore.
The doctor
Yeah,
is lost
like
in his
Tarkov.
thoughts. Cigarette sticks
Like
out of his
Tarkov.
mud-covered mouth.
Fallout,
Using remains of
Stalkers
his
just
shoes,
Fallout
he
and
draws lines
Tarkov
on the ground.
combined,
They seem
except
to
it
intersect in completely random places.
came out way earlier than modern
He
Fallout.
doesn't stop drawing. He
And
moves
way
away a
earlier
bit
than
and makes a wide
Tarkov.
arc with his heel. The doctor flicks his cigarette into the dirt, stomps on it, and then
So
drags it
original
along
that
the
you
ground,
can't you
creating
can't
a
compare it to
lasting
something that
straight
existed
line.
before it came out.
Fuck. Drawing was never my forte.
He's now drawing intersecting circles on the ground, just like the savages did. It might be obvious to say now, but the doctor is slowly turning into a savage, even going so far as to glue sticks onto his head, like the antlers that many of them use. It's not surprising. I mean, he was already desperate before coming to the swamp, and since the forest clearly has much more influence here, he simply couldn't resist its pull. But that being said, you can still gossip with him one more time.
Can you hear the trees sing? They're calling us. They're showing us the way. They're showing us the way at the same blocking net. I can't understand it.
He kicks a stone.
Are they trying to tell us something? Are they trying to put us to a test? I don't know. Maybe they're lost too and don't know what to do.
He shakes his head, dispirited, and goes silent. After a long pause, he turns towards me. His glasses are so dirty, I can barely see the eyes hiding underneath.
I see you haven't regained your speech.
Noble disaster.
He still remembers who he was, but now his mind is more occupied listening to the trees than healing anyone. There's no way to help him snap out of it, so we're stuck watching.
Sounds interesting.
You know, fairly well, to the point.
Although I don't think there's is there really an ending with Stalker, or is it just kind of like
the line he says though?
you figure out the lore of the universe and then you just kind of survive as long as you can?
The dialogue throughout the game, we actually haven't spoke to a single person. We've kind of just heard them ramble, and maybe we'll get the option to nod or shake our head, but that's pretty much it. Any dialogue we get from the actual
wait,
to the point that we basically saw life through his eyes now devolve into a raving madman. The line he says though, talking about speech, is actually really interesting because if you've paid close attention to the dialogue, the point that was, but now his mind is more occupied listening to the trees.
3 games.
There's no way to help him snap out of it, so we're stuck watching someone we got to know, you know, fairly well, to the point that we basically saw life through his eyes now devolve into a raving madman. The line he says though, talking about speech, is actually really interesting because if you've paid close attention to the dialogue throughout the game, we actually haven't spoke to a single person. We've kind of just heard them ramble, and maybe we'll get the option to nod or shake our head, but that's pretty much it. Any dialogue we get from the actual protagonist is either thoughts in his own head with dialogue at the bottom of the screen or journal entries. We actually haven't said a proper word the entire game. After you finish with the doctor, you can actually check the location out. Walking into the house, you might be confused why I said the place is so critical for progression. I mean, there's barely anything here, just some holes in the ground. But there's apparently someone sitting in one of them with what the protagonist describes as a mud-encrusted man with a long beard. We can't talk to him or interact in any way, but he'll always be there, just watching.
18k, let's go.
The real importance of this place lies in the largest hole. You can actually enter it, which spits you back out in your hideout, as well as permanently opening up an entrance that you can come and go whenever you want. This is the only means of fast travel in Chapter 2, similar to how you could fast travel from the village back to your hideout in Chapter 1. And this fast travel is really needed because, like I've said multiple times, the swamp is
How much did I draw on the
Once
wrong
you
layer?
come back through the holes to explore the rest of the building, you'll see a large
That's okay.
worm-like
I have an
creature
idea.
jumping between the holes. This is a tunneler, the thing responsible for digging the holes. He seems territorial, even straight up screaming at you, but despite that, he won't actually ever attack you. Probably for the best, because he just seems like a centipede on steroids. Aside from the little guy, you can find a crate here with yet another set of pliers. So now you can finally upgrade your workbench to the final level. Now, you're probably thinking, what kind of game-breaking weapon
that's
am I
head,
gonna
not
get
hair.
now?
Damn
I've
it.
spent all this time collecting toolboxes, welders, pliers. What is the game going to reward me with? Well, apparently not much. Well, firstly, you get the pump-action shotgun. It functions pretty much exactly the same as all the other shotguns, but instead of holding 1 or 2 rounds, it can now hold 8. And the gas tank, which is an explosive barrel, except it just farts as well. Thing is as well, you could have just bought this from the trader back in Chapter 1 or the 3, and it only costs 50 rep, you know, instead of having to spend precious scrap on a workbench. The pump shotgun, on the other hand, is, I mean, it's pretty good. 8 rounds is insane, but the thing is, ammo is so scarce, you probably won't ever have that much ammo to fill up the entire magazine. Now that the shortcut is unlocked, it's time to finally get that oxygen tank. Following the cripple's advice, we head over to the elephant's cottage, which he, of course, shown us the way to. If you somehow managed to forget about it completely, the protagonist even made a journal in his entry to remind you. The old man advised me to find the elephants and obtain an oxygen tank from them. It will help me pass the flooded cellar corridor. Supposedly, they live in the part of the swamp. Arriving there, you'll have your third encounter with the doctor. He now looks like a full-blown savage.
Thank you for the
top
head
of his
pat, Alt. I
caked in
appreciate it.
mud and twigs placed on his forehead.
Maybe I'll
looking
play
like
one of those
antlers.
games.
If last time he was already gone beyond saving, now he's pretty much devoid of all humanity, leaving only a blank shell of the human that he once was. The doctor turns his mud-covered head towards the sun and freezes. He then spreads his arms along his sides. A chunk of mud falls down from his exposed tongue. He chews it slowly and swallows with satisfaction. You can gossip with him as well, just to find out how bad he's really gotten. The doctor puts the muddy hand into his mouth, grimaces, and pulls out a yellow tooth. He puts it into the pocket of his torn trousers. The tooth falls through a hole. He does not notice this. The doctor begins staring at a nearby tree trunk, paying no attention to the blood flowing between his lips. The doctor glances at me, his head tilts sideways, lost in thought. After a moment, he extends his hand towards me, as if wanting to grab me by the throat, but stops halfway. He freezes. Slowly, he bends down and grabs a thick branch from the ground. He starts biting the bark off it. He swallows the bark with effort, but also great satisfaction. He places the stick among the other ones sticking out of his mud-covered head. This might point to the doctor still retaining at least some information before his transformation.
Hello guys, here is the tutorial on how to become a savage from the hidden darkwood.
Stopping himself from attacking us supposedly because he remembers that we did spare his life. But apart from that, he really is just a regular savage now, eating bark off random branches. Despite all this, he does make one coherent sentence. The doctor approaches me. I can feel him embracing me. I hear his hoarse breath and smell his odor. I hear his whisper.
Soon, very soon, not long from now.
He clearly has some sort of end goal. So far, it's been going back to his family, but we have no indication that he's any closer to escaping the forest than we are. And now he's fully succumbed to the plague. It's more likely he's talking about something else entirely. This is the last time we see him. After this, he disappears completely with his fate left uncertain. Although it's most likely he transforms into a savage completely. It's also worth mentioning that the places we meet him aren't actually static, but rather they depend on which major locations the player visits first. So you could meet him in totally different locations, or maybe never even meet him at all. Going through to the elephant's house, the first thing you'll notice is how many bear traps there are on the lawn. Seriously, it looks like someone put cheat codes in or something. Like, there should not be this many bear traps. I don't even think you can get this many if you harvested every bit of scrap in the entire game. The cottage is surrounded by a barricade made out of old furniture and rusty barbed wire, probably stolen from some fence. Whoever lives here has obviously taken security first. But can you really blame them? I mean, the swamp biome is pretty hard to survive in. I don't even think it's an overreaction to place around 300 bear traps at your house. There's also some growths around the perimeter to help you see. Since walking through the grass blind will probably end up with you stepping on a bear trap every 5 seconds. Reaching the entrance, you'll realize that once you're inside, you can't actually enter any of the rooms yet, and someone behind the metal door will call out to you.
Someone is behind the door. Can you hear it?
Shh. Hey, you! What are you looking for here? You're not from this god.
damn village, are you? Prove you're a good man. Fix our generator, and I'll open the door.
It costs 10 metal scrap to do so, which is pretty expensive. But ironically, if you actually go around and scrap pretty much all the bear traps, you'll have more than enough. So by fixing their generator, you're taking out all their outside defenses. But thankfully, they don't really seem to notice or mind. I've got a bit of a game theory that when the devs created this house to show that the people inside were very defensive, they set up bear traps everywhere. But then later, they probably put in the quest to fix the generator with said scrap metal, you know, just so you don't get a bunch of stuff for free. Again, these devs, like, they don't want to give away free stuff, believe me. Before entering, you can also see that there's flowers spread around near the entrance to the cottage, with the protagonist commenting that an intense smell of flowers fills the air. Once the generator is repaired, the person inside thanks you.
You can come in.
Walking in, you'll see that it's actually a group of people, a parent and some kids. These are the elephants, and they're called that because of the gas masks they wear. The air hoses looking like elephant trunks. They're also dressed in full hazmat suits, emphasizing how focused they are on protecting themselves from the forest, not even letting the air touch them, which means they could be some of the last people in the forest to be completely unaffected by the plague. The air is filled with a suffocating, sweet odor of rot.
Who are you?
The woman is wearing a heavy, ruined coat. Her voice is suppressed by the cracked gas mask she's wearing.
Can't you speak? Did someone take away your voice?
Two children hide behind the woman. The younger one eyes me nervously, cowering in fear. The older one just stands there, motionless.
You're not from around here. I would have recognized you. We may keep to ourselves, but I know everyone here. I would never forget your mug.
The younger child pierces me with its eyes. The steamed visor of his gas mask betrays his rapid breath.
Your gob looks like that because of this fiendish air. Do you know? I bet you can't speak because you didn't keep your mouth shut walking through the woods. The trees and plains are simply beautiful here. The bushes bloom gorgeously at this time of year. But don't let the charm of this land deceive you. The devil lurks between the trees, and he gets through your mouth and nose.
The older child's grasp on his mother's hand tightens. He does not lift his gaze from one of the hut's walls.
And? You're just going to stand there? I know you want something. You're Leaper demon. You are not getting anything from us. I don't trust you, you Leaper gob. Do you hear me? I don't trust anyone who breathes this filthy air.
The woman stares at me intensely through the cracked mask.
Did you take my Martin? Was it you who kidnapped him? Talk! No, that cannot be.
The woman stares at the floor. Her greasy hair drops down on her mask.
It's impossible. Stupid child. He went out and never came back. He was on about how his granny will take him mushrooming. I have no idea where he... I told him he cannot go outside. I told him the devil will find him, take off his mask, take him away. I would look for him, but...
She lowers her head even more, as if observing the dead flies stuck to her coat.
You want my trust? Bring my Marchin back. My stupid Marchin. Find him and bring him home. There's a key to his room. He was spending a lot of time there recently. Maybe you'll be able to find something there that will lead you to him.
Now, with all this talk of the devil, it's pretty obvious that she's someone who's fiercely religious, which is incredibly common in rural parts of Poland. You can even gossip with her about this.
Apart from these two here, and Marcin, there was one more boy of mine, my precious darling, a blessed child.
The woman rests her hands on the oxygen tank of the children standing beside her.
His love fills our tanks with clean air. For this, we are forever grateful to him. For the clean air, for the oxygen tanks, for those beautiful masks, and a book in which the devil has revealed his true image, along with his evil plan. My son took it away from the trees with his own hands and brought it here to us.
She also mentions one of her kids that isn't in the cottage, who is supposedly providing her with clean air. Now, this could be interpreted in a lot of ways. She could be talking about another compressor, the same one that we have back at the base that needs repairing. But the way she talks in such a heavy religious tone, she could genuinely be talking about like the second coming of Jesus or something. Or on top of that as well, she could slowly be succumbing to the insanity, which usually happens if you've been in the forest too long. So even though these characters are covered in gas masks and they're trying to keep the plague at bay, it's obviously still not working.
Coming back to the dialogue, you can show the mother the photo of the road home.
I remember this road. The wood devoured it about 3 years ago. It used to lead to our village. I walked it to school. The road home. My road home.
Just more confirmation that we're on the right track to finally getting out of the woods. You can gossip with them some more to hear if one of the children starts saying a rhyme. The youngest child, hidden behind the woman's back until now, finally finds the courage to make a small step towards me.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup.
A faint voice can be heard.
Then another bear came and...
Quiet!
The woman smacks the boy on the back of the head. The punch is so hard the hood of his rubber cloak lands on the mask's visor.
No, no. Not in front of this stranger.
For some reason, the mother thinks this nursery rhyme is important enough to stop her child from telling us, even using, you know, traditional Polish parenting techniques to shut it up. This could mean that it might contain some sort of message that the mother doesn't want us to figure out, but there's no indication of what it could be without hearing the full rhyme. The mother can also talk to you about the savages visiting her home, which is probably the same reason for the barricade and the multitude of bear traps.
You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Guess most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago? Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up camp in the marsh. There, between the trees. They watched our house, stared right into my windows. The oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children, or harm them in some way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning.
3 weirdos dressed in rags does sound familiar. You could even show her the photo of the 3 boys. The woman takes the photo and freezes.
No, I don't know who that is.
Unfortunately, she doesn't recognize them. There's also some conditional dialogue here. If you chose to give the key to the musician, but failed the train wreck dream, she'll talk about the doctor.
I remember one loitering around here. He used to be a doctor. He would come to the village to treat people. Now he looks like an unholy pig, face smothered in shit, dressed in rags. The devilish disease finally gets to everyone. You better watch out, or you'll lose your mind too. He left towards the part of the swamp.
It looks like the doctor is turning into a savage whether you took him along with you or told him the bunker location by failing the dream. The mother will also point out as where you can find him, but that's something I'll get to later. You can also get some more gossip about another character.
Something exploded in the part of the swamp. Made the ground tremble. Devil knows what it was. I see you're curious. Investigate it. If you have a death wish, I think it happened in the junkyard.
We haven't yet seen an enemy able to cause an explosion this loud, and we haven't seen any evidence of the forest, you know, spontaneously combusting. So maybe there's someone sane enough to be able to craft explosives at the junkyard? It seems necessary to head there anyway, since we do need parts for the compressor, like the note back at the hideout suggested. But this, if anything, just makes things more interesting. We already have the cottage near the junkyard marked on our map from
Alive,
the back
bad.
at the hideout. But if we didn't find it, at least the mother points us in the general direction of where the junkyard could be.
Now, first of all, we have to gain the mother's trust. And the only way we can do that is by finding her child, Marcinek.
You can first visit his room using the key that she gave you. Inside, you'll find some of his drawings depicting mushrooms, as well as people with mushrooms on their heads instead of hair. I'm pretty sure, if anything, my stream chat would make me believe that this is a reference to my haircut. There's a pile of clothes you can search with a single odd-looking mushroom inside. I think there might be some emphasis on the kid going somewhere related to mushrooms. I don't know, maybe the devs are just trying to point us somewhere. Lastly, there's a doormat in the corner, which the kid apparently used as a bed. Once you fold it, you can find a map underneath, which the protagonist will talk about in his journal. I found a primitive map in the masked family's cottage. One of the kids must have drawn it. It's very inaccurate, almost scrawled. Looks like the kid wanted to indicate some place using it. I've circled the area where that place should be on my map. It's too primitive to make out exactly where the place is marked. But now you can at least narrow down your search to an area that you can use on your map. The logical step now would be to go searching through these
Those are sending us to Brazil.
They
They really are, aren't they?
You might actually connect the dots to where Marcinek might be. Confirm now, it fits neatly in the circle. The mushroom glade. With all the mentions of mushrooms, this is definitely what the clues have been referring to. This area is filled with poisonous mushrooms. Walking through it safely is incredibly hard, especially as well when you can just have a mushroom man pop up and force you to try and dodge and weave in between what are pretty much landmines. There is something you can do to mitigate this, but it will require finding and visiting a different place entirely. The Great Lake. It's less of a lake and more an area that's been flooded harder than the rest of the swamp, covered with deep water apart from some small patches of dry land and a single bigger island in the center. It even has its own weather system, being showered in a continuous rainstorm which clouds the sun, only lighting up the surroundings with the occasional lightning strike. A light source is pretty much necessary here, otherwise your line of sight is limited to a pathetically small circle.
My name is Alan Wake.
Although, that being said, using a flashlight might be a bad idea, because the lake is also full of sleeping red chompers covered in black substance. Shining a flashlight on them does wake them up, while using the lantern thankfully doesn't. Once again, I have no idea why, but the lantern is just so good, even late game. The chompers can also be woken up with any noise, including running and gunshots, so both of these are basically off limits here. You can, however, use melee weapons with no issue, so a good strat is to surprisingly approach this like a stealth game, slowly walking up to the chompers, taking the substance off with your lantern, and stun locking them with the the axe before they can react. Doing this, you can pretty much easily clear the lake, but this place is so huge, it's probably the largest area in the entire game and covered in deep water. Using this method is safe, but it will probably take you multiple days to clear it all out. So you can also try and run straight through, and surprisingly, this strap isn't even half bad,
Fucking
as the chompers,
Elden Ring.
thankfully, are slower than you while in water. And the thing we're looking for here is located on the island in the middle of the lake, so there's no need to actually completely explore the place after. The first thing you see when entering the island is multiple sleeping chompers surrounding some sort of snout. Attacking it will cause it to shrivel up into the ground and end the storm, letting you see and hear normally. Unfortunately, this will also wake up all the chompers next to you, so it's probably better to take care of them beforehand if you don't want to get swarmed. The lake becomes much easier to get around and explore. The main island has a building with some high valuable parts like ammo and the item that we actually came here for, the rubber boots.
Now, these boots you get are a lifesaver for going back into the mushroom glade, mostly because you can now step on poisoned mushrooms, open infected corpses, and you won't take any damage. I mean, if you open an exploded infected corpse, you'll take the initial explosion damage, but it is so minute that you'll basically have to do it multiple times before you even need to heal anyway. Walking on mushrooms and opening corpses doesn't even decrease the durability, but stepping on the worms does, so that's something to keep in mind because these can never be repaired.
With the boots, exploring the glade becomes trivial as most of the danger comes from the mushroom patches. Like most locations in the swamp,
Praise
this area is
tongue
huge,
butthole.
although mostly empty. Most of the glade is just
Elden
gigantic
Ring,
mushroom
but
growths acting
no
like trees that
sorcery.
block your way.
Elden Ring, but
Protagonist
no
commented,
magic, no
"An intense
bleed.
sweet smell of mushrooms fills the air."
Nemu, what's up?
Even
How
the
you doing? Hope you're
ground
doing
is a
good.
darker gray rather than the green grass we've been walking on throughout the swamp. There's actually so many mushroom spores in the air that you might even experience hallucinations while walking around, seeing figures of
Welcome
villagers
back.
passing by just to disappear. There's not much to see in the glade. There's a puzzle building you can solve for some pretty good loot, as well as a group of grey figures frozen in place, which you can examine. Doing so gives you rough scraps of conversation, not even properly synchronized between the figures. It doesn't even seem like they're talking to you. It's more like they're puppets, each repeating their part of the conversation, even talking to each other. The first group talks about some people breaking in and locking themselves in a basement.
What is happening? They locked themselves in the basement to get
Are you planning to end? 3 hours.
It's probably referring to what happened in the swamp village, where the thief led a group of people to rob the village's food stores, thinking he had
Whoever
children
gave me,
and
whoever
weren't enough to
said
starve.
braids
These
are
figures
like
seem to
doing
somehow
the
be related
C's.
to villagers, but clearly
Actually
they aren't actually
goated.
human, more like crude imprints
It's
of people
not
that died
quite
out long ago.
right,
They're just echoes
but
now.
it's a
The second
good
group doesn't even
start.
mention the incident. Instead, they talk about the outsiders. Although this conversation is so disorganized, it's hard to even properly align their dialogue.
into the night. I saw them with guns. You didn't see shit. No one from the village goes there. They were not from the village. Where were they from? Since the relocation, no one from the outside was here. That is what I said.
This further shows that this military group had
It
a
was
presence in the
me,
region at some point, sending
Danka
expeditions
Nebupu.
here, but unfortunately this dialogue doesn't point to where it might be. The main thing to find here will usually be in the middle of the glade. There's a shrine here, looking like one from the swamp village, although not chomped up by savages this time, but rather overgrown with mushrooms. Behind you, you can find a house with a destroyed doormat next to the front door. You probably don't want to enter through the door though, as the floor beyond is booby-trapped with enough poisonous mushrooms to overdose the entire savage population of the forest instantly. Even if you have the boots, the explosive damage alone can force you to waste a
Okay.
thermal bandage.
Oh, that's pretty
Besides,
easy.
There's a large window.
There's
in
also
one of the side
braid
walls that you can
brushes.
actually
Oh, there
use without
are?
having your lower body blown off.
Shit, here I am drawing all myself.
This house is overgrown.
I think
like
I'm
the
doing
rest
a
of the
pretty
glade.
alright
Everything
job
inside
doing
the cottage
myself.
is covered with mushrooms.
But,
The
you know,
floor,
that'd be
even
kind
though
of
it looks like it's
helpful.
made of wood, bends under my feet.
I mean, that would
A
most
light
definitely
comes
be
through and
helpful.
seeps from the ceiling and walls.
Where's that on? Is that
There's
on the
another
hair
mention
layer?
about
That's on the
white
hair
substance
layer.
again,
Alright,
but the
poggers.
kid we're looking for is nowhere to be seen. In the last room, there's a shelf with some random loot, as well as a key. There's also a container, but it's code locked, so we can't open it for now. But in the corner, next to a metal door, we can find the mushroom granny, seemingly the only inhabitant of the house. The elephant mother mentioned Marcinek going to his granny, so she might know where he is. An old woman sits in a weathered rocking chair. Her sleep is deep and peaceful. A handful of ripe mushrooms grows out from beneath her thick hair. Just like the house we find her in, she's covered in mushrooms. When we find her, she's asleep, meaning we can pick some of the mushrooms from her head, which I'm sure, you know, she wouldn't mind sharing. The floor of the hut is soft as a sponge. My footsteps are almost noiseless. The woman's sleep is too deep for her to hear anything. I reach out for the most prominent mushroom and delicately pull its stem. It easily detaches from the old lady's pale head. You can go even further and take another one. The urge is strong. I reach for another, bigger mushroom. It looks so tasty. It resists a bit when I try to pull it out, but I finally managed to do it. And if you're feeling extra brave, you can take another one. Now I reach for an exceptionally shapely specimen, growing from the very top of her skull, but it resists firmly. Despite the sudden jerk, the old lady is still asleep. You can put some more force into it if you really
I'll send you some in the few, thank
The
you.
mushroom shows resistance, but after a moment I pull it out, together with a piece of the woman's skull. Her head drops to her chest, and the slimy contents of her skull start to ooze through the opening. At this point, the only next step you can take is to eat the old lady. I slowly bite into the woman's body. Her nose is soft and juicy. I don't feel a single cartilage or bone, only the delicious, sweet taste of delicate
the one in
mushrooms.
Dark Souls
A white
1.
goo seeps from her body
Real.
and flows down my coat. I cannot contain myself. I must eat her whole.
Cannibalism?
So, yes, if you're wondering, you can just eat the entire person whole that you just met.
Now, this is very in character for the protagonist, who's been injecting himself with mushrooms the entire game. But still, only the most deranged of devs could put in an option like this. And I mean, you know, they're Polish, so it all checks out. It's funny as well, because another game that I covered, Cruelty Squad, did actually have a feature where you could cannibalize people. But the dev, Ville, was actually so surprised that people would take that option. And you could only get that option if you played terribly at the game, to the point you were on the lowest difficulty. But here, you're just given the option outright.
Who on the team had an obsession with cannibalism? Because that is a very common theme throughout the game.
I wouldn't say common. I recollect.
Who had a team with who had an obsession with cannibalism, bruh?
She's a human being. She's a mushroom, right? So there's no cannibalism here.
That sounds like a bit of a cope, to be fair. It's like, she's made out of mushrooms, it's fine.
There's also the jars with human meat in the village.
Yeah,
that's fair. But I don't recall.
I feel like I'm in like an O.J. Simpson case. Like, that's fair. I mean, maybe I killed her.
But I will say Arthur. He's not here, so whatever.
He's the one who's upset with cannibalism.
Yes.
Also, if you're wondering, you can stop trying to vor her at any point and go back to a more humane approach by, you know, just waking her up instead. The old lady slowly opens her eyes. For a moment, she stares into space with an absent gaze. Finally, she becomes aware of my presence.
Wait, you're not.
Her empty eyes now take on a more questioning expression.
I didn't expect any guests.
She throws a nervous look at the door on her right, then gazes around the mushroom-infested house. She relaxes a bit.
I suppose you won't tell me what you want.
It is morally fine to eat the mushroom granny. It is morally okay to commit cannibalism if they are a
You can either
granny.
do nothing or point your finger at the metal door, though whichever option you choose, the granny will still dismiss you.
It's the door to my chamber. There's nothing that would interest you there.
The old lady puffs her cigarette.
Come back when you remember what it is you want from me.
To get her to even talk to you, you'll have to tell her what you want, except you can't talk. But thankfully, you can show her items. Like all the characters before, you can show her the photo of the road. The old lady examines the photo. Her thoughts wander far away.
I remember cars driving along this road, and then they closed it. They set up a fence and a gate. Both the fence and the gate got devoured by the woods eventually. I think that's how it was.
Once again, talking about how the area was quarantined, closed off from the world before the forest could even encircle it completely, all just to prevent it from spreading. You can also show her the photo of the three boys. The woman takes the photo into her hands.
Lovely boys. All they have left is their father.
She must have seen them before, but there's not much confirmation here that she was related to them more than just knowing their family. To get the mushroom granny to understand what you mean, you'll have to show her the drawings from what you got in the kids' room back in the swamp cottage. Unless, like me, you forgot to do that. Then you'll have to trek all the way there and back again, wasting an entire day just to fetch a piece of paper. You can show her the drawings now, but what happens next depends entirely on the choices you made back in Chapter 1. Again, like I've said so many times, choices you make earlier on in the game will have huge consequences later on. You might remember talking to the musician in your
The
hideout
Walking
and
Dead, but
thinking about
if
the
it was a good
villagers who
game.
went down to the swamp as a last resort after you killed the sow, their only food source. This affects the granny, since as you might already know, if you cannibalized her earlier, she's made out of tasty mushrooms, and now a horde of starved villagers is trying to die.
Yes. You're his father? Or brother? He came here a few days ago. He was very nervous. He hid in the corner and stayed there for what must have been the whole day. He relaxed in the end. I think he likes it here. I like when he's around too. He enjoys drawing, although his drawings are not very childlike.
The woman casts a nervous look at the small window overgrown with mushrooms.
This forest is not a place for children, nor old people. It's a place for the likes of you. I saw some villagers through the window yesterday. They were hiding. Right there.
The woman raises her hand with great effort, pointing to an unspecified place with her trembling finger.
They were hiding, but I have a keen eye. Despite my years, I saw their hungry, hollow eyes. I know what's on their mind. They want to devour me. Me and my house. At first I thought you were one of them, but you seem like you can control your, appetite. Get rid of these hungry madmen.
The old woman lowers her voice to a silent murmur.
Do a good deed, son, and get rid of them. I don't know where they live, but you're young and strong. You will manage. I'm sure you'll find some clues near my house. Make them go away, and the child will be safe. I will let him return home.
So now we've got confirmation that Marcinek is in fact here. The only problem now is we need to deal with all the hungry villagers.
Going outside the house, you can go around looking for the clues that she mentioned. There's a lot of footprints around, but those alone won't be enough to track them all the way back to their camp, as unfortunately they usually end up with dead ends in these swamps deep water instead. But by following the footsteps, you can find some items that can point you in their direction. There's a pack of cigarettes inside a bag, and you can even find a corpse of one of the villagers. Your character even comments that he looks very skinny, showing how starved they must be. You can find a bloodstained rock on the corpse, no doubt the murder weapon. You can show both of these items to the granny.
Yes, it's a stone. You can probably find some good ones here, because of the quarry nearby, but the woods have surely devoured it by now. It was in the part of the swamp. And why are you showing me this? A torn, empty pack of cigarettes? Bring me a fresh one next time.
The woman examines the drawing on the packaging.
Is it our quarry? Ah, yes. It's the one located in the part of the swamp.
Both items will point you towards the quarry, which was also mentioned by the musician when you talked to him about the village. This is where the villagers have set up camp, and if you want to complete the granny's quest, you'll have to find and take care of the rest of the villagers. As you can expect, the quarry is built into a rock wall. There's less trees here. Instead, your way will most often be blocked by stone walls and columns. There's some campfires, wood piles, and sacks of rocks on the way into the main area. This is a great way to get small rocks because even though they're basically worthless, you might need them for upgrades to your shovel or axe, and surprisingly, small stones are very rare in Chapter 2. Approaching the area will have the villagers immediately telling you to get out.
We don't want you here. Fuck off. You hear me?
The way forward is full of traps. The villagers probably knew you were in the area and tried securing themselves. There's also a gutted pig right at the entrance, reminiscent of the gutted pig on the road to the Silent Forest village, all the way back in Chapter 1. Moving between the rocks, you can also listen in on some of the villagers' conversations.
Divine retribution, I'm telling you.
Come on, Shozik.
Just as we manage to break through, our way back gets blocked. We're gonna starve here.
Shut your trap already. Stozik told me that they found something in the woods. Said it would keep everyone fed.
If only our sow was still alive.
That fucker will pay. I'm telling ya.
Approaching them, they'll instantly attack you. But to be fair, you are here to kill them, and you are the only reason they're even here because you killed their main food source. So it's not really an unreasonable reaction. One more thing you might find while exploring the area is that the villagers still have potatoes.
My life, it's potato.
Meaning they do have at least some kind of rationing system going on. Probably the only reason that they managed to survive so long and make it here. But living off potatoes alone is impossible, so it's really not surprising the villagers have turned to cannibalism. Before heading into the main area, you can take a small detour to see the deforested path the villagers have carved out to get here. And just like the musician said before, there's now a gigantic hole separating the swamp from the Silent Forest, making it impossible to pass and for you to go back. There's also an unfortunate villager still trapped on the other side, shouting at you.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
He's trying to alert the others to your presence, but no one's there to hear him.
Hey, he's here!
If you want, you can put him out of his misery.
Help!
I mean, he's doomed to die on that small patch of land anyway, as the forest has already grown way back.
Yeah, but why would you do that? Why would you help him? You don't want to help
When
people.
passing through the main entrance, you might notice a huge boulder hanging over the passage, held up by a couple of logs. Once you enter the camp, you'll see that some villagers are lying down, curled into the fetal position. They're infected, so even if somehow there was a reliable food source in the swamp, these guys really wouldn't have had a chance to make it. The more healthy villagers are gathered around campfires, and once they spot you, they'll grab their pitchforks and try to murder you for condemning them. If you want the villagers to leave the mushroom granny alone, you'll have to kill all the healthy ones in the camp. The sick ones will definitely die soon anyway. They can't really endanger the granny. Alternatively, you can go back to the entrance, and if you look at these logs holding up this boulder, they look pretty flimsy. So a couple of strikes with your axe, and the rock will come tumbling down, blocking the entrance to the quarry, and sealing off the villagers in a stone tomb forever. You might also want to make sure that you run outside the quarry before the boulder drops. This is something even your character will comment about when he's breaking the supports. The boulder might fall down any minute now. I must be careful not to trap myself in the quarry. However, if you manage to somehow avoid every single attempt the devs made to, warn you to not stay in the quarry when you knock out the platform. I mean, look at this. Even if you knock it, it actually takes a couple of seconds to fall. But yeah, if you're on the other side, then congratulations. You have now just soft-locked yourself. There's no way to get out legitimately because you can't turn the gun on yourself like in DayZ. So you'll have to reload a save and lose a bit of progress. Thankfully, I think the devs did accommodate people that were this stupid to ignore all the warnings, because even though the game auto-saves every 5 seconds, it doesn't actually save when you knock out the platform. That is, unless you're on the hardest difficulty, then you're probably going to have to save scum. Even though the boulder is much easier and it feels cleaner because you technically don't get any blood on your hands, it feels much worse than just killing them outright. Death by starvation is incredibly painful, not to mention leaving them with the infected villagers, which are slowly transforming into...
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and call it here. Thank you everyone for coming around. I bet a good time while it lasted. And we're going. Bye.